Chapter 168. After the song was finished, Qin said into the microphone, "Rest for 5 minutes. You can feel it now. Time can't catch up with the white horse. Don't say the word, catch up." Qin Bao's singing talent was indeed high. She could basically grasp the essence of the song on the second try. It was also related to her pestering Qin to sing to her. Her sister didn't like to listen to fairy tales anymore. She would ask Qin to sing "Time Boils the Rain" for her. As she listened, she became more proficient. Qin Bao just came out and didn't give her time to show off to her brother. Li Yanhong stepped in between the siblings and said happily, Bao, this song is too good. Let's change it." The leaders of the marketing department all agreed. Manager Yang coughed and asked, "Qin Bao, do you want to insert a song or change it completely?" Qin Bao looked at her brother. Seeing him nod, she said, "Of course, we'll change it all." Team leader Su frowned. "This is not easy. The MV has already been released. Changing the song at the last minute has never been like this." Qin Bao muttered, "How about this? The MV song will be included in the single. The other 2 songs will be changed. To be able to be made into a MV for publicity, of course, it was the best song. The standard was not too bad." Manager Yang probed, "Miss Qin, are you selling the copyright of your song?" This question was directed to Qin. There was no problem with changing the song, but after changing the song, who would the copyright belong to? This was very problematic. After all, it was related to the sales after the album was released. If Qin sold the copyright, then the sales of the album would belong to the company. Qin was a little amused. "Do you think I'm still a virgin? We'll split it according to the copyright. It's the same as the previous songs." Manager Yang said disappointedly, "Okay, let's sign a contract." Qin didn't want to sell the copyright because he had another layer of concern. Even though he could raise the copyright fees by a lot with his current popularity, a one-time deal was definitely not as good as a long-term deal. Also, the copyright had become the company's. To put it bluntly, if Qin Bao wasn't with Star Art in the future, she wouldn't be able to sing these songs for profit, such as holding a concert. After discussing the details and signing the contract, the matter was settled. The people from Star Art asked Qin to make a copy of his bank card so that they could transfer money after the album was released. Qin Bao silently handed over his bank card. Qin glared at her, and she responded with teary eyes. "Didn't we agree to let me take care of your dowry?" Qin Bao said weakly. "When did we agree on this? Don't imagine it yourself." Qin protested. "Then isn't it right for me to take care of your dowry?" Qin Bao looked like she was about to cry. Qin was so angry that he wanted to spank her, but when he saw the 2 assistants next to him, he gave up resentfully. Okay, you keep it first." Qin had a headache. Qin Bao showed a sly look like a little fox. In the next few days, Qin activated his crazy leave attribute. Every day, he worked half a day. After eating, he took a taxi and went straight to Star Art. In the eyes of the old people in the workplace, a new rookie who asked for leave so frequently was a road to death. As a result, they were surprised. Li Linfeng waved his hand and approved it. The colleagues in the office speculated that Qin was a rich second generation who hid his identity and pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Linfeng was actually instructed by President Su's secretary. Qin asked Nan Man Pei for Su Yu's mobile phone number, and Queen Bei happily gave it to him. He thought that he had some relationship with Nan Man Pei, so he sent a text message to the beautiful president to ask for leave. He didn't call her rashly. The text message sank into the sea, and there was no response. Near Friday, Star Art strongly promoted Qin Bao's single album on the internet. Several other singers of the same period were also hot, buying news and appealing for fan support on Weibo. In this issue of the album, except for Qin Bao, who was known as the Queen of Love Songs, as well as Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat and the mainland's Little Fresh Meat, the others were accompanying. The fans were busy fighting on the internet. One said that Qin Bao Bao was trash, and the other said that the little fresh meat was a sissy. It blew up Weibo and blew up the forums. However, in the vast and boundless internet world, this was just a small wave, and only the hardcore fans were fighting. The passers-by fans at most helped to forward and like it. The industry maintained a high level of attention to the market. Every time a star's album hit the charts, they watched the fun with great interest, acting as melon eaters and market analysts. They were all guessing which of the top 3 would win the sales title. Xia Huaiyan was a little fresh meat who became popular in recent years. He was discovered by a talent scout when he was studying in Japan. After that, he rose rapidly and was once popular in the Japanese entertainment industry. After a few years, his career encountered a bottleneck and he returned to China to develop. Under the packaging of his agency and the addition of his delicate face, in about 2 years, he was almost in the A-list. He had countless fans under his command. Xia Huaiyan's studio. Xia Huaiyan sat on the leather sofa in the office, opposite his agent, a middle-aged woman who was still charming. "Sister Lu, is my chance of winning the sales title this time big?" According to the current level of praise for the MV, Hong Kong's is ranked first. After all, he is a veteran with many well-known works and a big fan base. You and Qin Bao Bao are not much different. The fan base is the same, but according to the quality of the songs, you still have the advantage. Well, there are many people online who expressed disappointment with Qin Bao Bao's songs. Oh, that's all because the company hired the Water Army to lead the rhythm. Don't we also have people scolding us? Star Art also does the same. There were 2 kinds of star studios. One was independent, and the other was set up internally by the company to serve a certain star. The former required a huge network of contacts, while the latter had the advantage of resources and high efficiency. Xia Huaiyan belonged to the latter. He had only developed in China for 2 or 3 years, and the network of contacts he had accumulated was not large enough to support him to set up his own studio. On the other side, in the studio of a certain Hong Kong Old Cured Meat. Old Cured Meat picked up a cup of coffee and paced in the studio. Under his feet was a soft carpet. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the quiet flowing Huangpu River. Everyone has worked hard. After the album hits the shelves today, let's go out for a meal. Old Cured Meat smiled at the employees. Long live President Shen. Long live President Shen. Old Cured Meat smiled. He was not afraid of Qin Bao Bao and Xia Huaiyan, who were following closely behind, because he had enough confidence. Although Hong Kong's glory had long been a thing of the past, he had debuted for more than 10 years and had more than 20 solo albums, not counting the highlights and concert albums. His qualifications, reputation, and fan base were higher than Qin Bao Bao and Xia Huaiyan. Don't look at the MV's popularity lead. When the real album hits the shelves, the gap will be widened. We have to believe in the strength of the hardcore fans. The only thing his fans were not satisfied with was that they wanted him to sing Cantonese instead of Mandarin. But the peak of Cantonese songs had passed. Artists from Taiwanese and Hong Kong had entered the mainland. He also went with the flow and came to the mainland to develop. Living in that corner, there were too many limitations. The mainland market was really vast. Not to mention Hong Kong and Taiwanese, any second or third-rate star in Korea could occupy the mainland market. It was too good to make money. The fans screamed excitedly while throwing $100 bills at you. Well, that was probably the scene. Friday, 12:00 in the morning. All the major music websites and mobile apps were updating the latest albums. Chapter 169. The hardcore fans who stayed up late bought their idols' albums one after another. Each album cost 5 yuan, and they could buy it repeatedly without a limit. Except for the change from CDs and records to digital albums and the change in marketing channels, other changes were not big. For example, there were crazy fans who could spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy their idols' albums repeatedly. Now it was even simpler. They just needed to increase the number of albums purchased. Since the release of digital albums, the annual sales record was 2 million, not money, but the number of albums. Starting from 12 o'clock, the album sales of major stars rose geometrically, 10, 100,000. Then the gap between the stars widened. After the sales reached 10,000 units, the momentum stagnated and the growth slowed down. Only 3 albums were leading the pack, namely Qin Bao Bao, Xia Huaiyan, and Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat. But they were also divided into front and back. The leading one was Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat, followed by Xia Huaiyan, and Qin Bao Bao temporarily ranked third. Late at night, Old Cured Meat Shengui was lying in bed with a laptop on his belly. He repeatedly switched and refreshed the major music websites, watching the sales of his albums continue to grow. His wife propped herself up and leaned her head against the headboard. She smiled and said, "How is it?" Shengui said, "For the time being." He switched several music websites one by one to show his wife. The total sales reached an astonishing 30,000 albums, each for 5 yuan. "It's only been more than an hour, and you sold so many?" His wife said happily, "This is more profitable than selling CDs before." Shengui smiled at his wife's mistaken understanding. In the era when CDs ruled the market, reaching 1 million sales was almost the peak. At first glance, it seemed not as good as digital albums, but considering the prices at that time and the current monetary inflation, the value of CDs absolutely exceeded that of digital albums. Moreover, there were many people who bought albums in that era, and CDs and records had collectible significance. "This time, the sales champion is safe, right?" his wife asked. The sales champion is an important reference standard for fame and popularity. Shengui smiled and said, "It's very close behind. Whether we can establish the sales champion position or not, the first week is the most important. It's not clear now." Although he said that, his tone was particularly relaxed. He closed the laptop and hugged his wife. "Go to sleep." In a luxurious 5-star hotel suite, Xia Huaiyan was lying on the sofa, wearing a bathrobe, with a laptop on his lap, browsing the major music websites attentively. He was chewing gum in his mouth, and the silver male earring on his left ear was sparkling. On the big bed a few meters away, his female companion was sleeping soundly. Her light brown hair was spread out on the white pillowcase, and her snow-white and round shoulders were faintly discernible. After a while, he saw that the gap between him and Shengui was gradually widening, and Qin Bao Bao was closely following behind him. It was possible that she could overtake him at any time. His delicately trimmed brows furrowed. No, it wasn't safe to continue like this. He had to fight for one. The title of the sales champion in the same period could give him a layer of gold. Xia Huaiyan logged into Weibo and turned on the camera function. He glanced at his female companion and adjusted the angle to prevent anything suspicious from entering. Gotcha. It was a selfie. "I can't sleep at night. My new album is online. Please support me." Immediately, a fan replied on Weibo. Nowadays, there were too many people cultivating in the middle of the night. "An is so handsome. Hurry up and take off the bathrobe. I've been buying. I've already bought 20. Ditto. I've already bought 50. My pocket money has already died. The upstairs is useless. This money is nothing. I've already invested next month's pocket money. You must make an the champion. It's a bit difficult. Shengui's fans are crazy. Take off the bathrobe. I'll buy 1,000. It depends on whether you give me benefits or not. Like. Only with benefits can you be motivated. Take off that hateful bathrobe. Puff, want benefits? Why does this look so familiar? I just came from Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. Her fans are shouting for benefits. Her fans have no integrity at all. Xia Huaiyan was excitedly browsing through the comments. When he saw this, he shook his head and laughed. Qin Bao Bao rose to fame in just 3 months. The speed of her climb was simply terrifying. It took her 2 years to get to where she was today. It was already very fast, thanks to the unspoken rules of the market. If it was more than 10 years ago, if she wanted to become popular quickly, she could only rely on Works, a TV series that swept the same time slot with ratings, or a golden song that was popular all over the country. Instead of buying news, brushing her face, and appearing on a few variety shows, she could reach the top of the A-list. Qin Baobao's skyrocketing promotion speed was due to her looks, the best model for hyping up IP, and those few excellent songs that had lasted for a long time. It could be said that she had both IP and Works in one. Fortunately, Qin Baobao's single album this time was not her brother's work. Late at night, Qin Baobao was suddenly awakened by the ringtone of her mobile phone. She half closed her eyes and fumbled around the pillow. Ouch! She didn't touch the phone, but she scratched Wang Zijin's face. "It's here, under my pillow." Wang Zijin frowned and handed the phone to her. Qin Baobao replied with an "oh." She was sleepy and answered the phone with a confused face. "Who is it?" "Baobao, did you forget to post a photo?" Li Yanhong's voice came from the loudspeaker. She was very anxious. "What photo?" Qin Baobao said blankly. "My great-aunt, did you really forget?" Li Yanhong said, "Didn't I ask you to post on Weibo to call for fan support? It's already past 12 o'clock, and you haven't posted on Weibo. I said that this ranking is unscientific. You are now third. The fans still don't know that Qin Zhe wrote songs for you. The publicity is not in place." Qin Baobao remembered that she had originally planned to post on Weibo to call for fan support before the album was released. The photo was ready. It was a photo of Qin Zhe monitoring the sound engineer. Netizens all knew that Qin Baobao's family had a golden signboard. Many fans said that, "We won't listen to songs not written by Qin Zhe." But Qin Baobao couldn't hold on until 11 o'clock and fell asleep. "Oh, don't worry. Gold will always shine. It's just released. You are calmer than me," Li Yanhong muttered. Newcomers were the most likely to be worried about gains and losses, and then eager for quick success and instant benefits. They would be very worried when they saw a bad review. When they saw that the ranking was behind, they would feel that the world was coming to an end and that life was desperate. Li Yanhong had this kind of mentality. Although she was not a newcomer in the workplace, it was the first time that she had brought up such a popular singer as Qin Baobao. "I'll post it now," Qin Baobao said and hung up the phone. Wang Zijin groaned and raised her hand to hit Qin Baobao's butt. She complained, "You woke me up in the middle of the night. I'm a light sleeper. It's hard for me to fall asleep." She was very angry when she got up. Qin Baobao hugged her best friend's head and pressed it on her plump chest. "Be good. I'll coax you to sleep. Be careful, I'll bite you." Wang Zijin struggled out of her chest and snorted. "I don't want to sleep with you." Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and said gloomily, "Little bitch, you've been exposed." "Exposed what?" Wang Zijin was at a loss. "You clearly want to sleep with A's," Qin Baobao said angrily. "Of course not. Can I sleep in the living room?" Wang Zijin complained. Qin Baobao flipped over and straddled her best friend's slender waist. She pressed down on her shoulders and lowered her face. The tips of their noses touched and she said, "Say it. We've been friends for so many years. If you really like my pig, I'll give him to you." Wang Zijin turned her head away and refused to admit it. "Nonsense. I don't like Qin Zhe." Qin Baobao's eyes flashed with joy. The corner of her mouth rose and she said patiently, "Don't deny it. Look at my A's. He's handsome, knows how to write songs, cooks well, and has earned so much money from the stock market. Look, where can you find such an outstanding man these days? If you like him, just say it. We're sisters. How can I not help you?" Wang Zijin said in her heart, "When did you change your personality?" The smart Wang Zijin immediately realized that she had been led astray by her best friend. She chuckled. Since he's so good, why don't you marry him? Qin Bao Bao felt that her best friend's sharp sword had pierced her vital point. She was about to be squeezed out of her skin. Panic flashed through her moist black eyes. She scolded, "Bah, you old witch. He's my little brother." Wang Zijin joked, "Ioyo, you're guilty. Shut up. Watch me tear your mouth." Qin Bao Bao reached out to tear Wang Zijin's mouth. The two wrestled on the bed. The sound of panting and shouting intertwined. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce knocking on the door was accompanied by Qin Zai's shout. "Are you crazy? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?" The two were instantly silenced. Qin Bao Bao shouted, "Why are you being so fierce? I'm going to sleep now." "Hey, you haven't posted the photo yet." Wang Zijin reminded her. Oh, I almost forgot." Qin Bao Bao lay down and logged into Weibo with her phone. She uploaded the photo and wrote, "Thank you for your help. Mwax." Chapter 170. Xia Huaiyan was woken up by a call from his manager. "Huaiyan, have you seen the album sales?" The manager said loudly on the phone, "You've dropped to third place." Xia Huaiyan frowned and looked at the time. It was 1 a.m. He had only slept for half an hour. According to the manager, Qin Bao Bao's sales had caught up with his. What's the big deal? He and Qin Bao Bao weren't that far apart, so it was normal for the rankings to change. "I'll catch up tomorrow. Don't worry," Xia Huaiyan said unhappily. No one would be happy to be woken up in the middle of the night. No. You can't catch up," the manager insisted. "Damn, whose manager are you?" Xia Huaiyan had a bad premonition. "What happened?" "I sent the link to Qin Bao Bao's Weibo to your phone. Go take a look." The manager didn't say much and let him look at the Weibo himself. Xia Huaiyan clicked on the link and entered Qin Bao Bao's Weibo page. He saw her latest Weibo post. "Thank you for your help. Love you." In the picture, there was a tall young man's side profile. He was wearing headphones and listening to a song attentively. The background was a recording studio. Qin Zai. Xia Huaiyan's pupils shrank. In the entertainment industry, there might be many stars who didn't know Qin Zai. But in the music industry, there were very few who didn't know Qin Zai. Singers who relied on singing to make a living were familiar with the name Qin Zai. He was a super awesome person who could casually come up with a song and it was a masterpiece. He was a talented music genius. Any of the songs he had written could make a depressed singer famous. Qin Bao Bao had only debuted for a short time. In just 2 months, she had achieved what others would have taken 5 or even 10 years to achieve. Who knew how many singers struggling at the bottom dreamed of one of his songs? Female stars who had bad intentions towards him could form a cheerleading team. Didn't he not write songs? Didn't they say that Qin Bao Bao's songs were written by Star Art's internal composers? Damn! The little soul in Xia Huaiyan's body was roaring. His female companion muttered and leaned over like a lazy cat. She coyly asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Huaiyan ignored her. He closed Weibo, lifted the blanket, and walked to the glass table by the window. He turned on his laptop, which was still in standby mode. He opened the browser and went to all the major music websites. Then, he clicked on the album chart and the daily chart. Xia Huaiyan's eyes widened. He doubted his eyes. The number 1 spot on the daily sales chart was no longer that piece of Hong Kong bacon, but Qin Bao Bao. Moreover, the sales had reached a shocking 100,000. The sales volume of Hong Kong's aged cured meat was less than 50,000 pieces, which was half of the original sales volume. What the hell? Such sales in the middle of the night? Were there so many cultivators nowadays? Of course, it was impossible for 100,000 people to buy the album online, but they could buy it repeatedly. The sales volume was real. Xia Huaiyan said, "I don't believe you, I don't believe you. He bought Qin Bao Bao's album and tried it out. There were 4 songs in the single album. He had heard Immature before. It was not bad, but it was still a little far from a premium product. The other 3 songs were Time Boils the Rain, Taste, and The Most Familiar Stranger. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The sleep talk in the palm of your youth. Are you still holding it tightly? After listening, Xia Huaiyan fell silent. He thought to himself, this is another premium product. It must be a premium product. No wonder the album can sell so well. The second song was Taste. There are few stars tonight. I don't know where they went. The naked sky. The stars are so lonely. The corner of Xia Huaiyan's mouth twitched. Very good. This was very Qin Zhe. It was also an excellent song. The third song was The Most Familiar Stranger. Do you still remember? The ocean outside the window died by the moonlight. Do you still remember? It's love that makes each other light up the night. Why we replace dependence with silence later. Xia Huaiyan decided that he couldn't just sit still and wait for death. He opened his Weibo and wanted to call for fan support again. At this time, he saw the fan comments below his Weibo. Damn, Qin Bao Bao has gone crazy? Auranan has actually been surpassed by her. This doesn't make sense. I'll bet all my pocket money this year. Let's do it together. If the person above dares to bet this year's pocket money, I'll go all out and take out next year's pocket money. Xia Huaiyan was very touched. These were all hardcore fans. He continued to look. Hey, look at Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. Her single album was written by her brother. What? My husband wrote it? Then I'll go and support it. I just came from over there. I'm just telling you. Damn, it's so good. The 3 songs are on loop. It's so good. I plan to listen to Qin Bao Bao's single until I fall asleep. Good night. I must support Qin Zhe. I like him so much. Xia Huaiyan wiped away his bitter tears. Damn, this guy is cheating. The next day, Hong Kong's old cured meat woke up from his dream and had a morning kiss with his wife. The old cured meat liked to do things like foreign devils. In the morning, he also ate peanut butter on toast, mashed potatoes, poached eggs, and milk. The old cured meat accompanied his wife to have breakfast. His wife was 10 years younger than him. She was a 30-year-old young woman who liked to play with her mobile phone while eating. Husband, what do you think of this bag? His wife put the mobile phone in front of him and said coquettishly, buy me one. I'll definitely look good when I carry it. The old cured meat said helplessly, didn't you just buy an LV last week? Buy another one this week? His wife said, it's just Chanel. I liked it at first sight. She spoke Cantonese. She was a model in Hong Kong. She was tall and beautiful. After marrying Shengui, who was 10 years older than her, she quit the entertainment circle and became a carefree rich wife. Husband, you're the champion of the album's sales chart this time. Buy a bag to celebrate. His wife said, opening the clients of several music websites, and said with a smile, I'll help you see how much the sales are. The smile on her face suddenly froze. She was stunned and switched to another music client to check the album's sales chart. She was stunned again, and couldn't wait to open the last client. What's wrong? Xiangjiang old cured meat asked. His wife looked at him in a daze. Husband, you fell to second place. It's quite fast, old cured meat frowned. Did you spend money to increase the sales? There's no need for that. But it doesn't matter. The difference shouldn't be big. It was 12:00 yesterday. Many fans have already gone to bed. You rushed back to the champion in just one day. Shengui was a veteran of hundreds of battles. A temporary drop in the ranking was nothing. There would be a change in the ranking on the first day the album was on the shelves. But it didn't matter. The ranking after a week was the final result, because the fans couldn't support it endlessly. There would always be a day when the popularity would fade. At most, it would last for a week. This was the experience of the market. It's a bit difficult to catch up with this, isn't it? His wife's face didn't look very good, and she handed the mobile phone to him. Shengue looked at it and lost his voice. 110,000? Qin Bao Bao. Star Art Entertainment. Li Yanhong smiled from ear to ear. Bao Bao, 110,000. 110,000 albums sold in one night. God, maybe you can break the record. Although she was mentally prepared, there was still a sense of happiness like a pie falling from the sky. How much was 110,000 albums? Her income was closely related to Qin Bao Bao, and so was her reputation. An artist who was popular for half of the sky, the most direct beneficiary, besides herself and the management company, was the agent. How did the gold medal agent come about? It was brought out by the stars. Qin Bao Bao sat on the sofa with her legs curled up, revealing her curves. Holding a small notebook, she happily browsed the original music website. Looking at her own sales and favorable comments, her eyes curved into crescent moons. She grabbed the mobile phone and sent a moi to Qin Zhe. A moment later, Qin Zhe replied, pa pa pa. Qin Bao Bao replied with the word, get lost, but the smile on the corner of her mouth spread. Qin Bao Bao's album sales were hot, and it quickly spread to the middle and senior management of Star Art. The marketing department also specially held a small meeting to discuss whether it was possible to break the digital album record, as well as the evaluation of this income. The answer was very gratifying. The accounting manager who accompanied the meeting estimated that this investment would be the company's biggest income in music investment this year, provided that the sales volume would not be bad. Group leader Su, who was in charge of promotion and marketing, was overjoyed. Because he could get a big bonus. Then, the discussion on Qin Bao Bao's IP plan was launched. Taking advantage of this wave of sales, Qin Bao was hyped up to the A-list, increasing advertising and commercial performance fees, and actively contacting Qin Zhe to authorize the use of other copyrights of this album. The music genius just had to sit back and wait to collect the money, and the legwork was left to Star Art. Everyone earned money together. Group leader Su even suggested that the company should find a professional writer to write an autobiography for Qin Bao Bao. The title would be The Rise of a Top Singer, but it was rejected by manager Yang. Manager Yang said in his heart, F***CK, you've already inflated to the Pacific Ocean. The superstar didn't even write an autobiography. Are you trying to kill Qin Bao Bao? Rejected. Group leader Zhao, who didn't get any benefits, was the one who helped Su Lu promote the album. He said sourly, Manager Yang, this time Qin Bao Bao's album promotion were actually not done well enough. Next time, why don't you let our group do it together? The more the merrier. Manager Yang said, okay, we still have to see how the sales will go. Everyone dispersed first. Chapter 171. On the internet, Qin Bao Bao's forums, Tieba, and Weibo were full of enthusiasm. Fans exchanged their feelings about the song and expressed their love for the single album. Time Boils the Rain is very nice. The lyrics have a slightly hipster temperament. The tune is quiet and has a sweet feeling of childhood sweethearts. I have to say that Qin Zhe's products are definitely the best. The song, Taste, reminds me of my ex-boyfriend. Miss your smile, miss your coat, miss your white socks, and the faint smell of tobacco on your fingers. I cry every time I listen to it. The Most Familiar Stranger is nice. Although it's a sad love song, it's not as sad as Taste, not as hipster as Time Boils the Rain. Instead, it sounds a little hot. And the lyrics are very deep. Is it really that nice? Someone expressed doubt. Damn, are you a fan of Qin Bao Bao? You didn't buy her album? I'm here to take Qin Zhe's photo and make it into my desktop. I'm not a fan of Qin Bao Bao. Then you're a fan of Qin Zhe? Bastard, don't you know that Qin Zhe's products are all the best? Hurry up and buy it for me, laughing emoji. Xia Huayan Studio. Sister Lu, the gap is a bit big. How do we catch up? Xia Huaiyan looked at the growing sales gap and felt a little helpless and anxious. Huaiyan, this is an accident. I asked someone to find out. It was Qin Zhe's brother who came to Star Art. Everyone was caught off guard. If we knew that he was in charge of Qin Bao Bao's album, we would have released the single next season. Can you let the company increase the sales? Xia Huaiyan was unwilling to give up. Don't think about it. Releasing the album is for profit. The company doesn't care whether it's first or third place. We helped you before because we wanted to make you popular. It's a marketing strategy. Now that your popularity has reached a bottleneck, there's no point in buying votes. Xia Huaiyan sighed. The management company prioritized profit and aimed to make profits. For a celebrity, fame came first, followed by profit. Although making money was the ultimate goal, fame was the foundation. Shengui's studio. Compared to old cured meat's calmness, the employees of the studio had a very intense reaction. Some of them said that they wanted to increase sales and take back the champion's throne. Others said that they wanted to spend money to buy news and increase publicity. Shengui waved his hand, asking everyone to be quiet. He told them to do their own things and not to talk nonsense. His assistant was unwilling to give up and followed him into the office. Boss, are you sure you don't want to refresh it? Shengui opened the cigar box and picked up a cigar. The assistant took it and helped him dry the cigar. When the cigar was ready, Shengui bit it in his mouth and his assistant helped to light it. He exhaled a mouthful of choking smoke and said slowly, "Isn't releasing albums to make money? My sales growth is gratifying, and the profits are within my expectations. Why should I invest money to increase sales? Since my debut, I have released 32 albums and won the sales champion 4 times. Even if I win one more time, it will be useless to me." In other words, his resume was so thick that the glory of being the sales champion was not of much use. Are you saying that Qin Bao Bao is boosting sales? The assistant asked. I didn't say that. Shengui shook the cigar. The songs are all good songs. How many are the sales? Your sales are 50,000. Qin Bao Bao's sales are 120,000. 120,000. Shengui clicked his tongue. It broke the first day's sales record of 100,000. Entertainment news. Qin Bao Bao's album sold 120,000 on the first day. Qin Bao Bao's single album breaks the daily sales record. Qin Bao Bao's single may be expected to set a new record for digital albums. Major online media platforms pushed news related to Qin Bao Bao's album. Most of the news was bought by Star Art and took the opportunity to hype up the album. But it was certain that Qin Bao Bao's single album was popular. It was so popular that no one had any friends. On the first day of release, 120,000 copies were sold, which broke the daily sales record for digital albums. The Weibo post she posted in the early morning was liked by more than 100,000 people. Su Yunhan reposted her Weibo and said with emotion, "It's good to have a younger brother. The country owes me a younger brother." Then, Huang Yuding silently reposted and angrily attacked Su Yunhan, "You at least got a song. I've been asking for it until now, and there's not even a reply." Fans laughed and scolded in the comments section, saying that they would seek justice for their idol. After I Am a Singer, Qin Zhe became popular again. What was funny was that a certain search engine actually updated his encyclopedia. The entry introduced him like this: Qin Zhe, born in Shanghai, China in 1995, graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics during internship, and is suspected to live with Qin Bao Bao. He is the exclusive lyricist and composer of Qin Bao Bao, the Queen of Love songs. He is known as a music genius and the fastest shooter in the history of the music industry. At the same time, he is jokingly called by netizens, the man behind Qin Bao. His lyrics and music style are strange and changeable. He is proficient in love songs, China style, rock and roll and other musical elements. In July 2017, he composed the piano song, To Chin Bao Bao. From July to August 2017, he composed several fine songs and 2 gold songs for Chin Bao Bao. He helped Chin Bao Bao to win the 2nd season of I Am a Singer. Representative works, Blue and White Porcelain, Exaggerated, Can't Fall in Love, Fairy Tale, Opera 2, Character Relationship, Sister Chin Bao Bao. His personal resume is very thin, certainly not comparable to those big shots in the entertainment industry, but the gold content makes most of the seniors in the entertainment industry ashamed. There is a lot of speculation in the industry. Where can Chin Bao Bao's album sales go? The first day sales are broken, but what about the weekly sales? Is it possible for Chin Bao Bao to break the weekly sales? The hope is great, but there is no guarantee. There are many examples of albums that break out on the first day, then decline and dry up by the 3rd. There is no possibility of lack of stamina. Don't forget who the lyricist is. Moreover, Chin Bao Bao's popularity is very strong and is at its peak. Chin Zhe. What a talented ghost. Someone sighed. Saturday. Chin Bao Bao's album sales reached 220,000. Sunday. Chin Bao Bao's album sales reached 300,000. At 4:00 next week, Chin Bao Bao's album sales reached 500,000, breaking the weekly digital album sales record. The original record was 440,000 sales in a week. At this point, the sales finally cooled down. According to the market, the new album's hot-selling period was a week. After that, it would slowly increase or even stagnate. There was no possibility of Chin Bao Bao's album stagnating. It just depended on whether she could break the annual sales record. The entertainment industry was not a sensation, but the music industry was shaken. People in the industry were paying attention to Chin Bao Bao's album sales. With the development of the times, piracy was rampant, and CDs were gradually withdrawn from the market. The profit model of singers has been changing. Selling albums can no longer make much money, which was one of the important sources of income for singers in those days. One must know that in the glorious era of CDs, the status of singers was equal to that of movie stars. Nowadays, releasing albums and singing songs were to make a name for themselves, so that they could take on commercials, commercial performances, and concerts. The amazing sales of Chin Bao Bao's album undoubtedly gave singers a shot of confidence. The 2 million sales record was not accidental. Look, there was another amazing person who was expected to break the album record. At 10:00 on Friday night, Chin Bao Bao returned home. She had just had a celebration party with several leaders of the marketing department, her agent, Li Yanhong, the sound engineer, her assistant, and others. Although she refused to drink with the big boss, Chin Bao Bao would not refuse such a celebration party. It was a good thing to keep oneself clean. It would be too independent if she refused all social engagements. Chin Bao Bao's face was red, and her eyes were misty with drunkenness. Chin Zhe was still in the living room, holding his laptop and fiddling with his career. Seeing his sister turn around, he did not even raise his head. "You're back." "Yes." Chin Bao Bao changed into slippers, put her bag on the single sofa, and sat beside Chin Zhe. She hummed and said, "I can't eat with A's." "A's, don't blame me." Originally, she had said that if she broke the weekly sales champion, she would invite Chin Zhe and her best friend to dinner. "Yes, yes." Chin Zhe said perfunctorily and did not care. Chin Bao Bao drank a little too much. She boldly closed her brother's laptop, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. "I'm the sales champion." "Thank you, Ace. You're really my good brother." There's nothing new in the routine. Chin Zhe had reached the point of indifference to his sister's kiss. "Then what do you want?" Chin Bao Bao stared and said, "Do you want to have sex?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chin Zhe was shocked. Seeing his sister's slightly drunk posture, he said, "Go back to your room and sleep. Don't act crazy with me here." Chin Bao Bao held Chin Zhe's arm, swayed her head, and narrowed her long and narrow eyes. Wait, I'll give you a reward soon. Qin Zhe did not take it seriously. She went back to her room, took her clothes into the bathroom, and swayed her butt. Qin Bao Bao was obviously slightly drunk and forgot to close the door. He looked into the room. Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, playing with her mobile phone. Her exquisite curves were highlighted under the thin quilt. Wang Zijin also noticed that the door was not closed. She glanced and happened to see Qin Zhe admiring the beauty's sleeping posture. Miss Wang hurriedly lifted the quilt, jumped out of bed, and ran to close the door. She glared at Qin Zhe and slammed the door. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Qin Zhe was not distracted. While his sister was taking a shower, he watched today's news broadcast. Before the stock market, he followed dramas, movies, and novels. After the stock market, he only followed the local news broadcast. And it was a never-ending one. When he got older, he would lie on the bed and say, "Son, when the news broadcast ends, burn some joss paper to inform your father." Then his son would say the same to his grandson, and the cycle would repeat from generation to generation. Qin Bao Bao was famous for her slow showers. Qin Zhe used to wake up late and was often blocked by her at the door of the toilet. He had to hold his pee until he went crazy. Qin Zhe almost finished watching the news broadcast when she came out. Her hair was wet, and she was wearing a bathrobe. She swayed her butt to the sofa, her fingers stroking her snow-white long neck. She winked at Qin Zhe. "Want to see? I'll give you a reward." "I don't want to see." Qin Zhe pretended to be disdainful and said something against his will. "You really don't want to see? You don't dare to take it off?" Sister snorted. She grabbed the sides of the collar with both hands and slowly tore the bathrobe apart. Qin Zhe looked at her with disdain and squinted at her sister. He guessed that she would stop halfway and did not dare to go all the way. The bathrobe was slowly torn from the neck. First, it was her slender neck, then her delicate collarbone, and then her voluptuous cleavage. Qin Zhe went from squinting to looking straight at her. He felt that he could not control his eyes. Qin Bao Bao suddenly paused. Then, she used all her strength and tore the bathrobe apart. The bathrobe fell to the ground. What was revealed was not his sister's fair and tender body. She was still wrapped in a bath towel. *CK, it was his sister's trick again. Qin Zhe wanted to shout, "I've already taken off my pants, and you're showing me this?" But he was afraid that Wang Zijin would hear him, so he held back. "Stupid face." Qin Bao Bao gave him a disdainful look and walked back to her room. Qin Zhe shouted unwillingly, "Didn't you say there's a reward? Can't you be less scheming and more sincere?" Chapter 172. Because her brother was shamelessly asking for a reward, and her own kiss reward was in a period of weakness, Qin Bao Bao agreed to return part of her brother's money, but she wrote an agreement. Today, Qin Bao will return Qin Zhe 400,000 yuan of his wife's money. In view of the high inflation, it is difficult to buy a house and find a wife. Qin Zhe is not allowed to spend his wife's money on any girl who has no hope of becoming a wife. He can only use it for investment and financial management. Qin Zhe held the agreement in his hands and thought to himself, "You're lying. Aren't you the one who spent the most of my money? Aren't you the girl who has no hope of becoming my wife?" MMP. It was another idle weekend, and the two sisters went shopping together. The reason why they didn't ask Qin Zhe to go with them was that he was temporarily assigned a task by Li Linfeng. Li Linfeng said in the group, "All the old staff, this weekend, write a quarterly investment plan for me. Futures, stocks, crude oil, precious metals. Write it with your market research. I want to see the real thing, not the theory on paper. If you have private experience, it's best to add it." Then he Qin Bao Bao Yang Pu. "Yang Jian, quickly change your name." Li Linfeng angrily said, "I feel disgusted when I think of you as a hooligan." There was laughter in the group. Yang Jian replied with a pitiful emoji, "I'll change it immediately." "Leader, do you have any other instructions?" Li Linfeng said, "Then I'll give you 2 homework for the weekend. You too should also write an investment plan. Like them, crude oil futures are fine. I don't ask for quality, but you have to make a framework for me. Yang Jian sent a series of vomiting blood emojis. Leader, can I take back what I said just now? Qin Zhe sent a facepalm emoji. Who asked you to be so cheap? He could use this opportunity to buy a blackboard stand. He specially went to a large stationery store nearby. In addition to the blackboard stand, there was also a box of large water-based pens and a board eraser. He spent another 15 yuan to let the staff help him to assemble it at home. It was not that Qin Zhe was lazy. He could pick up Qin Bao with one hand and throw her out of the window. Her weight was not worth mentioning. What he was annoyed about was the assembly. When he was young, whether it was puzzles or assembling transformers, he had never succeeded once. He had pitifully begged his sister for help. He wasn't born with this talent. He had never done a business plan before, nor did he have a reference format. Thus, he did not need a format. Instead, he found a bull stock and analyzed it from the basic analysis to the technical analysis. Then, he explained the potential of this stock in depth. Speaking of strong stocks, Qin Zhe really had another one. Although he didn't show any signs of anger, he was very optimistic about the potential of that stock. Black Donkey Technology, a company that was involved in internet video production. This company was not simple. It was listed at the end of last year. In the first half of the year alone, it had raised 3 rounds of financing, with a capital of 1 billion yuan. It was deeply loved by brokers. In this era where internet moguls gathered, to be able to raise so much money, it was either through unorthodox means or with the support of intricate financial relationships. Qin Zhe was writing and drawing on the newly bought blackboard. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was deep in thought, and sometimes his pen was flying. Suddenly, he wiped it clean and started from the beginning. It wasn't until 3:00 in the afternoon that he finished writing the business plan in the most concise language. No more, no less, just enough to fill the front of the blackboard. Then he copied it on the A4 book he bought at the stationery store. He dug out the stapler his sister bought for him in college. Click, 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 done. Monday. Qin Bao waved goodbye to her brother and bestie. She watched them go out and stayed at home. She put on light makeup and dressed at home. The living room was clean and the coffee table was neatly placed. This small home looked very cozy. Of course, the most important thing was the people who lived here. At 10:30, the doorbell rang. Qin Bao ran to open the door. 2 people stood at the door, a fashionably dressed woman and an uncle carrying a camera. The young woman was holding a microphone with a V-shaped logo on it. She came from an online media company. Qin Bao had an announcement today, which was to do an interview. The TV station was not willing to do such a small thing, like an interview with the album sales champion. But the online media liked it very much. They were keen on the various kinds of gossip about the lives of celebrities. They had trained a group of professional editors who could attract the most netizens. Miss Qin, my name is Xue Mei. I'm the program sponsor of Love Ku Video. Xue Mei greeted with a smile. This is our cameraman, Lao Wang. Qin Bao glanced at the camera. The light was on, which meant that the recording had already started. She hurriedly invited them in. Wow, is this where Miss Qin lives? Xue Mei looked around in disbelief. Qin Bao smiled elegantly, like a goddess and dignified. It's a little small. But it's very warm. Xue Mei, who had a high EQ, smiled. Really, it's full of warmth. Xue Mei faced the camera and smiled sweetly. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, Miss Qin won the title of I Am a Singer and became famous overnight. Then, her single album broke the daily and weekly sales record. Now, it's one of the hottest topics in the entertainment industry. Teacher Qin, your album has broken the daily sales record and the weekly sales record in a row. Let's congratulate you first. Do you have the confidence to break the annual digital album sales record? First of all, I want to thank everyone for their support. For me, sales are secondary. Making a good album is what I want the most. The two sat on the sofa and chatted while the camera was filming. I heard that you had already decided on the track before releasing the single. Why did you change the song at the last minute? Because Qin suddenly came to me and said that he wrote a few songs, which happened to be included in my single album. Shui Mei heard Qin Bao say it casually, but she cursed in her heart. She had screwed up the album at the same time. Teacher Qin's songwriting skills are well known outside, like thunder in one's ears. She praised. She felt a little embarrassed to call the siblings Miss Qin together, but she couldn't find a reasonable way to address her. It was impolite to call her by her name, and calling her your brother was even more impolite. Yes, he's very good. Qin Bao was used to showing off her brother. Shui Mei's lips curled up. This was very Qin Bao. She was indeed a fanatic who showed off her brother. Qin Bao's nickname of fanatic who showed off her brother was spread in New Star's date. According to the netizen statistics, she said, "My brother is the best" 3 times and "My brother is the best" 6 times in 20 minutes of the show. She was like a little girl showing off her toys. Can I just shoot casually? I believe everyone wants to see Miss Qin's daily living environment, Shui Mei said. Sure. Qin Bao smiled impeccably. The interview location was chosen to be at home. Daily life was one of the main topics. This way, the show would be more lively. The audience was already tired of sitting in the studio and chatting. Qin Bao was already prepared. She put away all of Wang Zijin's daily necessities, including the various styles of women's underwear hanging on the balcony. These things couldn't be leaked. The whole country knew that she was living with her brother, but Wang Zijin's existence couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, there would be unscrupulous media reporting such news the next day. Shocking. Qin Bao living with 2 people at the same time. Or, other than Qin Bao and her brother living together, there's actually another person. Guess who he is? I can't let my illustrious reputation be ruined just like that. The camera circled around the living room and then turned to the balcony. It didn't film the outside scene. That would expose Qin Bao's address. The cameraman was also sensible and didn't go to the bathroom. Qin Bao introduced to Shui Mei, "This is my room. My brother is next door. Can I take a look at your room?" Shui Mei was excited. Qin Bao was already prepared. She turned the doorknob of her room. Suddenly, she heard Shui Mei's excited voice, "Can I take a look at your brother's room?" Sure. Qin Bao resentfully let go of the doorknob. Why didn't you follow the routine? I spent so much time tidying up the house. She turned to open the door to Qin Zai's room. She needed to tidy up her own room. Qin Bao was very assured that her brother's room wouldn't have piles of smelly socks or suspicious tissues. Her brother's room was always clean and tidy. Shui Mei called the cameraman to follow her in. Chapter 173. Shui Mei was looking forward to finding something in Qin Zai's room. It could be a manuscript of a song or a piano piece. It was said that a room was a person's most private place. To understand a person, just looking at his room was enough. This was a 20 square meter room. It could be even smaller. The furnishings were also simple. There was a double bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. There were anime posters on the wall beside the bed. There was a blackboard beside the desk. The windows were open, and hot air rushed into the room. Such a simple style did not look like an artist's room. The camera slowly swept across the room, focusing on the desk. However, there was nothing on the desk except for a notebook, finance books, a pen holder, and a lamp. Her eyes swept across the blackboard, and her eyes lit up. Miss Qin is a finance major? Qin Bao smiled and nodded. Yes, he's a finance major. The camera focused on the blackboard. Finally finding something useful, Shui Mei asked curiously, "It's written on stocks, right?" She did not invest in stocks, nor was she a finance major. The blackboard was filled with professional terms and symbols. She did not understand it, but it was impressive. Yes, it's stocks, the uncle with the camera suddenly said. He had been a shareholder for more than 10 years. Some of his basic knowledge was even more solid than a university student. It's written on some analysis and predictions of a certain stock. It's more detailed, Old Wang said. Shui Mei said, the stock market has been very popular recently. Many of my friends have invested in it. How's this stock? Old Wang fixed the camera, took out his phone, and searched the stock company's mobile app. He shook his head. It's very average. The spring breeze of the stock market's recovery did not seem to have affected it. I always thought that Miss Qin was a liberal arts major. So he's a science major. He looks so professional, Shui Mei said to the camera. She did not want to talk about this topic. If it was Old Wang, it would definitely be edited out. She pointed the camera at the blackboard for a few seconds. Just as she was about to leave the room, she saw something under the table. Something fell. Shui Mei bent down and picked it up. It was a blue notebook. She glanced at it curiously and saw the date, weather, and words like sister and Hongqiao. She suppressed her curiosity and did not want to pry into other people's privacy. She placed the notebook on the desk and said, "It's a diary." Diary? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She thought, when did the little red guy write a diary? She picked up the notebook and wanted to flip through it, but she held back. The camera was there, and it was not good to touch her brother's privacy, although she never thought that her brother had such things. Julie Investment Company. There were 3 investment departments in Julie, and Li Linfeng was in charge of one of them. This newly established company had many shortcomings. For example, there were 3 departments, but there was no division of labor. Each department could invest in funds, stocks, futures, and cash at the same time. In the eyes of Li Linfeng, who used to work as a middle manager in a securities company, this was simply nonsense. He couldn't figure out what President Su was thinking. He had once looked down on the woman who was nearly 10 years younger than him, even though she had studied abroad at an internationally renowned university and obtained a master's degree in finance and a doctorate in business administration. Later, Su talked to him deeply, and he completely changed his mind. No one knew what the two of them talked about. The office door knocked a few times, and Li Linfeng said aloud, "Come in." The 2 salted fish who had just joined the company pushed the door and entered. He glanced at the documents in the hands of the 2 salted fish. They were thin and held in a folder. "Let me see." Li Linfeng smiled. He preferred to train young people. He liked to chat with young people and boast about what he was like in the past. These 2 salted fish. He had his own evaluation in his heart. Yang Jian was very smart and had great potential. Unfortunately, he was lazy and had no courage and fierceness. The more prosperous the indigenous people in the area, the more so. In terms of hard work and fierceness, the older generation of businessmen in Zhe province was the most powerful. Otherwise, Zhe province would not have become the #1 private province. Only the rich people were better than Shanghai City. It was just that the vast area diluted the prosperity. There was also Qin Zhe. His character was very gentle and his temper was good. He usually got along with him and did not look like a pervert who could get full marks in exams. His potential was definitely huge, but his workplace experience was 0. As for his ability, it was yet to be tested. Perhaps he could get a glimpse of it from this investment proposal. Li Linfeng took the 2 proposals and looked at Yang Jian first. He spent 5 minutes going through it and looked satisfied. The idea is very mature and the operation method is also based. Have you played in futures before? Yang Jian nodded. I started when I was in university. It's just that I didn't earn much from my tuition fees and pocket money every year. The futures market is 2F** king unreasonable. Some capitalists are even worse than stocks. Li Linfeng nodded and looked at Qin Zhe's investment proposal again. He was shocked. Handwritten? Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. He did not reply. Yang Jian teased, "You're still too young." Yang Jian recorded the proposal into the computer and printed it out at the company this morning. Qin Zhe did not think of this. He even bought the A4 paper himself. It was purely handmade. He lacked office experience. Old Master was right about one thing. Working behind closed doors would never make one a great talent. Experience was not something one could come up with one's brain. Qin Zhe agreed, so he came to work. Li Linfeng browsed through the unconventional proposal. He felt that it was very interesting and was about to read it in detail. His computer beeped and the company's internal communication software flashed. He opened it. Meeting at 10 a.m. in conference room 2. Managers of investment departments 1 to 3 must attend on time. No leave is allowed. Li Linfeng looked at his watch. The time was 9:45. He said, "You can go back first." Li Linfeng went to the toilet. At 9:50 a.m., he opened the glass door of conference room 2. The other 2 managers were already waiting. Seeing him enter, they smiled and greeted him. Then they chatted among themselves. The content was nothing more than business. For example, the recent stock market boom and the hundreds of thousands of yuan invested had been very profitable. During the conversation, the 2 smokers kept rubbing their cigarette boxes. Obviously, they were addicted to smoking and only hoped that the meeting would end soon. Although the government had increased the smoking ban, they had their own office. It was no problem for them to hide and smoke. However, they could not smoke during the meeting. Li Linfeng took the time to look at Qin Zhe's investment proposal. He had only glanced at it briefly before and did not study it in detail. He first searched for Black Donkey Technology on his phone. It was a technology stock on the growth enterprise market. After seeing the half-dead K-line chart, Li Linfeng almost shot Qin Zhe's proposal. Considering the guy's impressive results when he first joined the company and his patience to read deeply, he gradually became engrossed in it. Gradually, he was engrossed in reading. He picked up the pen that he always brought for meetings and started to draw circles. There was a lot of solid information in the proposal. It was not a long theory. He clicked on the company details that came with the stock trading software and checked the financial statements of Black Donkey Technology for the past 2 years. Although people who speculated in the stock market knew that this thing was F***king fake. Using distorted or even fake accounting information to attract investment was a common tactic used by some companies. However, it could be used as a reference. When he saw that the proposal detailed the number and amount of financing of Black Donkey Technology, Li Linfeng circled it and searched for relevant information on the internet. Sure enough, this company raised a total of 1 billion yuan in March, May, and August this year. How could a stock on the growth enterprise market get so much money? Since there was so much money, why didn't the stock market rise when it was gradually warming up? The old driver Li Linfeng smelled a trace of something fishy. As a successful investor, it was important to catch bull stocks. However, there were too many listed companies, and it was impossible to study every stock in depth. Investment companies generally locked the industry sector first, and then selected individual stocks. Li Linfeng began to study this stock, so that Suyu didn't notice when he approached the conference room, holding a pen and writing something. "This time I called you here for a short meeting," Suyu said. "The company has been established for less than half a year, and there are many contradictions in the distribution of business. Don't wonder why there is no division of labor since 3 investment departments have been established. It makes no sense to divide into 3 investment departments." Suyu put a stack of documents on the conference table. "I have a summary of all the investment projects of your 3 departments. Each department has losses and losses, but after all, it is profitable. I am very pleased. Through this report, the strengths and weaknesses of your department can be seen at a glance. The purpose of this meeting is to officially start the division of labor, and each investment department focuses on its own strengths." After a long time, Li Linfeng suddenly found that the president's voice disappeared, and the conference room was quiet. Looking up at the main seat, it was empty. Then he found that the beautiful president of the company was standing behind him without him knowing, quietly staring at his investment plan. The other two investment managers looked at him playfully. Li Linfeng calmly blocked the plan and said, "President Su, please continue." Su Yu ignored him, reached for the plan, smiled and said, "It's very interesting, and it's handwritten." The veteran said, "It's written by a newcomer. It's quite deep, so I studied it." Su Yu's eyes flashed and asked, "Which newcomer?" Li Linfeng finally showed an embarrassed look and said, "Let's not talk about this. Can we continue the meeting?" "Qin Zhe," he said. Su Yu said, "Oh," and returned the plan to him. He said lightly, "You are from a securities company. The stock investment income of your department is the best. You can do this in the future. Futures, spot, etc., investment as appropriate." The meeting is over. Su Yu returned to the office and called an assistant. "You inform Li Linfeng and let him set up an investment project. Now go to the finance department to report. Do it according to the plan. Black donkey technology, he will understand when you say it." The assistant asked, "How much is the fund?" 1 million. Su Yu thought about it and changed his words, 2 million. The assistant left. Su Yu leaned on the chair and turned around, thinking, "It's a mule or a horse, try it." Chapter 174. Thank you, Miss Qin. Today's interview will end here. Xue Mei was relieved and beamed. Qin Bao Bao shook hands with her and old Wang, who was carrying the camera, and sent them out. Watching them take the elevator downstairs, Qin Bao Bao turned around and closed the door. She threw herself on the sofa and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. After leaving Qin Zhe's room, Xue Mei asked a lot of questions, such as the netizens' comments on the new album, the process of writing songs, and some trivial things in life. Xue Mei would mention Qin Zhe and try to squeeze Qin Bao's information out of Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao said what she should say, but she didn't say what she shouldn't say. For example, "Does your brother have a girlfriend?" Qin Bao Bao chose to ignore such an outrageous question. She lay on the sofa and heard her stomach grumble twice. It was time for lunch. Qin Bao Bao shouted, straightened her small waist, and bounced her 2 legs. She wanted to imitate the heroes on TV, but she obviously overestimated herself. Instead of bouncing up, she rolled off the sofa. She groaned and rubbed her knees as she stood up and limped into the kitchen. There were leftovers from last night in the fridge. They could be eaten after a few minutes in the microwave. With her current identity, it was not easy to order takeout. One of the reasons was to expose her address. If she met a pervert who saw that she was alone at home, he would have evil thoughts and force himself on her. Qin Bao Bao felt that she could only commit suicide. She put the leftovers into the microwave and hummed a messy song happily. "I have a little brother, but I never ride him. It's good to have a little brother who can cook." That's right, the diary. Qin Bao Bao's concept of privacy never included a little brother. In the past, she often looked through Qin Zhe's phone, so Qin Zhe didn't even dare to look at porn. He couldn't be stubborn in this regard because the phone was bought by his sister. Later on, smartphones came with a fingerprint unlocking function, which finally ushered in the spring of privacy rights. She walked into Qin Zhe's room. The moment her hand touched the diary, she hesitated. "After all, my brother is already so old. He should have some privacy. Isn't it inappropriate for me to read his diary like this?" However, peeking at a diary was the most exciting. It was said that everyone would pour out their most private things in a diary. Maybe I'll be able to discover my brother's secret. With that in mind, Qin Bao Bao flipped open the diary. When Qin Zhe got home from work, he found his diary on his laptop. Her expression immediately changed. She turned around and rushed out of the room. She questioned Qin Bao Bao in the living room, "Did you touch my diary?" His expression was very strange. He was nervous and fearful, but there was also a faint trace of anticipation. The diary recorded his mother's meeting with a strange man at Hongqiao, as well as Qin Zhe's speculation about his sister's top-up gift. Qin Bao Bao said blankly, "What diary?" Qin Zhe didn't say anything. He stared at his sister, trying to see something from her face. However, his sister's expression was cute. "My diary has been touched," Qinze said in a low voice. "Oh, the diary under your table?" Qin Bao suddenly realized. "I put it on the table for you. You're always so forgetful. Why did you enter my room?" Qinze's eyes flashed sharply, just like Detective Conan's speculation about the murderer. "There's an interview today. They came to record it at home. Since you're so famous, they asked to see your room," Qin Bao said. "I thought that there were no suspicious tissues in your room, so I let them in." "How am I suspicious?" Wang Zijin looked away from the TV series and looked over. "The tissues are not Zijin's. It's none of your business." Qinze waved his hand. "I happened to see your diary fall on the floor, so I picked it up." "Really? The show will be broadcast online next week. You can watch it yourself." Qinze was skeptical. Later, he really searched online and reluctantly believed his sister. The days flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of September. Midsummer was over. However, the temperature showed no signs of dropping. The sun was poisonous. From the beginning of August until now, the changes in the stock market could be described as earth-shattering. First, the central bank cut interest rates again, causing risk-free returns to decline, causing a large amount of idle funds to flow into the market. Financial stocks represented by brokerages, banks, and insurance companies suddenly showed their strength. They broke through the 2,500, 2,700, 2,900, 3,000 and so on. The trend could be described as overwhelming and shocking. At this point, the bull market had truly arrived. Although the stock market had recovered before, it was still hesitant and trembling. The financial world had different views on this. Some thought that it was a rebound after the crash, but it didn't mean that it would continue to rise. Some analyzed that under the background of the huge economic downturn, industries were declining, and the colorful real estate bubble was on the verge of bursting. The government was bound to take action. The bull market was here. Not only the elites in the financial world thought so, but even ordinary people who didn't invest in stocks were aware of this. Because there were constantly people around them who invested in the stock market, the news broadcasted the good news of the stock market's rise, and their relatives and friends boasted about how much money they made in the stock market. Under the crazy promotion, there were constantly new people pouring into the stock market, old shareholders and new shareholders, throwing all their money into the stock market to make money. The result was that the bull market was going crazy, and the stock market rose to the extent that capitalists and individual investors were envious. Before Li Linfeng knocked on the door of the president's office, he heard a crisp bang sound inside, as if something was broken. He stood at the door and hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door with great determination. The office was suddenly quiet. After a moment, Su Yu's voice said, "Come in." In front of the spacious desk, the beautiful president was wearing an office lady suit that accentuated her figure. Her pretty face was beautiful and refined, and her temperament was elegant. Li Linfeng's eyes quickly swept across the terrazzo floor. There were no broken limbs. Was it an illusion just now? "What's the matter?" Su Yu asked. Li Linfeng summarized the investment projects of the investment department in half a month into a stack of forms and put them in front of Su Yu's desk. "President Su, take a look at this." Su Yu's starry eyes glanced at him, picked up the form and looked at it. "Not bad, the return is more than 80%. Is there a problem?" "Take a look at this project first." Li Linfeng pulled out a form from it. "It is because the return is very good that I suggest cutting this project." Su Yu narrowed her eyes. This form was the income statement of the investment project that came from Qinze's proposal. "The bull market is coming, more fierce than we thought. Now more than 100 stocks are hitting the upper limit every day, and 60% of the sector is on the positive line. The market seems to be far from the top, and it may break through 4,000 points in the future. I think we should collect the funds and use them where they should be used to maximize the profit. After all, the bull market won't last too long." Li Linfeng expressed his opinion. The stock market was investment abroad, but in China, it was called stock speculation. Commonly known as speculation. I don't care if the market is healthy or not, deformed or not, I just care about making money. The domestic stock market has a tacit function. The reshuffling of the capital market is personally promoted by the invisible big hand. Just take it as a long line. Suyu was very calm. You are an old man in this industry. You should know what it means for Black Donkey Technology to raise 1 billion but not to raise it. Li Linfeng smiled bitterly. But similar eye-catching incidents are not uncommon. The stock market is a game, and there is never the possibility of 1 + 1 = 2. We can't underestimate other people's IQ. Do you need to teach me this? Suyu glanced at him. The company's funds are not endless, but at least it is sufficient. I will give you another 2 million, and you will withdraw from this project. Don't. I'll follow. I'm just expressing my own opinion. Li Linfeng smiled bitterly. Women, they would fall out with just a word of disagreement. Suyu said, you go out first. Li Linfeng retreated. Before closing the door, he found that the president's mouse pad was empty and the mouse was gone. The office was quiet again. Suyu leaned over to pick up the remains of the mouse under his feet and threw it into the trash can. She took out the spare mouse from the drawer and replaced it. If someone stood next to her, they could see the computer screen showing a game. The screen was frozen, and the 2 bright red failed were shocking. She lost the 4th game today. Don't mention how angry she was. Since the solo game that day, the 2 of them have been fighting. Like primary school students, they made an appointment to fight on the top of the forbidden after lunch. Suyu has eaten countless Annie teaching videos in the past few days. Every time she is in high spirits to find the bitch to fight, the result ends in failure. She boasts that she is smart, but her hand speed is a little slow. Isn't this a game that depends on IQ? The Great God's operation is also average. Why can't I beat the bitch? The bitch sent her a private message. Dead trash, I'll beat you in minutes. Suyu was too lazy to pay attention to her. Unexpectedly, the bitch beat the dog in the water and didn't stop. Aren't you very arrogant? I'll teach you how to behave in minutes. The hand speed of primary school students, dare to fight with me? Overestimating yourself. Come again. Come again. Whoever is scared is a dog. Suyu clenched her teeth. She still had half an hour of free time and decisively invited the bitch. The 5th game began. Bang bang bang. Suyu has never hated knocking on the door as much as today. She suppressed her anger. Come in. The guy who visited her was Nan Man Pei's little lover, at least she thought so. Suyu frowned. What's the matter? Qin Zhe said, I've finished reading the company's market research for the last quarter. How was it? Suyu asked casually. Not bad, I benefited a lot. Qin Zhe said. He found that when Suyu talked to him, she didn't look at him. Her eyes were always staring at the computer, and her spring onion fingers were clicking on the mouse. How could this operation be so familiar? Suyu met his puzzled eyes and immediately sat up straight. She couldn't hold back her anger. Why don't you leave? Qin Zhe said, I want to see the company's financial statement for this quarter. Suyu was angry. Go to my assistant and get out quickly. Whether it was the market research report or the financial statement, especially the latter, not to mention a small employee like Qin Zhe, the middle management was not qualified to see it. Qin Zhe got through to Suyu through his relationship with Pei Jinnu. Of course, Suyu was not happy, but Nan Man Pei said that if he wanted to see it, she would show it to him. What secrets did a small broken company have, red headers? Suyu was choked by her best friend. Qin Zhe glanced at the beautiful president a few times. Did this woman have her period or took the wrong medicine? Her temper was so explosive. Then I can only leave. He left immediately and was too lazy to stay. He hated women who had a temper. It was better to be coquettish and cute like his sister. Hey, why do I feel like I've been tricked by a woman again? Looking back to the screen, Suyu found that she had been killed by the other party and was counting down to resurrect. The guy broke 2 defense towers in a row and pushed to the high ground. While waiting for the support of the small soldiers, he danced in place. Dead trash chicken, you don't move. Did you give up treatment? I can beat you 10 times. In the future, every time I see you online, I'll abuse you once. I won't accept it even if you beg for mercy. Suyu raised the mouse and threw it to the ground, breaking it in a crisp sound. MMP. After work, Suyu drove her red Ferrari home. It was not her father's villa, but a high-end apartment near the company. Since returning home, she asked her father for the down payment, and she never went back to that home to live once. Now, the mortgage has been paid off, and the down payment money has been transferred back to her father's bank account, although the old man said that he didn't need it. But she could imagine the woman sitting on the side with her bitter sarcasm. The Ferrari was parked in the underground parking garage. Even in this high-end apartment, it was the most conspicuous car. Ferrari's bright red color is a classic, suitable for both men and women. However, Suyu's last car was a Maserati, the same as Nan Man Pei, but much more expensive than Nan Man Pei's car. When she graduated and returned home, the old man gave it to her. Suyu didn't want it and left it in the villa's parking garage. Taking out the key to open the door, she stood at the door, took a deep breath, and her face was filled with a sweet smile like a little girl. I'm back. The room was empty, the wind poured in from the open window, and the curtains were flying. The house was 100 square meters, and it was a little empty for one person to live in. The furnishings of the house were very simple, single furniture, single daily necessities, and single women's slippers, which made the looming loneliness more and more clear. Suyu didn't think there was a problem at all. It was good to go home, and the children at home didn't panic. The first thing she did when she got home was always to take a bath, then make a cup of coffee and wear a bathrobe. Suyu sat in front of the computer with a cup. The slide chair was very big. She habitually curled her feet up on the chair, turned on the computer, and logged into the game. Some people say that life is short, but sometimes a short life can be particularly difficult. If you don't find something to kill time, how can you spend a lonely night? The cell phone rang. Suyu glanced at the mobile phone screen on the computer table. It was the old man. Dad, she answered the phone. Are you home? Have you had dinner? As usual, he was concerned. Suyu hummed a few times, listening to the old man rambling. She was impatient, frowned and said, Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Tomorrow your brother will come to work, and the position of deputy general manager will be left to him. Suyu felt a chill in her heart, but fortunately, she was used to it anyway. Are you as the largest shareholder, or as a father? She said with a sneer. What do you mean? Dad will always be your dad. The old man said. What did you say at the beginning of the year? Suyu imitated her father's voice. Dad only has you as a daughter, and the profits will be your dowry in the future. Dad will give you as much money as you want, and the company is up to you. Suyu sneered, although you are old, you are not so forgetful, are you? Still silent, as if he was choosing his words, the old man said earnestly, you have just graduated a few years ago, and your management and investment experience are shallow, and the domestic market is different from foreign countries. Dad wants your brother to help you. I will check for you, and the position of president is still yours. It's because the stock market is rising, and you want to get a share of the profits. Suyu sneered again. These words seemed to touch the old man's reverse scale, and he was angry. How can you talk like that? We are all siblings. Suyu's eyes were red, and she took the phone away, sniffed gently, and said lightly, up to you. She hung up the phone. Bitches, they are all bitches. The mobile phone rang again, and it was a National Day blessing text message, very formulaic, copy and paste, and then sent in batches. This mobile phone was her private mobile phone. The company's staff certainly did not know, and few friends would not send such a non-nutritious, junk, text message. She looked at the signature, Qin Zhe. No wonder, the only one among the employees who knew her private mobile phone number was him. Nan Man Pei certainly would not save her public number, and the mobile phone number given was naturally private. For Qin Zhe, she had a good impression of him. Today's rash intrusion made her succeed in a 5-game losing streak, and 1 point was deducted. Other than that, there was nothing else. Nan Man Pei seemed to be very interested in him. She did not know which nerve was pressed. It was best not to be an old cow eating young grass, or she would laugh at Nan Man Pei. Moreover, Siyu felt that she was very loyal and believed that her brother's wife should not be deceived. So she ignored Qin Zhe's blessing text message. At this time, she saw the great god online. The night was long, and it was more exciting to rank with the great god. Chapter 175. Qin Zhe found that his sister was becoming more and more obsessed with games. She even studied the instructional videos. He did not know what was wrong with her. Tonight, his sister pestered him to play games, but suddenly changed her mind. She went into the bathroom to take a shower and prepared to sleep. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Damn it, you stood me up even though I took off my pants." His obsessive-compulsive disorder was in the late stage, the kind that was incurable. Since he logged into the game, he had to play a few rounds before he stopped. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable all over. It was like spanking his sister's butt. He could not just hit her left butt, he had to hit her right butt too. Qin Bao Bao would scold him for being a pervert every time. As National Day approached, Qin Bao Bao taught her brother the way of the workplace. It was important to leave a good impression in front of the boss. He could not be a bootlicker or he would lose his reputation in front of his colleagues. But during festivals, he had to send a congratulatory message to the boss. This was called seriously going through the motions. It might not be useful, but if he did not send it, it would definitely affect the boss's impression. Qin Zhe said, "Sister is so awesome. Sister is my mentor and helpful friend. Sister, love you." Then he sent a congratulatory message to Li Linfeng and Su Yu. It was the kind that flew everywhere in the school group. "Guru, you're finally online. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Thank your sister, I feel disgusted when I think of the guy on the other side of the computer." Qin Zhe vented his anger at being stood up on, Canton Waste. She had always been tough, no matter how much he scolded her, she was fine. In view of her extraordinarily thick skin, Qin Zhe felt that it should be he and not she. He did not expose her. Anyway, on the internet, no matter who you were, even a dog would be fine. Everyone could still chat as long as it was not a scam. "I'm really a girl, a junior high school student. If you don't believe me, we can meet face to face," Canton Waste said. "I already said face to face, and you're still a girl?" Qin Zhe ridiculed. "Then I'm a girl. Let's play a game today, no matter who wins or loses." A game is also excellent. Qin Zhe invited Canton Waste, but was unexpectedly rejected. He was a little confused. Canton Waste sent a message, "Is that idiot here?" Qin Zhe did not react for a moment. Crossdresser. Now he understood. Qin Zhe said, "We're taking a shower. Just the two of us. Besides, you're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. If my sister is an idiot, then what am I?" Was he an idiot? Yes, my whole family are idiots. With such thick skin, if you were a girl, I would cut off your dick on a live stream. Take a bath? Are they roommates? Guru is indeed a university student. Hourglass figure firmly believed that the crossdresser was a man. Qin Zhe did not explain. There was no need to. After winning the first victory of the day with ease, Hourglass figure exclaimed, "Guru, your skills have improved tremendously." 666. Qin Zhe snorted in disdain. Salted fish. Anyone who only knew how to shout 666 was a salted fish. After a round, his sister finally finished bathing. Qin Zhe could finally release the piss that he had been holding in. As soon as Qin Bao Bao opened the door, he rushed in, pushed his sister out of the door, and hurriedly took out his weapon. He turned his head abruptly and saw Qin Bao Bao peeking through the crack of the door. Qin Zai's expression changed. He shouted, "What are you looking at?" Qin Bao Bao spat guiltily. "Who wants to look at your little earthworm?" She turned her butt and walked away. The next day, Qin Zai spent 2 hours in the morning to finish reading the company's financial report. This kind of thing was difficult for a layman to read. The system urged him, quickly exchange it for advanced financial mastery. Qin Zai ignored it. He felt that the system was cheating him of his points. He thought that he could become a man who could change the world. Later on, he felt that he could only be the man behind his sister. The reason was that the points given by the system were not good enough. For example, the country was now eager to revive industries. There were many high-end products in the system, and the exchange points were astronomical. Anyway, Qin Zai would not be able to afford it even if he touched his sisters but until the end of time. What AF * King Lo system? After reading the financial report, he went to Li Linfeng's office and knocked on the door. He wanted to ask about his experience in trading. But Li Linfeng was not there. The company's internal message group had just issued an announcement to summon the company's middle management for a meeting. After the meeting, Qin Zai went to Su Yu's office again and returned the financial report. Originally, he didn't want to go to the president's office in person. He felt that the woman's temper was a bit temperamental. Qin Zai certainly didn't know that it was his Jijie who made the beautiful president angry. But Su Yu's assistant had something to do and asked for leave. He was not familiar with the financial department. He didn't know who to give the report to. Moreover, a small employee swaggered across the city with the report, which could easily lead to rumors. "Come in." Su Yu's cold voice. Qin Zai sighed and pushed the door in. He found that in addition to the beautiful president, there was a man in his 30s in the office. He was dressed in a suit and his greasy hair was meticulously combed. He sat on the comfortable leather sofa and looked at his eyes full of superior scrutiny. Qin Zai had never seen this guy. He only thought that he was a business partner of the company. He put the financial report in the president's office. "President Su, I'll return the financial report." Su Yu glanced at it and didn't speak. The man on the sofa asked, "Financial report? I don't remember you being in the finance department." Qin Zai looked at him and turned to look at Su Yu. Su Yu said lightly, "I showed him the financial report." The man raised his eyebrows. "Who is this? I didn't see him at the meeting just now." Financial reports were not something that ordinary people could see, unless this young man was a middle-level manager or above. Was there such a young manager in the company? He didn't miss any opportunity to pick on his sister's mistakes. "I've only been in the company for more than half a month," Qin Zai said. Su Yu glanced at him and seemed to blame him for talking too much. "Nan Man's friend came to the company to play," Su Yu said. The man was stunned and didn't speak. He knew Nan Man Pei. She was a strong woman that even his father had to be careful with. It was said that she was quite powerful in the Northeast and Shanghai. A few years ago, she did business with his father several times and met his sister Su Yu. He heard that Su Yu had a good relationship with her after returning to China. Nan Man Pei happened to be one of the shareholders of Julie. In fact, Julie didn't lack her funds. It was Su Yu who forced Nan Man Pei to invest. Su Hao understood that his sister was trying to rope in allies. Qin Zai said, "Boss Su, I'll go out then." Su Yu nodded. Back in the office, Qin Zai heard several female colleagues whispering. "There's a new vice president in the company. He's quite handsome. I heard that he's Boss Su's brother." Qin Zai listened to a few words and buried himself in his notes about market research and financial reports. Market research could allow him to quickly understand the market, and financial reports could directly see the prospects and income of an investment company, which had important reference value. A reprimand came from outside the office door. "I've been paying attention to you for a long time. You've been wandering around all the major offices all morning. Do you have nothing to do at work? You're slacking everywhere, and now you're here. Then Yang Jian's voice. Boss Su, I'm from the investment department. I'm back. The man seemed to be choked by Yang Jian's cheekiness. He paused for a few seconds and continued to reprimand. How come I didn't know that the investment department was so free? Your department's task allocation is very problematic. The nagging reprimand for a few minutes attracted the attention of the surrounding colleagues. When Qin Zhe walked out of the office, Yang Jian grinned and muttered. Su Ritian, you're paralyzed. The new vice president? Qin Zhe looked at his back as he walked away. He thought to himself, this name is really extraordinary. Wasn't this the man he met in Su Yu's office? Yes, his name is Su Hao. It's said that he's Boss Su's brother. Yang Jian said, this morning's high-level meeting was about this matter. I heard it from the girl at the front desk. It seems that your slacking at work is not for nothing. I'm too lazy to care about him. Tomorrow is National Day. Let's think about where to go. Yang Jian didn't take the shameful thing to heart. The business of the investment company is closely related to the bank, and there is no docking of employees' holidays. Although Shanghai is the national financial center, there are a lot of companies working overtime during the holidays. Where to go during the National Day holiday is a problem. All the scenic spots in the country are bound to be crowded, which will hurt the enthusiasm of tourists. Qin Zhe is more of a homebody. He is most afraid of places where people rub shoulders. In the past, during the school holidays, he would stay at home to play games, or he would be forced to play by his sister, but it was limited to Shanghai. Now, he has greater ideals and ambitions and feels that he can't waste his youth on playing. Regarding the homebody point, Wang Zijin and he are birds of a feather. The female hipster likes to find a coffee house to read quietly and drink coffee or tea. Although Qin Bao Bao is lazy, she is not a homebody and likes to play. She likes to pull her brother together, otherwise, she feels bored. 8:30 in the evening. Okay, let's meet tomorrow morning and drive together. Well, there should be 3 people on my side. Bye. Qin Bao Bao threw away her mobile phone, got up from the yoga mat, inserted between her brother and her best friend, and said, let's go to Hangzhou for a trip. Qin Bao Bao recently began to learn yoga with the purpose of shaping, although her figure is already very hot. The reason is because of a quarrel with her brother. Qin Zhe cursed his sister that her breasts are too big and will sag when she is old. Qin Bao Bao's expression was disdainful at that time. Who knows that the next day, she bought a yoga mat and yoga teaching CDs and started to practice yoga in the living room. In fact, with her exercise volume, as long as she pays attention to exercise in the future and her figure is not out of shape, there will be no risk of sag. Qin Zhe asked, who are you calling? Qin Bao Bao put her legs on her brother's lap and rested her head on her best friend's chest, which is a few sizes smaller than her. Zhang Ye called. Let's go out and play during the National Day holiday. Also, Chen Qinghong and their boyfriends. Wang Zijin said, I won't go. Qin Bao Bao didn't insist. Her best friend is very arrogant, although she is usually gentle. Wang Zijin likes Qin Bao Bao, but she doesn't necessarily like her circle of friends. She is not familiar with Zhang Ye and Chen Qinghong. I won't go either. Qin Zhe just finished speaking when he saw his sister staring at him coldly. I won't go. Qin Zhe said unyieldingly. You have to go. Qin Bao Bao used her shadowless kick and lightly kicked her brother a few times. I'm not familiar with your best friends. What a lousy excuse. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Qin Bao Bao's eyes wandered between her brother and her best friends. Wang Zijin said, I'm going to the bathroom. She pushed Qin Bao Bao's head away and went into the bathroom. As soon as her best friends left, his sister started to make a scene. She rolled on the sofa and said that her brother doesn't love her anymore. Her brother forgot her mother when he got a wife, and she wasted her efforts to raise him. Are you sure you were raised by feces and urine? Qin Zhe was shocked by his sister's valiant rhetoric. How long do you stay? Qin said helplessly. One day. I'll come back after a night's rest. Qin could only nod. Chapter 176. Wang Zijin is happy to be a salted fish at home. The brother and sister don't care. She is not a guest. There is no such thing as bad hospitality. Watching the brother and sister leave, Wang Zijin's mobile phone ding-dong, a message notification. Sister Ziwei, how long will you stay in Shanghai? Until the end of time. Don't, you will make my brother have no face to see people. Wang Zijin curls her lips. You say it as if I am your child bride. Sister child bride, my dream since I was a child is for you to be my sister-in-law. You and my brother are childhood sweethearts. You two are innocent. You are a match made in heaven. Wang Zijin is helpless to this guy who is not a sister but is better than a sister. This kind of thing depends on fate. When will you come back? Do you want me to go to Shanghai to find you? Don't make trouble. If the adults in the family change their mind one day, I will naturally come back. Don't come back with a cub. Wang Zijin shakes her head and smiles. She thinks of Qin for no reason. This little red guy can't even understand such an obvious hint. He only knows sister all day long. The little red horse enters the highway and stops in the service area 15 kilometers away. The two sides agreed to meet here. There are many vehicles in the service area. There are many people who choose to travel on National Day every year. About half an hour later, Qin Bao sees a white Audi approaching. The window of the passenger seat slides down, revealing Chen Qinghong's smiling face. The window of the back seat slides down. Zhang Ye pokes her head out and waves with a smile. Chen Qinghong has delicate facial features and a cold temperament. She is somewhat similar to Suyu. They belong to the cold and elegant type of beauty. Zhang Ye's smile is like a flower. She is still so beautiful and charming. The Audi is the car of Chen Qinghong's boyfriend, Chu Feng. The two of them pay the down payment together. Every month, they have to pay more than 3,000 yuan for the car loan. There are still 2 years left. After Qin Bao greets them, she turns her head and says in a coquettish voice, Emperor, this concubine is exhausted. You drive this Fergana horse. Qin rolled his eyes. Why do I need you, my beloved concubine, to do everything myself? Qin Bao said, you can ride a BMW during the day and ride a concubine at night. Get the F***ck out of here. Qin Bao wasn't just being lazy. She wanted to train her younger brother's driving skills so that she wouldn't have to be the coachman every time they went out. The red BMW followed the white Audi out of the service area and drove to Hangzhou, which was 170 kilometers away. The journey from Shanghai to Hangzhou is about 2 hours. If you travel in the middle of the night, you can travel faster. But now is the peak period, and the maximum speed is 120 kilometers per hour. No matter how fast you go, you will not be able to speed up. Also, it is not safe. Every year during the peak period, there will be a few car accidents. You cannot guarantee that all the drivers are smart. There were too many idiots on the highway. West Lake was a must-visit in Hangzhou. For thousands of years, it had become the tourist card and cultural symbol of Hangzhou. However, the destination of this trip was the Thousand Island Lake, which had the reputation of being the most beautiful lake in the world. The lake with the most islands in the world. Qin and Qin Bao came to the Thousand Island Lake once when they were in junior high school. The Qin family was well off and the old man was an educator. During the winter and summer vacations, he would bring his children out to play. When they arrived at the scenic area, it was already noon. Unsurprisingly, there were quite a lot of tourists. They found a special restaurant with white walls and black tiles, which was full of the charm of the Jiangnan water town. The small private room had floor-to-ceiling windows, and the scenery outside could be faintly seen. Lunch was all local specialties, such as Thousand Island Lake fish head, Thousand Island jade turtle, fish head soup, farmer's tofu pot. Even though the private room was air-conditioned, they still sweated. The atmosphere at the table was good. Women talked about women and men talked about men. Actually, it will be more interesting if we can come here on different days. Zhang Ye's boyfriend, Cheng Yi, said. The Thousand Island Lake was his idea. He came here once with a client. He felt that this place was good and wanted to take his girlfriend out for a trip. How can we have time? Chu Feng said with a smile, Here, Bao Bao, if we have time, we can come here on different days. His eyes fell on Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face. Even though he had stopped thinking about her, every time he saw her face, he couldn't help but feel waves in his heart. He once wanted to introduce his boss to Qin Bao Bao, who had never had a boyfriend, but now it seemed that it was not going to happen. Since she became a big star, his boss who had a small net worth backed off. With that little net worth, he couldn't control her. In the work of a star, there was no such thing as holidays. If they had time, they would be busy. If they didn't, they would be idle. Qin Bao Bao replied with a lukewarm She didn't show any extra smile just because he was her best friend's boyfriend. Anyway, Chu Feng was used to it. After knowing her for so many years, she had always been indifferent to other men except for her brother. Sometimes, Chu Feng wondered what kind of man she would find in the future. Or she would gradually lose herself in the entertainment industry. We came out to play during the holidays. Maybe we won't have time in the future. Cheng Yi raised his glass and announced, Zhang Ye and I will be engaged at the end of the year. It had been 4 years since they met and fell in love. The engagement was a matter of course. Everyone raised their glasses and gave their blessings. Are you going to buy a house at the end of the year? Chen Qinghong asked. She knew that Zhang Ye and Cheng Yi had been saving money to buy a house. When they had enough money for the down payment, they would get married. Both of them worked hard and fought together. Zhang Ye smiled sweetly and said, Cheng Yi has made some money in the stock market recently. If everything goes smoothly, we can get married at the end of the year, let alone the down payment. But we are going to get married next year and get engaged at the end of the year. Chen Qinghong immediately said, Now many people are speculating in the stock market. It feels like they are picking up money. But Ah Feng and I don't know much about it, so we don't dare to touch it. In the eyes of many people, the stock market was not a good place. The truth was so. There were many jingles among the old shareholders, go in smiling, come out crying. The boss goes in, the worker comes out. The villa goes in, the straw hut comes out. Yao Ming goes in, Pan Changjiang comes out. Don't complain about why there are Yao Ming and Pan Changjiang in this world. Then it's best not to touch it. There are many people who lose money in the bull market. Most of them lose money blindly chasing after the market and frequently buying high and selling low. The way for newbies to avoid losses is to buy long-term stocks. When the stock market is rising, as long as it is not a rubbish stock, it can rise. It's just that you can earn more than you can earn. Cheng Yi spoke frankly. It could be seen that he had a lot of knowledge and experience in the stock market. Chen Qinghong hesitated for a moment and gritted her teeth. Cheng Yi, why don't you take us to the stock market? Her family background was average. Her boyfriend, Chu Feng, had a small family background. But it was definitely not to the point of buying a house easily. Now that Zhang Ye and Cheng Yi were almost in front of her, Chen Qinghong couldn't help but be tempted. Cheng Yi thought for a moment and nodded, okay. With the current trend of the stock market, there is no possibility of a big drop. But don't invest too much, or I will feel pressured. Chen Qinghong looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng pondered for a moment and said, let's invest 100,000. 100,000 was their limit. Cheng Yi smiled, 100,000 is fine. Any more and I won't dare to take you guys to play. Chu Feng proposed a toast to Cheng Yi. If it was an ordinary friend, he would definitely not take out his savings. But they both graduated from Fudan University and have known each other for many years. Their girlfriends were also best friends. They knew each other very well and had a very close relationship. Cheng Yi saw Qin Bao and her brother fighting over the fish head. Qin Bao lost, and the fish head fell into Qin Zai's bowl. She simply went to snatch her brother's bowl. Her brother was also despicable. He actually lowered his head and licked the fish head. At this moment, Qin Bao was strangling her brother. It was rare for him to show his divinity in front of people, but she did not pay attention. Bao Bao, do you want to play too? Cheng Yi manually started a wave of divinity in front of people, just treat it as earning some pocket money. It's not likely that you will lose money. Also, I heard that celebrities spend a lot of money. Qin Bao Bao said, no need, no need. I gave all my money to my brother. He is also speculating in the stock market. Qin Zhe looked at her and said in his heart, when did my money become your money? Qin Zhe is also speculating in the stock market? Cheng Yi was stunned. I remember that you have just started your internship. Do you have any experience in the stock market? Although the stock market is doing well now, if someone is making money, there will definitely be someone losing money. You have to be extra careful. Don't blindly chase after the stock market and don't listen to the rumors online. Chu Feng frowned and warned, if you are not losing money, quickly withdraw. Don't risk your sister's money. If you want to learn how to speculate in the stock market, you can ask Cheng Yi for advice. Or like us, ask him to help you earn some money. Zhang Ye said unhappily, who asked you to be so nosy? His father is a professor at the University of Finance. Don't worry about him. Qin Qinghong said, Bao Bao, how much did you invest? Qin Bao Bao raised 4 fingers. Qin Qinghong guessed, 40,000. Qin Bao Bao shook her head. Qin Qinghong was shocked, don't tell me it was 400,000. Qin Bao Bao nodded. There were gasps at the dining table. Did you make money? Cheng Yi asked. A little. Qin Zhe smiled. How much? Cheng Yi asked. Not much. Cheng Yi saw that he did not say anything and looked at him with an expression that said, I don't believe you can make money. Qin Qinghong said worriedly, Bao Bao, why don't you give the money to Cheng Yi? As for Qin Zhe, if he wants to practice, just keep a few tens of thousands. Treat it as tuition. What kind of tuition is that? Chu Feng agreed, that's a good idea. Although Qin Bao Bao always teased her brother, in front of outsiders, she could not bear to see her brother being looked down upon. She turned her head and said, where's your phone? Take it out and let me see. I also want to know how much money you made. Qin Zhe was not happy. He shook his head and said, forget it. There's nothing to see. No one was willing to show their bank balance to others, and securities accounts were more private. The stock selection, the delivery list, and the amount of profit were all very private things. Give me your phone. Qin Bao Bao did not care so much. She took the initiative to take his phone, pinched her brother's thumb, and pressed the unlock button. Then she logged in the account password. Qin Zhe's bank card, game account, chat app, and securities account were all the same. His own birthday. At most, he would add the pinyin, Qin Zhe, in front of it. Qin Bao Bao gave it a try and logged in. Chapter 177. Qin Zhe thought to himself, you're forcing me to show my power. You're really my sister. Qin Bao Bao logged into her account and glanced at the profit and loss. She smiled and said, well, I did make some money. She handed her phone to them. Qin Qinghong took it first. She glanced at it and couldn't help but open her mouth. Zhang Ye, who was sitting beside her, came over to take a look. She was also stunned and counted the zeros. 7 digits. Chu Feng saw the expressions of the 2 women and leaned over curiously to take a look. He was instantly stunned. This number was definitely a blow to him. What did 7 digits mean? In the eyes of the rich, this amount of money was not worth mentioning. However, it was a number that many young people could only dream of. Even if he graduated from Fudan University and received a salary of 10,000 yuan a month, after deducting rent, utilities, and other expenses, how much would he have left? How long would he have to save to reach 28 million yuan? There was no harm without comparison. Qinze had just started his internship and he had already made so much money from the stock market. And he was still proud of the commission of a few thousand yuan a month. The one who was hurt the most was Cheng Yi. Just now, he was still proudly showing off that he had made money in the stock market. Damn, it turned out that there was a god beside him. Bao Bao, you invested more than 400,000 yuan, right? Cheng Yi said unwillingly. A 400,000 yuan capital and a profit of 1.8 million yuan? How was that possible? Just 400,000 yuan. Qin Bao Bao said casually, actually, it doesn't matter if I make money or not. The main thing is that it's for him to practice. I don't care about this small amount of money. I don't care about this small amount of money, Qinze thought to himself, sister is indeed my sister. Her ability to show her power is better than mine. I'm impressed. Cheng Yi didn't believe it and wanted to look at Qinze's transaction history. However, Qinze had already taken back his phone and put it in his pocket. He said, I'm going out for a smoke. Zhanya immediately followed him out. I'm going to the toilet. Qinze bit on a cigarette. Seeing Zhanya following behind him, he understood and handed her a cigarette. Still haven't quit? I learned it when I broke up with my first boyfriend in high school. At that time, I was very innocent. I just held his hand and felt that I would marry him in the future. When we broke up, I cried my eyes out and learned to smoke to drown my sorrows. Zhanya saw Qinze bring the lighter over. She lowered her head and sucked on the cigarette butt. I've almost forgotten what my first love looked like, but I can't get rid of the habit of smoking. It's better to smoke less. It's not good for girls to smoke. Qinze said. Go away, Zhanya said angrily. Don't bother about me. You're not my boyfriend. Your boyfriend is inside. Do you want me to call him out? Zhanya kicked Qinze. I'm getting engaged at the end of the year. Are you coming? Zhanya stared into his eyes. Congratulations. Qinze smiled. You have to hurry up. Zhanya hesitated for a moment. Have you found a girlfriend? No. I'm not handsome and have no money. Who would want to marry me? Qinze said perfunctorily. Nonsense. You're more handsome than my boyfriend now. Zhanya's eyes lit up. Why don't you be with me? Qinze blew out smoke at her. It was rare that she was not angry. There was even a hint of melancholy in her tone. I'm about to get engaged. Can you stop flirting? Seeing that Qinze did not speak, she said, Is it because you can't find one, or you don't want to find one? Qinze was stunned. He was silent and continued to smoke. Soon, he finished one cigarette and lit a second one. Zhanya reached out to take it and threw it away. I'll quit smoking after I get engaged. You should quit too. Bao Bao has told me many times that you're not obedient and won't quit smoking. Smoking is bad for your health. I'll give you a piece of advice. Then I'll give you a piece of advice too. Qinze fiddled with his lighter as he looked away from the beautiful scenery in the distance. Don't get too involved with money between friends. Helping others to invest in the stock market is the worst decision you can make. Whether you lose money or make money, everyone has their own thoughts. Also, the trend of the stock market is very clear. It's a bull market, but it's hard to say how long it will last. There are many complicated ways to judge. You won't understand even if I tell you. I'll just say one. When everyone thinks that investing in stocks can make money, it's not far from a crash. Tell your boyfriend, don't fall too deep. Be careful that you can't pull it out. Zhanya rubbed her beautiful oval face. Can you pull it out? Qinze glanced at a certain part of her and said, I didn't even go in. How can I pull it out? Zhanya hit his head angrily. I thought you were mature and steady just now. Now you're showing your true colors. In the Thousand Island Lake, there was a fixed route for individual tourists. The length of stay on the island was usually determined by the free tour guide on the boat. There were 3 boat routes for tourists to choose from. Qin Bao Bao said that she wanted to see the monkeys, so the group chose the A route. They took the most expensive luxurious boat. Along the way, the tour guide introduced the Thousand Island Lake to everyone. The introductions were repeated thousands of times. The Peacock Island was famous for its peacocks, the Dragon Mountain Island was famous for its hai rui, the Mizhan Island had an ancient temple, the Qingxin Island could enjoy the scenery of flowers and deer, the Osmanthus Island could smell the fragrance that seeped into one's spleen, the archipelago could be seen from the top of the Apricot Peak, and as far as the eye could see, all the mountains were small. It was early autumn and the weather was hot. The lake was sparkling and the refreshing wind was blowing. Qin Bao Bao wore a light yellow bohemia dress to protect herself from the sun. The lake wind pressed down on her dress, showing the outline of her slender legs. The first stop was the Yellow Mountain Peak, which was the most suitable place to see the scenery. There was a cableway that led to the top of the mountain by cable car. During the tourist season, there were many people. They had to wait for a long time before it was their turn. Both siblings were afraid of heights. The cable car rose slowly, higher and higher. There was a slight shake. Qin Bao Bao glanced down. Fine goosebumps rose on her neck. She quietly held her brother's hand. Her body was close to Qin Zhe. She wanted to lean her head on her brother's shoulder, but Qin Zhe saw Zhang Ye looking at them. He felt that their behavior was inappropriate in the eyes of outsiders. So, he pushed his sister's head away and didn't let her lean on him. The view of the Thousand Island Lake from the Yellow Mountain Peak was excellent. When you climbed to the top of the mountain and looked to the northwest, you could see more than 90 islands, like a string of pearls scattered on the lake. It was said that they could be arranged into 4 words, the world is the public. But most tourists could only see the word public. They had to fill in the rest by themselves. Zhang Ye and Chen Qinghong took their boyfriend and spread out to enjoy the scenery. Qin Zhe and his sister came to the glass platform to enjoy the scenery. The Thousand Island Lake was clear and blue. The islands were scattered like stars in the sky. The sun was blazing above their heads, but there was a strong wind blowing in their faces. They didn't feel hot. Standing on the glass platform with green mountains and clear water under their feet, Qin Bao Bao spun gracefully. Her dress fluttered, and she let out a bell-like laughter. After a few rounds, she plunged into her brother's arms. She felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. The surrounding tourists all looked at them. Qin Zhe thought of a literary poem. You stand on the bridge to enjoy the scenery, and the person who enjoys the scenery is looking at you from upstairs. The moon decorates your window, and you decorate other people's dreams. In the eyes of some male comrades, she was the most beautiful scenery. Qin Zhe pressed his sister's face into his arms, trying not to let more people pay attention to her in case she was recognized. Even though she was wearing a big brimmed hat and sunglasses. Then, they took a boat to Osmanthus Island, which was also the Monkey Island. It was different from Qin Zhe's previous visit. The Monkey Island had changed its location. The original Monkey Island was no longer open to the public. The monkeys had all moved here. A group of people strolled in the scenic area. They could see groups of monkeys everywhere. They had yellowish-brown hair and pink faces. They were scratching their ears and cheeks, and their dark eyes were looking at the tourists. The monkeys were free-range and weren't afraid of people. There were obviously fewer people here. The environment was good, but there wasn't much fun. They were just looking at the monkeys. Qin Bao Bao excitedly bought a bag of biscuits to feed the monkeys. The tour guide warned the tourists loudly, "Don't take food in your hands, and don't take things out of your bags. The monkeys will come and snatch it. If you want to feed the monkeys, let's go back to the deck." Qin Bao Bao had to give up the idea and looked at the monkeys with interest. She suddenly pointed at a dazed little monkey not far away and asked Zhang Ye with a smile, "Hey, look at that monkey, doesn't it look like Qin Zhe? It's so silly." "Yes, they are both silly." Zhang Ye covered her mouth. The 2 women giggled. Qin Zhe didn't say anything, but the little monkey saw the 2 female monkeys pointing at it and laughing at it. It was very intelligent and couldn't restrain its anger. It bared its teeth at Qin Bao Bao and Zhangya, screamed, raised its butt, and rushed over aggressively. Chapter 178. The little monkey came very fast. It jumped at Qin Bao Bao's full breasts from 2 meters away. It looked like it would not stop until it had a bite. The tourists exclaimed. Qin Bao Bao and Zhangya were so scared that they screamed. The tour guide didn't react for a while. He had seen people acting like hooligans, but he had never seen a monkey acting like a hooligan. Qin Zhe lunged sideways and blocked in front of Bao Bao. With a slap, he sent the little monkey flying. Damn it, don't think that I won't hit you because you are a beast. Even I can't go there. How can you touch it? The little monkey flew out and rolled a few times on the ground. It screamed as it fled. The tourists were relieved. If someone was attacked by the monkey, they wouldn't dare to continue. The tour guide was also relieved. If tourists were scratched or bitten, it would cause a lot of trouble. It was not good for the image of the scenic spot. Why did the monkey suddenly attack people? It's so dangerous. Will you be responsible if something happens? It scared me. Fortunately, this little brother is agile. Let's go. Let's go and play somewhere else. Disappointing. The tour guide was embarrassed. On the way back to the boat, Qin Bao Bao held her brother's arm and said with fear, Bao Bao was scared to death. Qin Zhe scolded, who asked you to ridicule us? Monkeys are primates. They have intelligence. You pointed at them and ridiculed them. It's tantamount to provocation. His sister knew that she was in the wrong, so she didn't quarrel with him. She held his arm softly. Qin Zhe enjoyed her cute and lovable appearance. Zhangya was also shocked. She subconsciously moved closer to Qin Zhe. She glanced at her boyfriend from the corner of her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she also imitated baby Qin and held her boyfriend's arm. The third stop was Tianqi Island. It was said that Tianqi was the stone site left by the Southern Song dynasty when they built the capital of Hangzhou. There were 7 man-made stone ponds at the top of the island. Later generations called these 7 stone ponds Tianqi. The scenic spots on the island included Tianqi Fish Viewing Lake, 4-layered waterfall, stoneware workshop, and so on. It was worth mentioning that there was a bird park that was similar to a zoo. The Heavenly Lake was a pool formed by quarrying stones. There were many red carps in the pool, and they looked like beautiful flames. After buying the fish food, they could board the bamboo raft. Qin Bao Bao pulled her younger brother onto the bamboo raft and squatted down. Her long bohemia skirt spread out like lotus leaves. Throwing out the bait, it attracted the koi fish to compete for food. Her eyes were as bright as the stars and as beautiful as spring flowers. Qin Zhe stood at the side and watched. It was such a beautiful scenery, but he had the thought of ruining the scenery. He really wanted to kick his sister into the pool. That must be fun. They also walked on the 100-year bridge, between the 3rd and 4th layers. The fourfold waterfall was also a natural landscape formed by quarrying stones. The bridge fee was 3 yuan. Qin Zhe had a headache. There were many fees at the Thousand Island Lake, and they were the most criticized by tourists. However, his sister insisted on walking on the 100-year bridge. Zhangya walked at the front with Cheng Yi. The second couple was Chen Qinghong and Chu Feng, followed by Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe. She held her younger brother's arm and jumped up and down. I suddenly thought of a poem. His sister raised her head slightly and smiled gently. What poem? Qin Zhe asked. Guess. The peach blossom pool is 3,000 feet deep. Li Bai fell into the water and didn't die. No. The moonlight shines in front of the window. Li Bai slept soundly. Oh, is Li Bai the only one in your head? Is he your gay friend? I'm quite familiar with Du Fu too. What nonsense. Qin Bao Bao shook her brother's arm and reminded him, this is the 100-year bridge. Qin Zhe suddenly understood, I'm talking about crazy teenagers. The left loli, the right wife. Qin Bao Bao saw her brother pretending to be crazy and gnashed her teeth. Bitch. They passed through the stream and forest and arrived at the bird park adjacent to the Heavenly Lake Island. Qin Bao Bao saw rare and strange birds and was very excited. She had come here with her father before, but there were many islands in the Thousand Island Lake. It was impossible to visit all of them. She had never been to the Heavenly Lake before. As they passed by a swamp, they pointed at a red bird that was white and cried out, "Red cranes." "Crane your sister, this is a heron." Qin Zhe corrected his sister's bad common sense. Suddenly, he heard Zhang Ye behind him laugh. He turned his head and asked, "What are you laughing at?" The tour guide held back her laughter and said, "This is a flamingo. This is obviously a heron. Look at its slender and long legs and its sharp beak. No, it's a red crane." The siblings argued for a while, but no one could convince the other. The tour guide's mouth twitched. Damn, these two idiots. Then they visited the ostriches, peacocks and other birds. Qin Bao Bao waited for the peacocks to spread their tails, so she stayed for a long time. Unfortunately, the peacocks were very stubborn. No matter how Qin Bao Bao tried to provoke them, they all turned a blind eye. The sister did not manage to take a picture of the peacocks spreading their tails. She pouted and left unhappily. The sun set in the west. Half of the Thousand Island Lake was green and the other half was gorgeous. The scenery was magnificent and spectacular. They set foot on the last stop, Honey Mountain Island. The tour guide led the tourists up the mountain path. On both sides of the path, there were lush green bamboos. The setting sun sprinkled fine spots of light. There was an ancient temple here called Secret Mountain Zen Temple. The temple door had 2 layers of cornices. The walls were painted yellow and there were 2 round windows. It always reminded Qin Zhe of the temple where the great sage transformed in Journey to the West. There were not many places to play here, but it was good to visit the temple. For example, the Buddha's hand with the lotus as the base looked like it was made of copper, but it could be just a layer of copper. Qin Zhe wanted to touch it, but the sister did not let him. She said that he could not blaspheme the Buddha. They played around Secret Mountain. There was a well on the mountain. It was said that the story, "The 3 monks had no water to drink," happened here. It was unknown whether it was true or not. There was also a poetry pavilion. The poem on the pavilion said, "Green mountain, green island, honey mountain breeze, mist covers the Thousand Island pine." Ancient pavilion lightly recites the meaning of the painting. Zen temple waves reflect the sky. Qin Bao Bao said that the sister had swum all the way here. There were mountains and rivers. When she passed by this place, she could not help but feel poetic and wanted to compose a poem. Qin Zhe said, "Then you can read it." Qin Bao Bao cleared her throat. The lotus leaves are infinitely green. The lotus flowers reflect the sun. Qin Zhe looked around and said, "There are no lotus flowers." Qin Bao Bao changed her words, "The winding path leads to a secluded place. The Zen room is deep with flowers and trees. You haven't even entered the temple. Have you seen a Zen room?" Being undermined again and again, the sister was angry. She jumped down the steps of the pavilion and threw herself at Qin Zhe. She scolded, "You will climb the peak and beat the little red guy to death." The sister waved her hand and hit the little red guy's head. Qin Zhe opened his arms and caught her. His feet were as steady as a rock. In front of outsiders, Qin Bao Bao always had the face of a goddess. But with her brother by her side, she would become a clown. Since they came to the Zen temple, of course, they had to burn a few incense sticks. It was unrealistic to say that this kind of small temple built in a scenic area had much Zen flavor. Qin Zhe did not worship gods or Buddha. He treated it with a normal heart. This point was similar to the old man. Qin Bao Bao held the mentality that it was better to believe it than not. This point was similar to Qin Ma. Qin Ma lived in Jiangnan since she was a child. The people there would burn incense and worship Buddha on New Year's Day. They were more concerned about some mysterious things. According to Qin Ma herself, when she gave birth to Qin Zhe, she specially took out his birth characters and asked someone to name him. Qin Zhe suddenly understood. He said that was how his name came about. But Qin Ma shook her head. She said that you are the only son of the old Qin family. Your name was given by your father. Mom didn't use those names. Your father didn't agree. Qin Zhe asked, what were my previous names? He didn't like his name. It was ordinary and had no special characteristics. Qin Ma said, I forgot the others. I only remember two, the two most favorite. One was called Qin Xiaofan. Qin Zhe was shocked. Damn Qin Xiaofan. You didn't give birth to a Lu Sweki for me. You gave birth to a nine-tailed Arctic fox. This name is not good at all. Qin Zhe said. At that time, it was popular to say things like Jiangwo, Jianjun, Junjie, and so on. Qin Xiaofan is so simple, so different from the rest. Qin Ma said. Qin Xiaofan was also popular in the 67s. What about the other one? Qin Ma said, the other one was amazing. He was very extraordinary. He was called Qin Hao. Qin Zhe almost couldn't sit still. He said in his heart that it was a close call. Thank you, Father, for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have to bear the name Ritian for the rest of my life. I would never be able to make a comeback. The few of them entered the temple to burn incense. The tour guide was happy to see this. Along the way, he kept instilling the concept of spending in the tourists, encouraging them to spend money. The candlelight in the temple swayed. Golden banners hung. The air was filled with the smell of incense. Qin Bao Bao was very sincere. She wanted to take off her sunglasses and large-brimmed hat. Qin Zhe stopped her, telling her not to court death. Qin Zhe stood behind his sister. When she bent down, he saw her full moon-shaped buttocks. This woman was too full and sexy. Even the bohemia dress couldn't hide her figure. Qin Bao Bao grabbed the lot pot and shook it for a while. She threw out a lot. The lot number was 9 and 7. The monk said that they didn't need to pay to burn incense, but they did need to pay to interpret the lot. Qin Zhe didn't want to be a sucker, but his sister said that since they were already begging, then they should go and interpret it. They paid the money and asked the monk to sign it. A fat monk opened the lot. When he saw it, he said to Qin Bao Bao, "You're begging for marriage." Begging for marriage? Qin Zhe looked at his sister and thought, she's really getting old. She wants to find a good husband? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and decisively took the lot from the monk's hand. In this era, who didn't know how to read? Why would they need you to interpret it? She opened the paper and her eyes fell on the lot. Silver Han star is far away, princess enters the world to hide her marriage. Childhood sweethearts don't need to ask. How can they waste time? Outside the temple, the setting sun was like blood. The fallen leaves in the courtyard were flying with the autumn wind. It was bleak but beautiful. Qin Bao Bao pinched the piece of paper. Her eyes were obscure. She murmured, "How can they waste time?" Waste time. Her heart felt like it was pricked by a sharp needle. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. She took a few light breaths. But she felt the sour and sharp pain in her heart explode. Her eyes reddened. Chapter 179. If there was a bed at this time, Qin Bao Bao would definitely cover her head and cry. "Let me see your lot." Qin Zhe came over excitedly. "There's nothing to see." Qin Bao Bao held the lot tightly in her hand. After a few seconds of silence, a smile appeared on her face again. "Aze, do you want a lot?" "I don't want one." Qin Zhe refused. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and said, "I want one." Qin Zhe's heart softened, so he shook a lot. Lot number 103. He spent money to get a lot. It was a very annoying lot. It was the same as his sister's lot. When I was young, I always like to make empty promises. Now I regret it lightly. Qinzhe said, Master, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. The fat monk glanced at him and said leisurely, Young man, don't be half-hearted. Qinzhe was stunned and said, What do you mean? How am I half-hearted? I don't even have a girlfriend. I don't even have the qualification to be half-hearted. You can't sign it. I want a refund. The fat monk automatically ignored him and continued, Your lot is quite interesting. He pointed at Qin Bao Bao and said, Childhood sweethearts don't ask. Your marriage is in the words childhood sweethearts. It should be easy to sign, but the next sentence is I can't help wasting time. It means that this marriage is not very reliable and wasted time. Beauty, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Shouldn't he call her benefactress? This monk doesn't look like a monk. Qinzhe thought. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and nodded gently. When I was young, I always liked to make empty promises. Now I regret it lightly. The fat monk said, There are two ways to interpret this lot. It corresponds to the past and foretells the future. The former way, young man, you like to make empty promises and disappoint a girl half-heartedly. In the future, you will regret your fickleness. The latter way, don't make promises easily. You have to be careful and cautious. Otherwise, you will regret your rash promise. Young people always made empty promises. Qinzhe stared at his sister's back in silence. It's my turn, it's my turn. Zhangya couldn't wait to kneel on the futon, closed her eyes, shook the lot pot, and threw out a lot. It was an even slip. The slip said that her future career and marriage would be very good and prosperous. Zhangya beamed with joy. Chen Qinghong also asked for a lot. Similarly, it was a draw. By the time they stepped out of the temple, the sun had already set and the sky was clear. The hotel was located in the scenic area. It was a European-style building. Unlike the high-rise hotels in the city, it was more like a villa. Built by the lake, the scenery was beautiful. When they checked in, Qin Bao Bao, who had bought all the tickets, was absent-minded. For the first time, she did not take the initiative to pay. Qinzhe took out his credit card and prepared to pay for the room. Although there were 6 people in 4 rooms, which might be the monthly salary of some ordinary wage earners, he didn't mind treating them. Zhangya did not agree. She pushed Qinzhe aside coquettishly and paid with her credit card. It seemed that her boyfriend really made some money. The 6 of them sat around the small round table and ate dinner. The dishes were still the specialties of the Thousand Island Lake. The taste was better than the restaurants at noon, but the price was also several times more expensive. Resort hotels in scenic areas usually had swimming pools, gyms, beauty salons, KTV and other places. Chen Qinghong proposed to have dinner and karaoke. She and Chu Feng would treat them. Zhangya seconded the idea. Qin Bao Bao shook her head and said she didn't want to go. Zhangya was lively and playful. She also had a slight OCD. Her best friend didn't want to go. She turned to Qinzhe and said, Then Qinzhe will go. When her boyfriend was present, Zhangya kept a distance from Qinzhe. She didn't want to call him A's in private. Qinzhe didn't need to guess to know that the foot that was teasing him under the table must be hers. This be *tch. During the day, she said that he was flirting with girls. Now, she showed her true colors. Qinzhe said, I won't go. He kicked her foot away under the table. Qin Bao Bao frowned slightly and glared at him. After dinner, Qin Bao Bao said that she was walking nearby and looked a little depressed. Qinzhe was worried about his sister going out alone. The two of them strolled around the quiet hotel. After walking for a while, there were more people and cars and it became lively. Qinzhe turned his head to look at his sister. Her beautiful side profile and long and curly eyelashes were looking forward. She seemed a little empty and had a lot on her mind. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with his sister. She was inexplicably melancholic. He wanted to find a topic to talk about to help his sister relieve her boredom. But his words, in Qin Baobao's ears, were endless chatter. Especially now that she was in a depressed mood and had a heavy heart. "You're so annoying. Go away," Qin Baobao said loudly. A few passers-by who were in a hurry turned their heads to look. Qin Zhe was stunned. He had never seen his sister so irritable. Today, his sister was like a hedgehog, sticking out sharp thorns at him. Crazy. Qin Zhe turned his head and walked away. Qin Baobao regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. She wanted to apologize to her brother, but he had already turned around and walked back the way he came. He walked decisively and resolutely. Qin Baobao wanted to call out to him, but when her voice reached her throat, it became choked. She wiped her tears and walked in the opposite direction. It was 7:30 in the summer. The night had not completely covered the light, but the street lamps were already lit up. All kinds of buildings were lit up. Qin Baobao passed through 2 traffic lights before she stopped crying. Fortunately, the sky was hazy. The passers-by could only see her exquisite and curvy figure, but not her face. Qin Baobao, the famous celebrity, was wiping her tears on the street. It would definitely make the entertainment news headlines. The cars on the street flowed like water. Among them, there was no lack of luxury cars that cost more than 7 figures. The pedestrians hurried back and forth. Young men and women riding shared bicycles whizzed past. Qin Baobao shuttled back and forth in the crowd, but she felt lonely. She knew why she was crying, but she did not mean to lose her temper. Today, her mood was really bad. In the past, she did not want to face a lot of things. She did not want to be entangled with things, but because of a single piece of paper, it was like a storm. She was just throwing a tantrum. But Qin Zhe was not willing to accommodate her. He walked away without any reluctance. Also, was it necessary to coax a sister who was throwing a tantrum? She was not his girlfriend. She walked absent-mindedly. She did not notice that the green light of the zebra crossing in front of her flickered a few times and turned red. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind. The light pierced into her eyes. A black Mercedes-Benz came head-on, accompanied by a slightly ear-piercing sound of brakes. Obviously, the car owner did not think that there would be a reckless passerby who dared to run the red light. He did not struggle to cross the zebra crossing. In Qin Baobao's eyes, there was only the dazzling light left. The Huard Hotel across the road was a famous hotel in the scenic area of the Thousand Island Lake. Rich businessmen came here to eat in an endless stream. On the 3rd floor, in a private room facing the street, Ma Jiafu spoke with fervor and assurance, enlivening the atmosphere at the table. There were 6 or 7 people at the table, all of whom were local rich businessmen. Lu Hu on the left, who was called Huzi in the circle, was in the construction industry. He used to be a slacker and had a lot of brothers under him. Chen Deming on the right, a famous real estate developer in Hangzhou. He was his sworn enemy, but now they had let go of their former enmity and cooperated to do business. But these people were not as good as the man in formal clothes on the opposite side. He had an ordinary appearance and a crew cut. Except for the 6-figure suit, if one had to pick out the highlight, it was probably his steady temperament. Without more than 10 or 20 years of ups and downs in the business world, it was difficult to cultivate. Su Yao, from Zhejiang province. The rise of this man was very interesting. More than 20 years ago, he was a nobody. The first bucket of gold was not earned by himself, but by a rich businessman in Wenzhou. That rich businessman was Su Yao's father-in-law. It was a very vulgar story. Su Yao, who was not even a man with a phoenix at that time, was fancied by a rich family's daughter. Since then, he became a CEO and married a rich and beautiful woman, walking to the peak of life. Therefore, what was said on the internet was not empty words. There were seniors as examples. There were not many people who could earn tens of billions of assets from scratch, except for the lucky ones who were lucky enough to step on the wave of reform. Without background and power, how could they earn so much money? If it was just Su Yao himself, Ma Jiafu would not have to be so careful. In the circle of Zhejiang businessmen, Wenshang was very legendary. 20 or 30 years ago, Wenzhou was a barren land. Poverty was their starting point. But 20 years later, the whole country and even the whole world was no stranger to Wenshang. For example, the famous group of real estate speculators. This point made Wenshang very controversial. Many people jumped and scolded, and many people admired and respected them. In fact, on the topic of housing prices, even if there was no Wenshang, there would be others who would inflate the prices. It was a general trend. It was just a matter of who caught the business opportunity first. Wenshang liked to be in groups. Family businesses were their specialty. In other places, business owners were in a terrible fix for loans, but Wenzhou businessmen only needed to make a phone call and they could quickly raise funds that made people jealous. Su Yao did not represent himself alone, but a certain or even a few Wenshang groups. Ma Jiafu planned to finalize the agreement with Wenshang at this dinner to prepare for the business opportunity in the middle of next year. The country was preparing to hold an international summit in Hangzhou next year. That was a countless business opportunity. As long as he could get a few projects, white money would flow into his house. As a local snake, Ma Jiafu did not lack connections. What he lacked was funds. Real estate developers always lacked funds, and in the future, there would be large projects that would cover a district. The amount of funds needed was astronomical. For some reason, it was not good to get a loan from the bank. Wenshang was the best partner for an alliance, but the rich businessmen in the city were not. They were competitors in the same bowl. Chapter 180. Qin Bao Bao felt something tighten around her waist. Her whole body was pulled back violently, and then she crashed into a strong chest. The familiar smell was mixed with sweat and a faint smell of tobacco. It calmed her chaotic emotions in an instant. F***ck, can't you watch the road? If you want to die, go and harm others. The car owner rolled down the window and cursed. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Although the car had just sped up and would not kill anyone, it was scary these days. They might even amputate or paralyze you and eat you for the rest of your life. Sorry, I'll scold her later. Qin Zhe apologized repeatedly. The car owner wanted to curse a few more times, but the car behind him honked a few times, urging him to leave quickly and stop talking. So he started the car and drove away while cursing. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her brother's chest and wanted to push him away, but he pressed the back of her head. Her brother said, "Don't, people are watching." Sister was not wearing sunglasses now. If she was recognized, the first reaction of the onlookers would be to take photos with their phones or gather around to ask for autographs. Since his sister was in a bad mood, Qin Zhe did not want to cause more trouble. They hugged each other at the bustling zebra crossing like an ordinary couple. Qin Bao Bao pressed her forehead against her brother's chest. She smelled his scent and felt his steady heartbeat. Gradually, her eyes became wet. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Qin Zhe patted his sister's back and noticed the water stains on his chest. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why did you come back? Qin Bao Bao cried and vented the grievances in her heart. Let me die. At this speed, you can't kill anyone. At most, it'll be a high amputation. Wah. You're talking back. Qin Bao Bao cried. It's a pity for such a beautiful sister to die. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. In the future, I'll be a brother-in-law and receive red packets. Who would have thought that these words would cause the elder sister's tears to flow uncontrollably like a flood? It's not a pity at all. Anyway, there's no meaning in living. Qin Bao Bao whimpered, I want to cut ties with you. Qin Zhe had heard that people who had survived a great disaster would go crazy for a while. He was very understanding and went along with his sister's words. Okay, we're not friends anymore. You can be friends however you want. After crying for a while, Qin Bao Bao choked and said, Why did you come back? Didn't you leave? I'm not familiar with this place, how could I really abandon you? Once you turn around and leave, I'll follow behind you. Qin took out a pack of tissues and covered his sister's face. He thought to himself, when I get back, I'll immediately take a shower and change my clothes. Her snot and tears are all on me. At least you still have some conscience. Qin Bao didn't use a tissue. She lifted the hem of her brother's short-sleeved shirt and used it as a rag to wipe her snot on her brother's chest. After crying, Qin Bao was in a much better mood. She didn't show her displeasure to her younger brother. In the private room, Ma Jiafu looked forward to the future and talked about the bright future of the strong alliance. Several other people occasionally echoed a few words, and then raised their glasses to drink. Suyao listened patiently and sometimes expressed his personal opinions, which were always praised and applauded by several people. This kind of social interaction was the most boring. They said that they would drink and eat and not talk about business, but in fact, it was all about business. He had been in the business world for more than 10 years and had long been used to it. He still had to follow the rules. Since he could sit here, he was naturally willing to cooperate. Otherwise, who would come all the way to Hangzhou to waste time? For some people, time was money. It was not wrong at all. What they really wanted to talk about was not cooperation. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The purpose of this dinner was actually about the distribution of benefits. Ma Jiafu was a wily old fox. He talked a lot and waited for him to speak first. In boredom, he glanced out of the window. The night was dark. The cars converged into a river. The pedestrians were either rushing with their heads down or walking with their partners. At the intersection of the zebra crossing, there was a young couple hugging each other. They gathered together to form a picture of all living things. "Wait, young couple, my glasses," he ordered his assistant. Because of anxiety and excitement, his voice unconsciously sounded a bit like a shout. Suyao was slightly nearsighted. He usually did not wear glasses. He only wore them when he was reading documents and using the computer. But it did not prevent him from finding that the couple was quite familiar. It was so familiar that it made his heart skip a beat. "Brother Rong, here you go." The assistant was stunned. He took out the boss's black-framed gold-rimmed glasses from the briefcase in his hand and handed them over. At the same time, he looked out of the window. She didn't know what it was that made her boss, who was so good at keeping his composure, so excited. Suyao put on the glasses and looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window. He could not hide his disappointment. Did he see it wrong? But at this time, the couple let go of each other. He finally saw their faces clearly. "Excuse me," Suyao got up from his seat in a hurry and said hurriedly. He strode out of the private room. The moment he went out, he changed from walking to jogging, and then to running. In the private room, a group of rich and successful people looked at each other, confused. Suyao took the elevator downstairs. The distance from the third floor to the first floor felt like a long journey. Ding! The elevator door opened and Suyao ran out of the hotel. When he ran out of the hotel, the couple was already gone. He looked around blankly. He did not know where they had disappeared to. The hot blood in his heart cooled little by little. His excitement was replaced by disappointment. After so many years, he finally saw the child that he regretted. But like a flash in the pan, he disappeared in the vast sea of people. Just like before, he squatted on the side of the road and smoked silently. "Sister, I'm sorry." When returning to the hotel, Qin Bao received a call from Zhangya. She said that they had finished singing and would go swimming in the pool later. At this time, Qin Bao's eyes were still red. Because of the hot weather, she was sweating all over and her hair was stuck to her cheeks. His sister was a little tempted, but she refused. Qin was puzzled. "Don't you like swimming? Why don't you go?" Qin Bao spat and said angrily, "Do you want others to see your sister in a sexy swimsuit?" Qin would not be led into a ditch by her. He retorted, "There are also conservative swimsuits. If you insist on wearing such a sexy swimsuit, it's your own bad intentions." Qin Bao was speechless. She said, I heard that the carbamide in swimming pools in China is generally over the limit. Do you want to drink other people's urine while swimming? *CK, it's so disgusting. Qin Zhe instantly hit the door of life. Then I won't go. He also wanted to admire the graceful figures of the girls in swimsuits, especially Zhang Ye and Chen Qinghong. They were good quality beauties. His sister kept saying that she would not go swimming. What puzzled him was that she dragged Qin Zhe to the swimming pool to pick out a set of swimsuits. It was pure white, not conservative swimsuits like pleated skirts and suspenders. The swimming trunks were tied with ropes on both sides. She also insisted that Qin Zhe pay and took the opportunity to cheat her brother. Zhang Ye and the others swam until about 9:00 in the evening. They went back to their room to take a shower, and then ran to Qin Zhe's room. First, they knocked on Qin Bao's door, and then they knocked on Qin Zhe's room. They said that they wanted to play a killing game and that the poker cards were ready. The game location was Qin Bao's room. Qin Zhe was not very willing to play, but Zhang Ye pulled him and said with a smile, "With you here, Bao's trump card is half useless." In the past, Qin Bao liked to take her brother and play with her friends. They often played killing games. His sister's superior IQ always crushed her friends. But as long as Qin Zhe was present, Qin Bao would kill him without any reason. If the first to die was Qin Zhe, the murderer would definitely be Qin Bao. Later, his sister found out that her brother had the idea of hooking up with Zhang Ye, so she rarely took him out to play with her friends. 6 people were not enough to play a killing game. This kind of game was only interesting when there were more people. There were also fewer people. 1 killer and 1 policeman each, and they drew cards to decide. 1 host, 3 audience members. Sure enough, as long as Qin Bao was a killer, she would definitely kill Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was very depressed. They were siblings born from the same mother. How could there be so much hatred? This game could not be played. As long as his sister was not a killer, Qin Zhe could show his real skills. He liked to play this kind of puzzle games. In the past, he was addicted to the Legend of the 3 Kingdoms. He could play it all night. When he was an assassin, he could always kill people invisibly. His thinking was like hanging antelope horns. Many times, not only did he deceive Zhang Ye and Chen Qinghong, but also Qin Bao. As for the role of a policeman, he did not like it. Compared to the role of a policeman, he preferred the role of a killer. He could kill whoever he wanted. But Qin Zhe rarely killed his sister. It was easy for Zhang Ye and the others to infer from the law of love and hate. They played until 11:00. Chen Qinghong was the first to give up. Her eyelids were fighting. After hanging on for half an hour, she proposed to go back to her room to sleep. During the day, they played around the Thousand Island Lake. Everyone was a little tired, so they ended the game and went back to their rooms to sleep. Qin Zhe left his sister's room, turned on the air conditioner, and browsed the forum. He was surprisingly energetic. Considering that he would return to Shanghai tomorrow morning, he was ready to turn off the lights and sleep. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The knock was very light. It seemed that the person knocking on the door was sneaky. Chapter 181. Qin Zhe had heard that if he stayed in a hotel, there would be a call from a prostitute at night. "Sir, do you need a massage?" If you said, yes, then there would be a girl who would let you, at night. It was said that you could also negotiate the price. This was what he heard from the experienced drivers in the forum. There was another mode, which was the situation Qin Zhe encountered. They did not call and directly knocked on the door. Those who were able to call him usually had some sort of relationship with the hotel. The latter was a pioneer in the business of cutting through thorns and thorns. After a while, they came to Qin Zhe. For a while, he was looking forward to staying in a hotel, but he did not have a chance. His sister was very strict. If he did not return home at night, his sister would make a fuss. Tonight, the phone in the guest room was very quiet, and there was no call from a prostitute. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door. Qinze intended to ignore her. If the girl outside the door was treated coldly, she would naturally retreat. Unexpectedly, the other party's determination to do business was unusually firm. There was a kind of ruthlessness in the knocking of the door. Just as Qinze was about to open the door and spit a mouthful of salt soda water at the other party, a soft voice came from outside the door. "Little pervert, open the door. Sister will take you out to play." This prostitute's voice was so familiar. Bah, screw the prostitute. This was his sister's voice. Qinze lifted the quilt, put on the cotton slippers, and ran to open the door. His sister stood outside the door. She was wearing a white slim t-shirt and a light gray pleated skirt. Her 1.72 meters tall figure was slim and graceful, like a white lotus blooming in the middle of the night. This did not seem to be a good word. Knowing that they were going to stay in Hangzhou for the night, they each brought a set of clothes. "What are you doing? Why don't you sleep at night?" Qinze said. Qin Bao's watery eyes flashed, and her eyes swept over her brother's strong body. He was wearing only a pair of boxers at this time. His figure was tall, his chest muscles were well proportioned, and his abdominal muscles were prominent, but not exaggerated. She glanced to the side. "Get dressed quickly. Let's go out to play." Qinze stretched out his hand to touch his sister's smooth forehead. Go out to play in the middle of the night? Was there really no water in his brain? "I'll give you 1 minute. Hurry up and put on your clothes." Qin Bao pushed her brother into the room and went in herself. She turned around and closed the door. Qinze changed into a clean t-shirt. He simply washed the t-shirt that his sister had used to wipe her snot and hung it in the room. Whether it could be dry tomorrow was up to fate. Qin Bao pulled her brother out of the hotel. It was 23:45 in the evening. The receptionist was napping on the desk. They passed through the door and were greeted by the cool night breeze. The hotel was built near the lake, far away from the streets. Qinze was pulled by his sister as they shuttled through the tree-lined path. The light behind them gradually faded away as they came to a secluded place. "Why did you bring me here?" Qinze looked at the pitch-black surface of the lake, which rippled in the night wind. The pitch-black lake, the deep and serene night, and the cute little sister. Qinze inexplicably thought of Moonlight on the Lotus Pond. It was definitely not some divine song, but the Moonlight on the Lotus Pond from a junior high school textbook. He could not remember the content clearly, but the impression of the tranquility, gentleness, and hazy mood was etched in his mind for many years. Qin Bao stood charmingly by the lake, her eyes rippling. She did not answer her brother, but looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Her slender hand pulled at her waist, and her pleated skirt slid down her tight thighs. Hey, what are you doing? Taking off your skirt without saying a word?" Qinze's eyes lit up. "Swimming." Qin Bao took off her short sleeves, revealing a warm and soft body in front of her brother. Plain white, tall, exquisite, and curvy. She was wearing a white swimsuit. Qinze stared at his sister's figure that could walk a catwalk and breathed a sigh of relief. So it's just swimming. This swimsuit was fashionable and sexy, especially the knot design of the swimming trunks, which made men have the urge to tear it off. Qin Bao stretched out her leg to test the temperature of the water. She turned her head and said happily, "It's quite cool." She carefully stepped into the lake, feeling her way around the lake. From Qinze's perspective, his sister's back view was beautiful after she took off her pleated skirt. Her slender waist, snow-white and delicate back, and her hair was tied into a bun. The black lake and the black sky contrasted with her plain white figure, making her look like a fairy who had sneaked into the human world to take a bath. Qin Bao walked deeper and deeper, and the lake water blocked the beautiful scenery. The moonlight was dim, and the lake rippled. Qin Bao stood in the waist-deep lake and turned her head to look back. She said sweetly, "Aze, come down quickly." Qinze liked to swim, but he had a psychological shadow of the wild pool. He always felt that there was something hiding at the bottom of the dark water that would secretly tug at his feet. The psychological shadow came from his childhood. Qin Ma's hometown was in the beautiful countryside of Jiangnan. There were golden ears of rice, oranges hanging from branches, and sparkling reservoirs and wild fish ponds. In the middle of summer, he would run around the mountains with his friends in the countryside. They could soak in the reservoir for a day. When they were thirsty, they would steal a watermelon from the watermelon field and throw it in the water. At night, they could also fish for eels and frogs. Unfortunately, Qin Zhe did not meet the boy with the steel fork, and there was no mackerel there. It was most dangerous for children to swim in the wild. The auntie in the countryside threatened Qin Zhe by saying that there were water monkeys in the water that would grab the children's feet and drown them. Qin Zhe was scared. Every time he went into the reservoir with his friends, he would be on tenterhooks. Although he had never met the so-called water monkeys, the shadow of his childhood remained in his heart. "Come down." His sister waved and called, just like a female ghost in the water, luring a substitute into the water. I'm coming." Qin Zhe took off his short-sleeved shirt and trousers, leaving only a pair of boxers, and jumped into the water with a plop. The lake water was ice-cold and refreshing. After autumn, although it was hot during the day, the temperature difference between day and night was large. Qin Zhe felt the coldness of his pores contracting and splashed water on his face. Humph. Qin Bao Bao stood not far away and hummed a song. She looked at him with a provocative expression, playful and proud. Qin Zhe angrily counterattacked. His arms spun like windmills, splashing out waves of water. Qin Bao Bao immediately returned the favor, but her splashes were quickly drowned by her brother's ferocious attacks. His sister had no power to fight back. She whimpered, "I don't want to play with you anymore." She swam away like a salted fish. Qin Bao Bao swam happily, sometimes diving into the water like an ethereal and beautiful mermaid. Qin Zhe was swimming alone not far from the shore. He tried the breaststroke, butterfly stroke, and dog paddle. Sure enough, swimming in the lake was enjoyable. The small swimming pool was not enough for him to stretch. In fact, when he saw the blue waves of the Thousand Island Lake during the day, he had the impulse to jump in and swim. Considering the image and the rules, he did not dare to put his thoughts into action. His sister knew how to play. With this thought, Qin Zhe straightened up and looked around. He found that Qin Bao Bao was getting farther and farther away. He was still wandering on the shore, and the water was only up to his chest. His sister had already swam 20 or 30 meters away. "Hey, don't swim too far," Qin Zhe shouted. I know. His sister swam in the water for a while and then paddled back. She swam more than 10 meters away from Qin Zhe. Her physical fitness was frighteningly good. Although the outdoor swimming pool was vast, there was one thing that made Qin Zhe very uncomfortable. Stepping on the soft mud at the bottom of the water made him, who was slightly obsessed with cleanliness, very worried. Sure enough, he could not have his cake and eat it too. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly heard his sister scream. Qin Zhe was shocked and turned his head to look. Qin Bao Bao was struggling in the water. It seemed that something was pulling her under the water. After a few flops, she sank into the water and disappeared. The ripples spread and the water quickly returned to calm. Qin Zhe's hair stood on end. His heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Qin Bao Bao. He plunged into the water and swam towards the distance. Fear exploded in his heart. He was not afraid of the water monkeys. Not to mention the water monkeys, even if there were transformers and aliens hiding in the water, Qin Zhe would blow them up with one punch. He was afraid that something bad would happen to his sister, and he would regret it for the rest of his life. His waist seemed to be entangled by someone who forcefully pulled him into the water. Caught off guard, Qin Zhe drank a few mouthfuls of water and became furious. An ethereal and beautiful mermaid emerged from the water, accompanied by a bell-like laughter. Qin Bao Bao stroked her bangs and pointed at Qin Zhe, who was vomiting water. She giggled heartlessly. F***ck. Qin Zhe wanted to strangle her. He pressed his sister's forehead and pushed her into the water. He was furious. Do you believe that I won't beat you to death? Qin Bao Bao staggered up in the water. She was not angry. Instead, there was a trace of joy. Her eyes were amazingly bright. Seeing his sister like this, Qin Zhe was even angrier. He wanted to hit her. Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly, "Sister was wrong. Don't be angry, little bumpkin." Qin Bao Bao had always been flexible. Little bumpkin? He pulled a long face. Baby son. Qin Bao Bao immediately changed the way she addressed him. I think you're just itching for a beating. Qin Zhe glared at her. Qin Bao Bao hugged her brother's hand to prevent him from being fierce. She said softly, baby brother. You're not normal today." Qin Zhe was puzzled. Sister asked for the worst fortune today. Qin Bao Bao said. But you didn't show it to me. The fortune said that sister can't get married in this life. What should we do, Ace? Qin Bao Bao gazed at him as if she was expecting something. If she can't get married, then so be it. Our family doesn't lack money. That's not the right answer. Qin Bao Bao twisted her waist. The night wind was cool, and the lake water was even colder. They stood in the waist-deep lake and stared at each other. Little red guy. The elder sister called out softly. Her eyes were blurred like an ink painting. Sister didn't say anything for a long time. There was a subtle atmosphere brewing. Sister wants to learn the kissing scene. Qin Bao Bao's white face was tinged with a touch of red. Qin Zhe was silent. He didn't say anything. Qin Bao Bao didn't dare to say anything either. Her bright eyes were filled with nervousness and expectation. Qin Zhe pretended not to understand. Why do you want to learn the kissing scene? Aren't you a singer? Sing well and don't bite off more than you can chew. Qin Bao Bao hurriedly said, you can practice first. She moved closer to her brother. Qin Zhe hesitated. His gaze swept past his sister's face and fell on the dark lake in the distance. Qin Bao Bao blushed. She held her brother's face with both hands. She looked calm, but her trembling eyelashes showed that she was nervous. Seeing that his sister's evil plan was about to succeed, Qin Zhe suddenly pushed her away. I'm going back to sleep. I don't want to bathe. He staggered toward the shore. Qin Bao Bao looked at her brothers fleeing back and screamed, Qin Zhe, you useless thing. Chapter 182. Qin Zhe realized that ever since he returned from Hangzhou, his sister had stopped talking to him. If there was anything, she would ask Wang Zijin to pass on the message. The young lady from the Wang family had been the mouthpiece for a week and was at a loss. I just didn't swim with you to the end. I didn't expect you to be such a sister. After the National Day holiday ended, the gloomy pace of work resumed. The internet was full of complaints. It seemed that being a salted fish at home was the common desire of the people. The world was really cruel. Most people were not even qualified to be salted fish. In mid-October, the weather gradually turned cold. His sister still did not talk to him, but it was much better. When their eyes met occasionally, she would snort to express her disdain for her brother. There was a lot of noise outside the community. It was said that the government was going to build a viaduct connecting Yen and here. The construction workers knocked the ground open and reconsolidated the foundation. It made it very inconvenient to travel. There were many unfamiliar faces mixed in. Qin Bao Bao's schedule gradually increased. She often had to go abroad and would only come back after 2 or 3 days. Her career was getting better and better. She should be happy. However, Qin Bao Bao was a little depressed. Qin Zhe treated it as a child who had never left home and was not acclimatized. She would get used to it after a long time. A few days ago, the stock market fell. The market fell by 2%. The red stock market instantly turned into a prairie. Dozens of stocks fell. The individual investors were scared out of their wits. They finally remembered the fear of being dominated by the stock market and the shame of having their hard-earned money trapped. Not to mention the individual investors, even some financial companies with a weak foundation were shocked and reduced their positions. Only the veteran investors with decades of experience held on. They drank tea while looking at their stocks that fell. The tone of the bull market had basically been set. According to experience, it was normal to fall and rise in the middle. However, the general trend was rising, so there was no need to panic. The more powerful ones were able to see the whole picture through the national policies, the Securities Regulatory Commission, and other information. Of course, there were also those who were half-baked, such as Su Hao, the vice president of a profit-making company. This is the summary of all the projects in the company's investment department for this quarter. Su Hao pointed at the information projected on the screen by the projector and said in a cadence, "I propose to cut all the projects with shallow profits, half-dead projects, and loss-making projects. Focus your money on blue chips." A new broom sweeps clean. Coupled with his ambition to seize power, Su Hao was motivated to jump up and down in terms of benefits. Due to the huge benefits of the stock market, he handed his company over to the vice president to manage. After the National Day holiday ended, he had been working at Julie. Su sat on the left, playing with his mobile phone in boredom. When he heard the words, he looked up and said, "You have cut off 3 projects. Investment is not how you play." "What is the purpose of the investment?" Su Hao scoffed at his sister. "Profit? Only projects that can see profit are good projects." The stock market was turbulent last week. How much did the company lose? He raised 3 fingers. 3 million. Yes, the market has indeed recovered a little. But can you guarantee that it won't fall again next week? Currently, only the blue chip stocks are stable. We should invest our funds in places with less risk. The managers of the various departments looked absent-minded. Su Hao took a deep breath and switched to the projector. An investment project appeared on the screen. On the home page, there were 4 bold words, Black Donkey Technology. "Especially this stock," Su Hao said, "I don't know what the meaning of your investment is." In 1 month, 2 million of funds lost 200,000. Last week, it fell directly to the limit. It shrank another 200,000 on the same day. I have carefully studied this stock. I can see that it is a garbage stock just from the K-line chart. Li Linfeng, you applied for this project. What do you say? Su Hao pointed the spearhead at Li Linfeng. Vice President Su, I applied for this project, but it is too early to say that it is a garbage stock. Li Linfeng was very calm. In fact, the K-line chart is one of the reference standards, but it can't be regarded as an important indicator. As an old fox in the stock market, Li Linfeng looked down on Su Hao, who did not have the self-awareness of a layman, but liked to point fingers. What was the use of looking at the K-line chart? This kind of fool playing the stock market would sooner or later be eaten up. No matter how big the family was, it would be lost. Su clapped his hands and was too lazy to listen to Su Hao. Vote. Those who agree with Vice President Su's opinion, raise your hand. The words, Vice President Su, made Su Hao's balls ache. His gaze swept across the conference room, hoping to get the support of the managers. At the very least, there would be some who would side with him. However, there was none. The managers looked at each other. Some chose to remain silent, some were absent-minded, and some simply looked around and pretended to look at the scenery in the distance. Su Hao was a little depressed. These core members were his sister's henchmen. When they first set up the investment company, he scoffed and waited to see his sister make a fool of herself. Because at that time, the stock market was low. In just half a year, the stock market rose from 1,500 to 3,200. The signal of the bull market had spread throughout the country. Now, anyone on the street would ask, "How is the stock market recently?" They would all give a thumbs up and say, "Stupid people have a lot of money. Come quickly." Su Hao managed the 2 subsidiaries of his father's company, food and clothing. Once, he saw the quarterly financial report of the investment company that his sister faxed to his father. The profit was 10 times his own. Su Hao could not sit still. Investing in companies turned out to be so profitable. You could do this without risking anything? It was much more promising than the business he worked so hard to build. Evil capitalist market, all of you, back off. Let me do it. Su Hao was full of ambition to seize power. There was another awkward silence. Su Hao had held 3 meetings in the past few days. There was no doubt that a general without an army could not get everyone's support. He knew his own situation, but he wanted to see if anyone would defect to him. He only needed to raise his hand to signal. However, no one did. It seemed that he had underestimated his sister's ability to control people. The meeting ended with a tiger's head. No one expected that the Black Donkey technology project that Vice President Su had criticized in the meeting the day before. In less than 10 minutes after the market opened the next afternoon, the stock rose strongly and reached its upper limit. It was a slap in the face. That was not all. On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th day, Black Donkey technology reached its upper limit again and again. It was so strong that it was a mess. It was on the today's upper limit list. The market price was originally 4 yuan per share, but it was still rising. Such a strong stock attracted the attention of financial institutions and individual investors. However, at this time, it was impossible to buy positions. It reached its upper limit every day when the market opened. Throughout October, the hottest topic was the stock market. The news broadcast, the netizens discussed it, and the joke makers ridiculed it. A lot of strange news appeared. For example, a news report said, in the second half of this year, the stock market is very good. The market has broken through the barriers and swept away all the diseases. The boom in the capital market indicates the recovery and reshuffling of the country's economy. A high school student invested his pocket money in the stock market and earned 20,000 yuan in half a month. It was equivalent to 3 months of his parents' salary. The stock market has brought a huge investment market to everyone. Whoever believed it was a fool. Such news was everywhere. Some people or some organizations were hyping up the stock market, calling for more people to enter the market, just like celebrities who bought news to flatter themselves. From this, one could see how hot the stock market was. Stock-related forums in Tieba were very lively. Everyone was talking about how much money they had earned, and how much money they had earned. Those who deserved it sighed and said that the stock they had sold yesterday had reached its upper limit. It would be great if they could hold it for one more day. Someone posted a post to attack these people who were showing off. Are you comparing who is more miserable? Come, let's see who is more miserable. The content of the post: you people who are pretending to be miserable have actually made money, but you are shouting as if you have lost everything. I dare say that no one is more miserable than me. You know Black Donkey technology, right? It's the growth enterprise market bull stock that has reached its upper limit for more than a week. I bought this stock last year when I applied for new shares. It reached its upper limit for 2 days before it started to fall. Originally, I wanted to sell it. Although I was a little reluctant, it was better than being trapped. Moreover, if I sold it at that time, I would have made a profit. But many financial websites and stock forums were saying how good this stock was and how promising it was. I did not sell it at that time. Moreover, it did rise for a period of time. After that, I continued to invest tens of thousands of yuan, and then there was no more then. Not long after, it plummeted and continued to fall for 3 days. I lost everything. I did not have the heart to cut my own flesh, so I was trapped. A netizen replied, "Damn, you are the one who is showing off. This is awesome. The Tower Master is rich. OP has reached the pinnacle of life from now on. I am envious, jealous, and hateful. Please carry me. OP, sit tight. I will send you up. If I don't want to pee, I want to help you. Too cool. Damn. Looks like this stock will reach its upper limit for a long time. It is going to explode. OP, how many shares do you hold?" The OP replied, 100 lots per lot. 100 lots means 10,000 shares. How much did OP pay for each share when you bought it? 666. Damn, it is shocking. I am envious of the big boss who bought the black donkey technology. The OP cried, you guys are going to end it like this in the future? Then why did I say that I was miserable? The problem is, on the first day it reached its upper limit, I saw that this stock was finally rising. I was so happy that I cried and sold it. You guys don't know how bad it was. The market rose so much, but it did not rise. Of course, I had to sell it. But who knew that it would reach its upper limit that day, less than an hour after I sold it? To prove that he was not lying, he took a screenshot of his own transaction, which attracted pity and ridicule from netizens. I was caught off guard. I am laughing. My saliva is all over the screen. This is really a sad stock market. Ha ha ha. OP, did your wife ask for a divorce? OP, you must be thinking of dying. OP, please tell me the extent of your psychological trauma. OP, to be honest, stock news cannot be trusted. It is all the lies of capitalists. Generally, you should listen to the opposite. If the news says that a stock is good, you should sell it. If the news says that a stock is bad, you should buy it. The tricks of capitalists are unfathomable. Little newbies are trembling. At this time, someone replied in the post, a bunch of trash. I have seen through everything. The accompanying picture was a blackboard with dense words written on it. Basic analysis, technical analysis, financial report analysis, and a combination of various information and news. All the information was gathered into one sentence, recommended Shigure Black Donkey Technology. Chapter 183. The post instantly exploded with exclamations. F***ck, the post owner is so awesome. What else can I say? I have nothing to say except 666. I'm so jealous. Boss, do you still need a pendant on your leg? Post owner, what's your penguin ID? Do you have a public account? Do you have an instructional video at night? I want to invest with you. I'm willing to pay. This stock has been trading for more than a week. It's estimated that the momentum will continue. If you really buy it, don't sell it. Get rich with one stock. There were dozens of replies in an instant, and the post was pushed to the front page. More people saw the post, clicked in, and then found the picture. Some rational people questioned, post owner, your picture doesn't show the time. How do we know if you just wrote it? That's right, your posturing skills are so low. Sigh, I've screwed up. Post owner, posturing is not popular now. People with skills are showing off in front of people. Not only did the floor manager fail to show off, he became a fool instead. He said helplessly, actually, this is not my original picture. I saw it on the internet. But I can guarantee with my integrity that this picture is definitely a prediction before Nyo made his move. Does the post owner have integrity? What is integrity? It doesn't exist. The post owner is still struggling. The post owner said angrily, Lazy Cat Video, the 13th episode of Star Gossip. Take a look. This was written by Qin Bao Bao's brother. Really? When did Big Boob Girl record Star Gossip? What is Star Gossip? It's an original variety show on Lazy Cat Video's official platform. There's nothing special about it. Few people watch it. Let's take a look. Big Boobs Girl should watch it too. This matter started from the stock forum and quickly spread. Star Gossip was dug up, and with the stock market on the background, it instantly conquered a large number of netizens. A small blackboard with a stand was made into a dynamic picture and spread through forums, Tiba, Weibo, chat groups, and other channels. For a long time, it became a tool for netizens to show off. Like a joke, it was posted when they had nothing to do. As a result, the number of views of that episode increased by hundreds of times. Countless netizens who didn't understand came to watch. A new god of stocks has been born, with 100 sixes. This is ridiculous. This is a video from a month ago. At that time, Black Donkey Technologies' K-line was like a salted fish. Chinze is too amazing. I always thought that he was a scholar who wrote songs, but damn, you're telling me that he's a science student. I haven't had a good day. He only knows how to act tough every day. Unfortunately, I can't outdo him. I'm suddenly so envious of Qin Bao Bao. She has a younger brother who can write songs and earn money. Why is she still a celebrity? Just stay at home, eat, drink and be merry. I don't envy my younger brother at all. After all, the elder sister is just a floating cloud. The daughter-in-law is the king. I want to take Chinze home. Then Qin Bao Bao's Weibo exploded, and so did Chinze's Weibo. The netizens gathered to watch. Stock God, I bought Jimu technology today. Will it go up tomorrow? Stock God, everyone says that the bull market can make money, but I've already lost 3,000 yuan. Can I still be saved? Stock God, please take me to show off and fly. Chinze, I love you. Take me to the stock market. Hubby, let's go home and kiss each other. Ah no, let's go home to the stock market. As long as Stock God takes me to the stock market, I can do whatever I want. Some were jeering, some were sincere, and some were just joining in the fun. Lazy Cat Video's official site. Leader, our Star Gossip program has exceeded 10 million views. Which program? Isn't the highest hit only 5 million? It's the 13th episode that's off the charts. It's driving up the total. What's going on? Take a look yourself. It's Qin Bao Bao's episode. The most shocked person was Shui Mei. She was the host of the program. If it wasn't for the sudden rise of Black Donkey Technology, she would have forgotten about it. Cameraman Lao Wang was very glad. He remembered that he had confidently said that Black Donkey Technology was a junk stock. Fortunately, his words were removed during the post-production. Otherwise, he would be an internet celebrity now. An internet celebrity who was laughed at by others. Su Yunhan also joined in the fun. She forwarded the picture of the blackboard and added the caption, "My brother is the best. My brother is the best." Qin Bao Bao, in less than half an hour, there were thousands of replies. Brother? When did Chinze become your brother? God brother? Upstairs, you're new to the internet. You don't know that Qin Bao Bao is known as the crazy brother show-off. This is obviously teasing Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao, humph, do you think my nickname is for nothing? To be honest, if I had such a brother, I would show off every day too. 8:30 p.m. Qin Bao Bao finished her second commercial performance this week. She drank water in the private room that was temporarily used as the backstage. From the beginning to the end of the banquet, she sang on and off for 2 hours. Her throat was a little hoarse. She had sung all her songs since her debut. The group of animals clamored to hear her sing exaggeratedly. K exaggeratedly. This song was only interesting when she sang until she was hoarse. It hurt her throat the most. But there was no other way. The customer was God. The customer's request had to be satisfied. Singers were not like celebrities who could make millions or tens of millions just by shooting a film. Commercial performances and advertisements were the bulk of a singer's income. It was tiring. How could making money not be tiring? When she made more money in the future, she would use coins to smash the little red guy to death. Seeing him annoyed her. Thinking of this, Qin Bao Bao felt that she was full of energy again. At this time, the door of the private room was pushed open. A pot-bellied uncle wearing an expensive Armani suit walked in. He smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. Qin Bao Bao knew this guy. He was the boss of a foreign trade company, a listed company, and also the owner of her commercial performance. Tao Guojun. When he received her, he was also full of smiles. It was just a hypocritical politeness. But now his smile was particularly sincere. His bean-sized eyes seemed to burst out with enthusiasm. Miss Chin, this performance was very wonderful. My employees were very satisfied with your performance. Inviting you was the best choice. Tao Guojun flattered. Qin Bao Bao and Li Yanhong looked at each other. The former smiled politely. President Tao, you flatter me. I want to thank you for this opportunity. The two chatted casually. Tao Guojun talked about his bitter journey from the beginning of his business to today's scale. It was a history of blood and tears. Qin Bao Bao talked about what she saw and heard in the entertainment circle. In any case, they were just wrangling and chatting about their own things. Qin Bao Bao didn't like such boring social interactions. But it didn't mean that she didn't know how to do it. Back when she was a female secretary, she had to help the general manager block wave after wave of guests and accompany them in the meeting room to talk about philosophy and ideals. Qin Bao Bao had long been trained and experienced. Li Yanhong was even more bored listening to them. But she was full of smiles and was neither arrogant nor impatient. When she went to the toilet, Tao Guojun coughed and revealed Qin Bao Bao's true intentions. He said, Miss Qin, the stock market has been booming recently. You must be speculating in stocks. Qin Bao Bao smiled. I'm not, but my brother is speculating in stocks. Tao Guojun's bean-sized eyes sparkled when he heard this. He chuckled and said, Teacher Qin's younger brother has a thunderous reputation. Yes, my brother is the best. Qin Bao Bao suddenly shut up. Didn't she make up her mind not to talk about him? But the words didn't go through her mind and she showed off like a conditioned reflex. Tao Guojun said, It's like this. I want to ask Teacher Qin Zhe to help. As long as he has nothing to do on Weibo or other platforms, I'm willing to pay an advertising fee to help promote our Kaiyue company stock. Qin Bao Bao looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Was the damn fatty's brain damaged? Asking Qin Zhe to advertise? Putting aside whether his brain was damaged or not, his eyes were definitely blind. She was a first-tier actress. She was known as the brother-flaunting crazy demon. Bah, otaku goddess. Her popularity and fans couldn't be compared to a little redneck. You didn't ask me to advertise, but asked him to advertise? This didn't make sense. Tao Guojun clearly marked the price and said, 2 million. As long as Teacher Qin Zhe helps me advertise, I'll pay 2 million for the advertising fee. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Was this damn fatty's brain damaged? When was my little redneck worth 2 million? Either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. Seeing that she didn't speak, Tao Guojun thought that the price was not satisfactory. He deliberated and said, 3 million. Qin Bao Bao smiled. She forced a smile and said, Then I have to ask him first. There must be something wrong when things were abnormal. Sister hadn't been blinded by 3 million yuan. She decided to ask her brother what was going on first. If there was no problem, she would definitely agree. Why wouldn't she accept free money? The phone was dialed for a long time before it was connected. Qin Zhe said in a lazy tone, Yo, what a rare guest. Why did the big star Qin Bao Bao call me? I'm flattered. Sister was indifferent these days. Qin Zhe was holding back his anger. Qin Bao Bao glanced at Tao Guojun and made sure that he couldn't hear her brother's strange voice. She said, Aze, I have something to tell you. I'm not free. I'm cooking. Ah, it's like this, I'm not listening. Bastard, you're chanting. Yes, President Tao of Kaiyue Foreign Trade Company is beside me. He wants to ask you for a favor. Qin Bao Bao said in her heart. Hold it in. Sister has to hold it in. She couldn't argue with her brother in front of outsiders. She pretended to ignore him. I'm not helping. It's very simple. He wants you to help him advertise Kaiyue's stock. He's willing to pay 3 million yuan for the advertising fee. What do you think? Little redneck, I'll deal with you when we get home. Her brother didn't continue to say strange words. He was silent for a moment and said, Reject him. Qin Bao Bao didn't ask for the reason. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, President Tao. My brother doesn't agree. If it's about the price, we can talk about it again." Tao Guojun was unwilling to give up. "Miss Qin, why don't you ask him again? He can just tell you the price." Qin Bao Bao still didn't understand why he was so persistent. She didn't say anything and said, "Okay, I'll go back and talk to him. I'll inform you if there's any change." Tao Guojun sent her out with gratitude and watched her get into the MPV and leave. Qin Bao Bao was very familiar with that attentive and slightly ingratiating smile. Every time the boss of a small enterprise visited the general manager, he would always have this smile. She was even more confused. Chapter 184. Qin Bao Bao sat in the spacious nanny van with a genuine leather massage seat. A 32-inch car TV was installed on the partition between the driver's seat and the passenger's seat. Below it was a bar counter and a refrigerator. The interior was luxurious, completely matching her status. This nanny van was the car that the company had given her. Li Yanhong placed the glasses on the bar counter, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of champagne. She poured a glass for herself and Qin Bao Bao. She liked this nanny van very much. It was luxurious inside and out. She was satisfied with both the senses and the real experience. In the past, she had never dared to dream of sitting in such a car, drinking and chatting, but now she could. Everything was because of the beautiful girl beside her. Yes, in Li Yanhong's eyes, Qin Bao Bao was a girl, although she was a little older. But she was very clean. She didn't deliberately scheme against others, but she wasn't an innocent and naive girl either. She could see the two valuable qualities of politeness and rationality in her. Li Yanhong had seen many celebrities who sold their bodies for the sake of climbing up the social ladder. They shouted with conviction, "It's not me who's wrong, it's the world." She had also seen many narrow-minded and jealous women who couldn't bear to see others doing well. No matter how enchanting these women were on the outside, their hearts were dirty. People who kept themselves clean were always likable. This liking wasn't because she helped her earn money, but a kind of intimacy and yearning that came from the heart. "Bao Bao, let's celebrate the perfect end of the commercial performance." She raised her glass. Just as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang. "Sorry, I have to take this call." Qin Bao Bao opened the contact list. There were several times when she wanted to call her brother, but she resisted. She frowned slightly with a conflicted expression. Ding dong. Su Yunhan sent a message, "Bao Bao, do you still need a leg accessory? Please take me." Qin Bao Bao was confused and replied with a question mark emoji. Su Yunhan, "I also want to invest in the stock market. Please take me." Stock market again. What was going on? "I don't know how to trade stocks," Qin Bao Bao replied. "Are you playing dumb? It's not like I'm asking you to help Sister Su trade stocks. You just have to tell your brother and give Sister Su some pointers. I'll be very grateful." Qin Bao Bao sighed. "What happened? I just finished a commercial performance and my phone has been turned off." A moment later, Su Yunhan sent a few pictures over. One was a high-definition screenshot of celebrity gossip. There was a blackboard in the shot. Qin Bao recognized it. It was the small blackboard in her brother's room. She remembered the content on it, but what could it mean? Qin Bao Bao clicked on the second picture in confusion. She immediately understood. This was a screenshot of a certain stock's K-line. Most of the K-line charts fluctuated gently with red and green intersecting. However, at the end of the chart, there were 8 consecutive bright red upper limit boards. The name of the stock was Black Donkey Technology. "Your brother is so awesome that he has no friends. Bao Bao, how did your family raise him? It's unbelievable. Can you take me with you to trade stocks? I'll be satisfied if I follow your brother and drink some soup. Everyone on the internet calls him the god of stocks. It would be great if I had a brother like him." Su Yunhan chattered on and on, without stopping. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. What was so good about her? She was a black-hearted maggot. Why would a big star like you trade stocks? It's not like you lack money. Su Yunhan sent a vomiting blood emoji. Who doesn't want more money? Besides, this is not a small amount of money. It might be equivalent to half a year's income. Take your brother's stock for example. If I invest a few million, I won't have to work for a year. Now, the most discussed topic in the circle is trading stocks. There are losses and gains. Do you know that Su Lu has been trading stocks with her godfather and earned a few million? Godfather? Yes, the boss of a public fund. It's a secret that everyone in the circle knows. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. What a fickle woman. Su Yunhan laughed and changed the topic. But your brother is still the best. Qin Bao Bao's lips curled as she typed in a message. That's my brother, she suddenly reacted and deleted that sentence. Then, she typed in a new message. Alright, I'll ask him when I'm free and ask him to recommend you a few stocks with potential. Qin Bao Bao opened Weibo and found that her Weibo had exploded. Her latest Weibo post originally only had a few thousand comments. Now, it was in the tens of thousands. After looking at it for a while, she knew the whole story. Her brother's Blackboard had written the analysis and prediction of the future of Black Donkey technology. It could be seen as a prophecy post. Then, a month later, the post came true. Black Donkey technology had reached its upper limit for a week. Even among the many stocks, it stood out. Then, her brother became the prophet emperor. No wonder. No wonder Tao Guimin was so attentive. It was laughable that she had thought that the darn fatty's brain was damaged. His brain was not damaged. In fact, he was very smart. Think about it. Borrowing Qin Zai's, prophet emperor, to promote her own stocks. Then, there would be countless people who would follow the trend and buy it. At that time, let alone 3 million, it would be more than 30 million. At the same time, she also understood Qin Zai's reason for rejecting. This kind of thing was too bad for his character. A good stock would definitely not be promoted. Perhaps at the beginning, it would rise steadily due to the chase. But not too long later, it would burst because of the fake bubble. At that time, how would people look at Qin Zai? Even she would be scolded. Li Yanhong hung up the phone and sighed. In today's society, it's easy for a man to have a change of heart when he has a bit of money. Sigh. Qin Bao Bao asked casually, what's wrong? Li Yanhong said helplessly, my niece. She and her husband don't have a good relationship and want a divorce. Her mother called me to complain. My niece and her husband have only been dating for 4 years until they got married. Logically speaking, marriage problems should only appear after a few years. Her husband earned some money from his business this year. It was originally a good thing. But because his wallet is full, his heart is restless and he is playing with women outside. Qin Bao Bao deeply agreed. That's why a man's money still needs to be managed by a woman. This depends on the situation. Li Yanhong acted as an experienced person and taught Qin Bao Bao. Some men like to be managed by women, but some are wild monkeys. The stricter the management, the greater the rebound. But we can't just ignore it. Then what should we do? Qin Bao Bao humbly asked for advice. It depends on the woman's own methods. Love needs to be safe. There is no such thing as a lasting and unchanging love. Li Yanhong pointed at the Louis Vuitton bag that Qin Bao Bao casually threw aside and gave an example. Take this bag for example. When you first bought it, you treasured it so much that you never put it anywhere. But now, it's no longer that attractive to you. Then, what will happen to you? The best way is to change to another one. In the eyes of many men, women are the same as bags or mobile phones. After a long time, they will lose their novelty. What should we do in this situation? Some women start to manage men's finances because they lack a sense of security. Some women learn all kinds of skills to keep men. Some are even more powerful. They emphasize that not fighting is fighting, and retreat in order to advance. Qin Bao Bao stared at her blankly. Sisterly, can you explain it clearly? I don't understand. You don't have a boyfriend. Why are you learning this? Qin Bao Bao was anxious. Aya, just say it quickly. Managing the economy is the worst strategy. Learning skills is the best strategy. You can make yourself comfortable and make your man comfortable. Retreat in order to advance, and fight without fighting is the best strategy. Attacking the city is the worst strategy, and attacking the heart is the best strategy. But it's inevitable that there will be a grassland above your head. So, the best strategy is enough. Qin Bao Bao was even more confused. What skills are these? Li Yanhong chuckled. You've never had a boyfriend before? Qin Bao Bao shook her head. TSK, that's really a waste of your youth. Qin Bao Bao felt suffocated. How could she waste her time? Of course, it's the skill of rolling in the sheets. Li Yanhong winked. Qin Bao Bao understood. She spat and thought to herself, old witch. Other than rolling in the sheets, what other way can you control a man? This question stumped Li Yanhong. How can you control a man without rolling in the sheets? You can't do that, right? Then use money. Everything will be easy with money, Li Yanhong said. What if he doesn't lack money? Then roll in the sheets. Alright, this was an endless cycle. Qin Bao Bao was a little discouraged. Li Yanhong comforted her. Bao Bao, although the company has a contract stating that you can't date for 3 years, there are still loopholes. Dating in private is also fine. As long as it's not exposed by the media, the company will turn a blind eye. Qin Bao Bao sighed. She thought to herself that it wasn't about the contract. She was just afraid that someone would have to make a trip to Germany if they rolled in the sheets. After returning from the Thousand Island Lake, she and her brother had a cold war for half a month. They basically didn't speak. The last time something like this happened was when she was beaten up by her parents. Thinking about it, she felt awkward. She said something that she shouldn't have. Perhaps it would be more tactful if she said, Aze, do you want to eat the rouge on your sister's lips? Bah, it wasn't a matter of being tactful at all. She shouldn't have said it. Now, she didn't know how long the Cold War would last. With that little pervert's pretentious personality, he probably wouldn't take the initiative to reconcile with her. Qin Bao Bao said faintly, Sisterly, if there's a man who always wants to take advantage of me and coax me to kiss him, I'll tell him to kiss me. But one day, when I take the initiative to hint at him to kiss me, he runs away. Why? He didn't get your hint? Li Yanhong asked. He's AB*TCH. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth. He knows. Then there's a possibility. This man has a change of heart. He likes another woman. Of course, he won't be intimate with you. Li Yanhong analyzed. Qin Bao Bao's expression changed slightly. She forced herself to ask, could it be that he wasn't interested at that time? Li Yanhong laughed. Men are all creatures with their lower bodies. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of an opportunity. If he didn't have a change of heart, could it be that he turned over a new leaf and became a monk? Qin Bao Bao sighed as she looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window. Maybe he really did turn over a new leaf. Ding, there was a notification. The person who sent the message was the pig at home. I've thought about it. It's safer to leave my money to you. This is my securities account number. You know the password. But I still want to invest in stocks. Sister, please don't take it out. The haze in her heart was suddenly dispelled by the sunlight. Qin Bao Bao looked at it carefully several times and memorized the account number. She held the phone tightly as if she was holding a treasure. Chapter 185. Qin Zhe did not expect that the investment plan on the small blackboard would cause such a stir. The result was that his fame skyrocketed, and he was more eye-catching than ever before. Whether it was the video of To Qin Bao Bao or the finals of I Am a Singer, they all paled in comparison to this time. Borrowing the popularity of the stock market, he was worshipped by the netizens as the god of stocks. There were people leaving comments on his Weibo all day long. Thousands of people were shouting 666 and asking him to take them to the stock market. Of course, most of them were heckling to worship the prophet emperor. In fact, most of them were just onlookers. Coincidentally, he could barely be considered a public figure and had a very popular sister. The netizens were no stranger to him. If it was a normal person, they would at most sigh and shout 666. The three animals in dormitory 303 kept calling him Chingu, crying and shouting for him to give them shares. They said that if they bought his shares, they would be able to reach the peak of life. There were also some unfamiliar university classmates who called Chinze one after another, but he did not pick up. Out of all the calls, he picked up Li Donglai's call. The little guy opened his mouth and muttered, "What the F***, Chingu, you have this ability? Don't say anything else, just accept my kneeling." Chinze said helplessly, "How did you know? Didn't you not pay attention to the entertainment industry?" Li Donglai said, "I don't pay attention to the entertainment industry, but I pay attention to your sister." Chinze said, Li Donglai quickly changed his words, "I mainly pay attention to Chingu. Sister Chin is paying attention because she loves the house and its crow." This guy did not ask for the recommendation shares, he just called to shout 666 and poured out his admiration for him. As for the stock market, he did not care. He had a rich aunt, so he never lacked things like pocket money. There was a heated discussion in the university group. Ever since a singer, his classmates all knew that his sister was Qin Bao Bao, and all the teachers and students knew that Qin Bao Bao's brother was Qin Zhe, from our university. "Qin Zhe, take me to the stock market. Qin Zhe, don't forget me when you're rich." We agreed before the internship. Qin Zhe, unbelievable. Qin Zhe's grades were average when he was in school. How did he suddenly become the god of stocks? We didn't even know that he could write songs when he was in school. That's amazing. I wonder how much he has earned. If I tell everyone that Chinze is my university classmate, no one will believe me. The homeroom teacher in the group said, "Knowledge is wealth." Chinze is a good example. Temporary results couldn't represent the future. Compared to him choosing a bull stock, I was more optimistic about his analysis and speculations. Basic analysis, technical analysis, and off-the-field analysis, he was able to do all of them incisively and vividly. This was something that many people could not do. Even if it's not a bull market, I believe he can still make money in the stock market. Monitor, don't say anything. I'll drink this chicken soup first. Everyone, get up and drink the poisonous chicken soup made by Monitor. I'll cry out loud. I grew up drinking the poisonous chicken soup made by Monitor for the past 3 years. The students laughed and joked. The homeroom teacher sent a sweat-wiping emoji. You guys, alas. Chinze joined in the fun and sent a funny emoji. Everyone, drink this bowl of poisonous chicken soup. As soon as he came out, the group exploded. Boss, you finally came out. Hurry up and push the stock. Chinze, I'll repeat it again. Don't forget me when you're rich. Chinze, I don't want you to push the stock. I want our sister's photo. Hurry up and send it. Photo +1, photo +2, photo +3, just like that, the students started to talk about baby Chin. Basically, it was the boys who were joking about whether Chinze's sister had a boyfriend. If she didn't, how about introducing her to them? If she did, how about changing her boyfriend? If she didn't want to change, how about considering one more boyfriend? Chinze didn't care about the jokes. He casually sent out a few stocks. These stocks have potential. I suggest you hold them for at least half a month. After half a month, you can decide if you want to sell or not. The group was in an uproar. The homeroom teacher, I'm so scared. Awesome, Monitor. Hurry up and buy them. Ha ha ha. On the second day of Chinze's promotion, he expected that his colleagues would have a big reaction. As soon as he stepped into the office, Yang Jian winked at him. "Guru, please take this newbie to the stock market. It's all thanks to you that we can become rich." He rushed over to hug Qin Zai's thigh. Qin Zai rolled his eyes. "Get lost." The other colleagues in the office also joined in the fun and teased Qin Zai to take them to the stock market. Some were joking, some were serious. More than 10 years ago, the employees of investment companies and securities companies were forbidden to invest in the stock market. It was still forbidden now, but it was not as strict as before. You can't invest in the stock market, but you can let your family invest in the stock market. In the past, your family couldn't invest in the stock market. At that time, there were few listed companies. Securities companies and investment companies could access a lot of insider information. If left alone, the market would become a tool for some groups to accumulate wealth, which was not conducive to the healthy development of the stock market. Li Linfeng's face was glowing, and he was smiling every day. Anyone could see that he was in a good mood. How could he not be happy? The company made a lot of money in stock investment. While he created rich performance, he could also show his ambition. Suyu was unique in management and was willing to delegate power to the managers of various departments under him. Li Linfeng strolled into the company and patted Qin Zai on the shoulder. "Boy, do you know how much your commission is this month?" He raised a hand. Yang Jian guessed, 50,000. Li Linfeng nodded. "This is just the current commission. If Black Donkey technology continues to grow, your commission will double." Qin Zai smiled. "Boss, it's just a drizzle." Li Linfeng was a boss who didn't like to put on a dignified show. He was very easygoing in private. Qin Zai got along well with him and could communicate the meaning of draft without changing his face. Yang Jian vomited blood. "I can't compare with you." Li Linfeng rolled his eyes. After lunch, Qin Zai leaned over the desk to write a schedule. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching. He turned his head and saw that it was the famous cold beauty Suyu. Her eyes fell on Qin Zai's plan, and her cold face showed a smile. "What are you writing?" "Nothing." Qin Zai closed the proposal without batting an eyelid. "Come to my office. I have something to tell you." Suyu nodded, turned and walked out of the office. The office skirt wrapped around her perky buttocks, full of charm. Yang Jian gave Qin Zai a thumbs up. Suyu rarely did not sit behind her desk, but sat on the reception sofa with Qin Zai and personally made a cup of black tea for Qin Zai. Qin Zai was a little flattered. "To be honest, I set up an investment project according to your plan, and I was ready to lose money or even lose everything," Suyu said. Qin Zai could only reply with a smile. He couldn't say, "Thank you, CEO, for your love. Nan Man is very optimistic about you. I love the house and its crow. It's a pure surprise that this project can have such a good result." Suyu sipped the black tea and her posture was very elegant. "Yesterday, Nan Man came to me and said that she wanted you to manage a department alone." Qin Zai was taken aback. "It's not appropriate." Suyu nodded. "So I refused." Qin Zai, "But I think it should be appropriate to arrange you in the position of deputy manager." "What do you think?" Suyu asked. Suyu has a habit of talking to the person involved in the work scheduling of any employee. Just like she once talked to Li Linfeng changed his view of her. Qin Zai hesitated for a moment. "Can I be President Su's assistant?" Suyu raised her eyebrows. "My assistant needs to prepare a variety of documents for me, such as the company's financial statements, market research, performance reports, project summaries, and so on." Suyu smiled and said, "Let me guess, it's because you've been asking me for important company documents recently." Qin Zai, "These things you're looking at are not what a salesman should look at." "What do you want to do?" Qin Zai didn't want to answer her question. He simply gave the beautiful president a side profile and pretended to look at the screen hanging on the wall. 6 LCD screens were hung directly opposite the desk. 2 showed the general trend of the stock market and futures, and the other 4 showed the detailed trend of individual stocks. His black donkey technology was one of them. It opened directly to the upper limit. Under the background of the general bull market, as long as you don't make a bad move, you can basically make money. Especially this year's stock market, which was aggressive and showed signs of breaking the bull market record. In the words of many insiders, you can make money lying down. Therefore, compared with the stock market, Qinze prefers to watch the changes in the futures market. The abundance of idle funds not only boosted the stock market, but also the futures market. It's just more turbulent and thrilling, not as stable as the stock market. The 5-minute trend chart of a precious metal attracted Qinze's attention. It was a thrilling and exciting multi-air offensive and defensive battle. At the opening, there were people divided into 10 prices. Each price had more than 1,000 orders, but in just an hour, someone bought all the orders. Then the bears gradually gained the upper hand. Although the bulls occasionally resisted, the selling pressure was too strong, and the price finally began to fall slowly. Many parties temporarily ceased their activities, not knowing whether they were ready to give up or prepare for the next wave of offensive. Suyu saw his absent-minded appearance and frowned. No one likes to be ignored when they speak. Do you have research on futures? Yeah. Qinze said. He is a financial student. Of course, he must understand stock futures. Qinze began to switch from stocks to futures a month ago. After knocking on the stock god skill, many things in futures were also well understood. He wants to set up his own investment company in the future. The scope of business can't be limited to stock investment. No one can say how long the bull market can last. Just by speculating in stocks, he can make a well-off life. After all, it is hard to make money in a bear market. It has nothing to do with technology. That precious metal is being manipulated by the investment department too and is a bear. Suyu said, "What do you think?" The market is a little turbulent, but at present, the bears have the upper hand. Qinze expressed his opinion, but it's best not to fight. The flow of idle funds to the market will also benefit the futures market. Bulls are the general trend. The two talked, and the market was turbulent again. Chapter 186. Chen Guang was the manager of the second investment department and graduated from Shandong University. He came to Shanghai in 2008 and had been in the international financial capital for nearly a decade. He had witnessed the stock market crash in 2008. He had also witnessed the record-breaking bull market in 2007. He was most proficient in the futures market. Before joining the investment industry, he worked in a private equity firm and was also in charge of futures. He was famous for his unconventional methods in the futures market. However, his bold and unconstrained thinking and risky style gave the former owner a headache, so he was unable to move his position forward. Futures were always more exciting than the stock market. The margin system, margin call system, and the restrictions of forced liquidation at maturity could make you rich overnight, but it could also make you poor in an instant. Using money to play with your heart, aside from gambling, there was nothing more exciting than futures. The T+0 system also allowed more room for manipulation, and it was a test of the standard of a trader. Futures are ferocious beasts, and stocks are the same. In Chen Guang's view, stocks are even more unreliable than futures. The former's information channels are more transparent, while the latter's information channels are more fake. For example, the financial reports are commonly falsified. Glancing at the LCD screen on his desk, his face suddenly changed. "Boss, there's a change in the situation. The multiple investors are too ferocious. The sudden influx of funds has already reached the average price. How should we deal with it? We can't make a decision." One of the three traders, Little Li, barged into the office. Chen Guang stared at the constantly changing chart on the LCD screen. First, there was a small yang oscillation, followed by 3 yang lines. Anyone with a bit of technical analysis would know that this was the 3 suns rising, and it was a huge benefit. Thus, it attracted the attention of individual investors and the trading volume rapidly increased. Chen Guang felt that he was in a race against time. He had to do something. Currently, The price was close to the average, and the moment it broke through the 12-day average, there would be a huge change in the mentality of the investors. At that time, it would be too late to say anything. How many positions do we have left? Chen Guang suddenly asked. 8,500 hands. Trader Shaoli said. At this moment, the trading volume increased once more and the price broke through the 12-day average. Inform accounts 1 to 6 to retreat in batches. Don't continue fighting. Chen Guang made a prompt decision. Through the perfect Three Suns grand opening movement, he was certain that the banker was operating behind the scenes, and his methods were very experienced. Chen Guang did not have the intention to compete with the other party since the difference in funds was huge from the start. In the president's office, Suyu sipped her black tea and glanced at Qin Zai's focused face. She asked, "Who do you think will win, the bulls or the bears?" It's a one-sided situation. Many forces are coming at us aggressively. If the airheads can remain calm for a few minutes, the situation may change. I'm just afraid that they'll be scared and run away, giving up their base. Qin Zai's eyes flashed with wisdom. Suyu muttered, "Are you confident?" She majored in macroeconomics and was more like a strategist in the headquarters. This was also an important reason why she had delegated power to the managers of the various departments. Qin Zai nodded. Suyu put down the teacup. In Qin Zai's stunned eyes, he got up, walked to the desk, and grabbed the landline. When the landline on Chen Guang's desk rang, he took a glance and saw that it was the CEO's office number. He immediately picked it up. Suyu's cold and pleasant voice went straight to the point, "If it's not closed, then stay for a few minutes." Chen Guang was briefly stunned before he looked at the crazily rising chart and hesitated. "CEO Su, we've invested quite a bit. It's not your performance if we lose money." Suyu continued, "Don't hang up." "All right, then." Chen Guang called out to little Wang, "Wait a little longer." "Boss, what are we waiting for? If we don't come out now, our losses will be huge." Little Wang was at a loss. "You want me to reject CEO Su's request?" Chen Guang pursed his lips and held on to the phone. "CEO Su has never asked about the operation. What's wrong today?" Little Wang was both curious and puzzled. "How would I know?" 5 minutes later, the price was still rising. For the time being, there wasn't any sign of it falling. Seeing this, Chen Guang's heart throbbed. Little Wang's face was distressed and tangled as if he had lost millions. Scratching his ears and cheeks, he shouted, "Boss, it's over. We can't withdraw even if we want to." Just as Chen Guang was about to speak, he suddenly heard a beeping sound from the phone. CEO Su had hung up. His heart suddenly trembled. Did she give up? Then, his phone rang. It was Suyu's number. "CEO Su?" Chen Guang wiped his sweat. He didn't know what this woman was doing. Although she said that she didn't need to take responsibility, it was still millions of yuan. Even he was sweating for her. Suyu reported 6 numbers without rhyme or reason and said, "Instruct the traders to place orders at these 6 prices. Every time, 20 to 30 orders will alternate." Chen Guang rushed out of the office and came to the staff office of the investment department. He shouted and repeated Suyu's words. Several traders with ashen faces immediately took action. Sure enough, the market's empty orders began to increase. At this moment, Suyu gave another order. She reported 3 numbers, any 3 accounts. Place orders according to the requirements. "Boss, look, look." Little Wang excitedly pointed at the screen. On the screen, as soon as the Shangyin line was collected, the trading price of the market began to drop slightly and kept going down. This was a classic example of an abandoned baby. As soon as the falling price appeared, there was a trend of everyone pushing the wall. The bears began to exert their strength. After all, they weren't the only ones who were short. There were others as well. The game wasn't a one-on-one game, but a gathering of heroes from all over the country. The market began to fall. Everyone let out a long breath. Chen Guang also felt his heart returning to normal. However, he immediately became excited. CEO Su, you're too amazing. This prediction and maneuvering is really amazing. The timing of the switch between having too many players and not having any players is just right. Chen Guang felt that he had underestimated the beautiful CEO in the past. Just based on the skills that she had just displayed, she would definitely beat him. However, Su faintly said, it has nothing to do with me. Chen Guang was stunned. The phone rang and she hung up. In the CEO's office. Su put down the phone and turned to look at Qin Zhe, who was leisurely drinking tea. This guy felt her gaze and grinned at her, revealing his white teeth. Although I'm not convinced, Nan Man's eyes are more accurate than mine. Su smiled bitterly. Su suddenly remembered that as long as someone appeared on the internet, they would immediately be banned. The second half of the sentence was that once the wind and clouds met, they would become a dragon. When she first heard about him, she didn't believe that he could finish a college entrance examination mathematics paper with full marks in 20 minutes. She only saw it with her own eyes on the day of the interview. However, it was undeniable that it did surprise her. The first time she felt frustrated in terms of IQ, and the second time was in the game. If the exam paper incident was considered to be outstanding, then the Black Donkey Technology project was an overnight success, achieving the achievement of famous throughout the company. Today, she was amazed by his awareness and trading skills. Although this young man didn't look immature, he was no longer someone who could be underestimated. Nan Man Pei was right. If she used him well, there would be surprises. Because she knows me better than you. Qin Zhe didn't know that his evaluation in the beautiful CEO's heart was rising. Otherwise, he would be proud of himself. The reason why he had such a high standard in the stock market and futures market was not only because of his own efforts, but also because of the help of the system. Although the system was a salted fish. In addition to the 3 departments of the investment department, there are other business departments in the company. Each business department is equal and directly under my jurisdiction. Although I try to delegate power, it inevitably causes a huge amount of work. I'm going to set up a position for the general manager of the investment department to help me manage the 3 investment departments. Su said, you are the best candidate. Is it Sister Pei's idea? Qin Zhe was surprised. No, it's my idea. Nan Man doesn't have time to take care of a small company like mine. Su snorted. You don't need to worry about qualifications. Julie is not a state-owned enterprise. It doesn't pay attention to qualifications. The principle of private enterprises is that those who can go up, those who can't go down. You have this ability. Su said. Compared to that, I'm more looking forward to being your assistant. Qin Zhe said. Su said, don't even think about it. Chapter 187. Qin Zhe had been promoted. Although the official appointment document had not been issued, it was not made public. However, Su was the general manager, and she was in charge of the whole company. Her words were basically a nail in the coffin. Qin Zhe felt that it was a pity that he did not get the assistant position. Moreover, he mentioned it again and again, which seemed to have caused Su to misunderstand that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Qin Zhe thought that there were 2 sides to everything. Although he was disappointed that he did not become the assistant to the president, the position of the head of the investment department was not bad, which meant that he could mobilize a huge amount of funds. It was also a good choice to use other people's money to practice. The investment of a company and an individual were very different. Today, Qin Zhe cooked a sumptuous dinner for his 2 sisters. His sister's hypocritical congratulations made Qin Zhe very annoyed. Wang Zijin was fine. After all, she was the daughter of a rich family. However, what was going on with Qin Baobao? If other sisters knew that their younger brother was promoted and became rich, they would definitely be smiling from ear to ear. They would hug their younger brother and give him a kiss as a reward. Other sisters would kiss their younger brother, right? Qin Baobao couldn't wait to take out her laptop after dinner. She turned it on, logged into the game, and invited Kanto Studio. This set of procedures was very skillful. Qin Zhe, who was next to her, rolled his eyes. He had once watched the fierce battle between his sister and Kanto Studio. He finally understood why his sister was so obsessed with the game. This was the thrill of looking for abuse in the game. What he admired the most was Kanto Studio's tenacity despite being defeated repeatedly. She must have been waiting for Qin Bao Bao to log into the game for a long time. The two of them quarreled every day at 8:30 p.m. It was more interesting than a primetime TV series. Qin Bao Bao won 3 rounds in a row in 20 minutes and spent 10 minutes quarreling with Kanto Studio. She took a sip of tea and said with a face full of enjoyment, "I feel refreshed." "Are you interested?" Qin Zhe was speechless. "It's none of your business." Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Qin Bao Bao picked up the phone on the table, fingerprint. Qin Zhe did not set a password. Only his fingerprint could unlock the phone. He pressed with his thumb. Qin Bao Bao skillfully opened the stock trading software, logged in the account password, and happily checked Qin Zhe's gains today. Her eyes curved into crescents. "You've earned a lot today. I'll give you a verbal reward." This was a greedy sister. Sure enough, as long as he obediently handed over his wife's money, he could easily deal with her temper. Qin Zhe remembered the fortune stick at Mizhan Temple. "When I was young, I always made empty promises, but now I regret my words lightly." He did not believe in religion, but he felt that these 2 sentences made sense. "Don't think that you can easily control me. I only forgive you because you admit your mistake." Qin Bao Bao saw through her brother's thoughts. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister's swollen chest and said, "Sister is not a woman that I can control with one hand." Qin Bao Bao snorted. At first, she was pleased with herself, but then she said in disdain, "You're as cowardly as a bear." Seeing that her brother did not speak, she said angrily, "Trash." Wang Zijin finally looked up from the TV series and said angrily, "Nonsense." Qin Bao Bao was angry. "I'm teaching my brother a lesson. What does it have to do with you?" Wang Zijin said in her heart, "I have nothing to say." Qin Bao Bao sneered again, "Bear." She was still angry about what happened that day. Qin Bao Bao had always been a woman who held grudges. Enough is enough. Qin Zhe pushed his sister. Qin Bao Bao immediately returned the favor. She kicked her brother's chest, but unfortunately, she did not have much strength. She shouted, "You're a bear, ha ha ha." Qin Zhe was angry. Without saying anything, he threw his sister on the sofa. "I'm going to teach you a lesson today, fat tiger." "Zijin, he's going to hit me again." Qin Bao Bao called her best friend. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. This was the right way for them to open up. She couldn't stand the atmosphere of looking at each other in silence some time ago. Qin Bao Bao couldn't escape the fate of being spanked if her best friend didn't help or dissuade her. However, Qin Zhe raised his hand halfway and gave up. Qin Bao Bao saw that the situation was not good. She shouted, "Bear." Slap. Qin Zhe slapped his sister's round buttocks, one on each side. Wang Zijin finally had the courage to ask them what they had done in Hangzhou. As soon as they came back, they shivered as if they wanted to break off the relationship between them. Unexpectedly, they denied it and said that nothing was wrong. Wang Zijin said, "I don't believe you. I hate it when you two hide and whisper. Don't ask me to be the messenger next time." Humph. Wang Zijin said, "A's birthday is at the end of the month. What gift do you want?" Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically, "Girlfriend." Qin Zhe said, "Ignore her. I like any gift from Sister Ziwei." Wang Zijin said, "Then let's go shopping and buy whatever we see." Qin Bao Bao said, "No. A's and I are going to Disneyland on my birthday." Wang Zijin said, "Then I will go too." Qin Bao Bao refused, "Don't you have to go to work? You can come back and eat cake at night." Wang Zijin thought, "Hey, this brother complex." Qin Bao Bao chewed the beef jerky. She put the whole bag of beef jerky in front of her chest. She wanted to eat a piece of beef jerky. The beef jerky was shaking in front of her chest. Qinze was really afraid that it would slide down. Wang Zijin sat opposite her. She glanced at her thighs and reminded, "Bao Bao, you are exposed." Qin Bao Bao was wearing a pleated mini-skirt. It was also Qinze's favorite skirt because he could admire his sister's long legs without stockings. Qin Bao Bao was not afraid at all. "Anyway, we are at home. No man is looking." Wang Zijin glanced at Qinze. "Maybe my brother is not a man," Qinze explained to himself. While Wang Zijin was in the bathroom, Qinze pretended to be relaxed and said, "Did anything happen at the company?" "No. I have been so busy these days. I am not even in the company." "What can happen?" Qin Bao Bao said angrily. "Mom is too much. She didn't bring an umbrella when she went grocery shopping. She got caught in the rain and caught a cold," Qinze said. "How come I didn't know?" Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother. "You didn't go to shoot a commercial." Qinze said casually, "Last month, she went to Hongqiao and got caught in the rain. She caught a cold when she came back." "She didn't." Qin Bao Bao paused. "She went to Hongqiao last month?" The computer screen jumped and a spam ad website popped up. A famous ad slogan kept repeating, "Start with a knife, become a tycoon in 3 seconds." The siblings didn't pay attention to the advertisement. Qinze stared into his sister's eyes. "She went. I wrote about it in my diary." "Didn't you read it?" Qin Bao Bao was not flustered. "Your diary? Then I definitely didn't read it." Qinze said, "Oh. You didn't read my diary, but you still dared to ask for a kiss. Sister, your thoughts are really dangerous." "Oh, this is not like you. You actually didn't read my diary." Qinze said. "Oh, you're already so old. Sister should respect your privacy." Qin Bao Bao patted her brother's head and used the image of a gentle elder sister to confuse her brother. But in her heart, she thought, "This little pervert has seen through me." Qinze nodded. "It's good that sister knows. Peeking at a diary will cause a big problem." When he spoke, he observed his sister's expression, trying to see a similar expression of panic. Unfortunately, there was none. His sister's beautiful face was blank and innocent, and her watery eyes were blinking. He thought that if his sister found out the secret of the diary and knew that he was not the biological son of the old man, with her glass heart, she would definitely explode. There was no reason for her to hold it in. Maybe she was like him and didn't dare to say it out, afraid that the family would be torn apart. The kiss that day, was her glass heart broken and she was looking for a sense of security with him? Qin Bao Bao said disdainfully, "I just peeked at your diary. What big problem can it cause? Is it a document written by you?" The way he answered was very in line with Qin Bao Bao's usual temper. When Wang Zijin came out of the toilet, the siblings finished a battle of swords under the background of the sound effect of a knife at the beginning. It was a temporary draw. Qin Bao Bao was dragged back to the room by her best friend to sleep. She held the diary and turned back at the door. When her eyes met with her brother's, they both felt an indescribable feeling spreading in their hearts. "There are some things that you don't say, but I know. There are some things that I don't say, but you know." However, we both chose to remain silent. Chapter 188. At 9:50 in the morning, 10 minutes before the high-level meeting, Su Hao angrily broke into his sister Su Yu's office. "Don't be nervous. Introduce yourself in the interview later and get familiar with everyone. Don't worry, no one will be eccentric." Su Yu was instructing Qinze face to face. Seeing her half-brother break in, she frowned and said, "Vice President Su, what's the matter?" Su Hao didn't expect Qinze to be in the office. He didn't spit out his sharp words and waved his hand. "You go out first." Qinze looked at Su Yu, the latter nodded, and he left the office. "What are you doing?" "The general manager of the investment department?" Su Hao said angrily, "First of all, there is no such position in the company. You appointed without permission?" Su Yu didn't care about her brother's anger and said lightly, "Inform? All the middle and high-level positions in the company were appointed by me. I don't remember who to inform. That was before. Now I'm the deputy general manager." Su Hao said angrily, "I won't agree to this ridiculous appointment." Su Yu sneered and stared at Su Hao. "When does the general manager's decision need the deputy general manager's consent?" Su Hao sneered. "You want to be Wu Zetian? You don't need my consent, but as long as I call, you have to explain to Dad." Su Yu narrowed her eyes and her eyes fell on her half-brother. In her impression, this man seemed to only find his father to stand up for him. He was like this when he was a child, and now he still can't change his habit. It was too much to say that he was a waste. After all, he was able to take care of the two branches in an orderly manner. He had some ability. But to say that he was a coward, he deserved it. A while ago, he got his secretary pregnant in the company and then kicked her away. The young woman who wanted to marry into a rich family made a lot of trouble in the company. When the news reached home, his sister-in-law was also angry and wanted a divorce. In the end, his father helped his baby son clean up the mess. Rich and powerful men could do whatever they wanted as long as they could control their women. As long as they could control their women, it wasn't impossible for them to do whatever they wanted outside. It was rare to see a man with some money in his pocket being able to behave himself. But if he doesn't have the ability, he's a fool. Su Yu looked at his watch, got up and walked out of the office. When he passed by Su Hao, he said lightly, "You might as well call Dad. Anyway, as long as you are happy." Su Hao looked at his sister's graceful figure and gritted his teeth in anger. In the meeting room, Su Yu sat at the head of the table. The first seat on his right was Vice President Su Hao, and the first seat on his left was Qin Zhe, a young newcomer with no qualifications. The official notice of appointment had not been issued, but the middle and senior management knew about it. That was why this meeting was held. The content of the meeting was not to discuss anything, but Su Yu unilaterally announced the appointment of Qin Zhe as the general manager of the third department of the investment department. The establishment of Julie Investment was short, and the position was simple. At present, the position of each department manager was equal. Above the manager was the general manager Su Yu, and now there was a deputy general manager Su Hao. Then, there would be a new general manager of the investment department. Although Qin Zhe was only in charge of 3 investment departments, he was already the third in command of the company. This young third in command always made people feel uncomfortable. Therefore, the atmosphere in the conference room was a bit strange, and there was dissatisfaction in the silence. The managers looked at Qin Zhe with eyes full of scrutiny. After all, being suppressed by such a young brat, everyone had no face. Su Yu glanced at Qin Zhe with a smile, trying to see a trace of tension from his face, but this guy's calmness was beyond her expectations. Thinking about it, it was normal. He was a person who even sang on the stage of a national variety show. The scene in front of him may be just a small matter in his eyes. At this meeting, I will inform everyone that starting today, Qin Zhe will be the general manager of the investment department. Su Yu glanced at the crowd. In the future, we will work together and understand each other. Li Linfeng was expressionless. Chen Guang wanted to say something but stopped, and another investment manager, Yao Kong, frowned. "President Su, I think this appointment needs to be cautious." Su Hao said, "The investment department is the company's key profitable department. The position of general manager is very important. I think we should let more qualified people sit in this position. Indeed, we are a private company. We don't care about seniority, but as a company, the system can't be missing. Any appointment should have its rules." He didn't directly deny Qin Zhe, but changed to a euphemistic way of saying it. "Then let's talk with the resume. Everyone knows the project of Black Donkey Technology. The profit is 100%, and this is not the end. At present, this stock is supporting the upper limit, and there is no opportunity to buy. No one knows how long it can go up. If it is a month, or 2 months, how much is the profit? Of course, a profit of 2 million yuan, even if it is a 100% profit, is only a small amount for everyone here. But if he was not an ordinary employee at that time, and the investment was 20 million yuan, or even more, how much would the profit be? Su Hao frowned and said, let's assume first, what if this is just luck? In the background of the hot stock market, there are too many lucky people who choose the bull stock. If you have read his plan, you will not feel this way. Su Yu said, in fact, his ability is far more than that. I believe that Manager Chen will agree with me on this point. In the conference room, everyone's eyes were on Chen Guang. Chen Guang was taken aback. How did he get dragged into this? Boss Su, do you want me to improvise a story? He was speechless and at a loss. Su Yu said, yesterday's futures trading instructions were his idea. Chen Guang was in awe as he looked at Qin Zhe. The latter smiled at him. Chen Guang said, since that's the case, then I have no opinion. After returning home last night, he analyzed Su Yu's instructions over and over again. He analyzed her judgment of the situation and her grasp of the timing. No matter what, she was far better than him. Li Linfeng said, I have no opinion either. Among the few people present, aside from Su Yu, he was probably the only one who knew how fierce Qin Zhe was. Su Hao asked, what happened yesterday? The others were also curious. Chen Guang said, yesterday, our department was shorting Huiyin 6023. There was a banker who came out to cause trouble and wanted to use the idle funds to push it up. At that time, the price was directly pushed above the 12-day average and the individual investors followed suit. I initially wanted to withdraw, but Boss Su called me. When Chen Guang talked about yesterday's matter, he was radiant with admiration. He never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be Qin Zhe. Several managers looked at Qin Zhe in astonishment. This brat truly had some skills. No wonder Su Yu liked him. Su Hao couldn't find any words to refute and remained silent. The managers of the other departments didn't care about this matter. After all, the general manager of the investment department couldn't control them. Although there were some twists and turns, Su Yu had fulfilled her promise. Qin Zhe's appointment as the general manager of the investment department wasn't hindered. The only hindrance was Su Hao. But this fellow couldn't stir up any waves in his sister's company. After the meeting, Qin Zhe's appointment notice was sent to the company's internal communication group in real time. This notice caught most of the employees off guard. Their understanding of Qin Zhe was still at the level of internet celebrity and baby Qin's brother. Now, he had suddenly become the general manager of the investment department and the third in command of the company. There was an uproar. How did Qin Zhe become the general manager of the investment department? What's going on? Damn, isn't this too incredible? Am I dreaming? He's only been in the company for a month. How did he become the general manager? What a mess. He's so young. Does he have any work experience? Our investment company isn't the entertainment industry. He can become famous just by writing a few songs. I'm dizzy. That's why private investment companies like ours have a huge flaw in the system. Like the public company I worked for before, it's impossible for him to be the general manager without 8 to 10 years of experience. He still has to produce results. Similar whispers appeared in various offices. The employees couldn't understand the unconstrained thinking of the company's management. In their eyes, appointing an intern as the general manager was the biggest joke in the world. At the same time, in Li Linfeng's office. After the meeting, he pulled Qin Zhe into his office. Black tea was boiling on the tea tray. The classic sandalwood tea tray was engraved with the words Shang Tian Ke on the corner. I bought it for 30,000. The sandalwood that was hyped to a sky-high price a few years ago is worthless now. If I resell it, I'll probably get a 50% discount. When the tea was ready, Li Linfeng tilted the teapot. A dark red stream with dense white steam flowed into the bone porcelain teacup. But I asked someone to make it. There's no second one on the market. Qin Zhe laughed and said, evil little capitalists. Actually, tea tastes better than coffee, whether it's the taste or the nutritional value. Qin Zhe attacked again. Nationalist thinking. Li Linfeng stared. If you were still an employee under me, I'd kill you. Qin Zhe smiled. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The rich tea fragrance filled his mouth. When it came to drinking tea, Wang Zijin was an expert. In the first month of her salary, she bought a tea tray home. After that, she spent thousands of yuan on tea leaves every month. She especially loved green tea, not black tea that was popular among girls. Qin Zhe thought that her stomach was not good. It was probably because of drinking tea. President Su's courage really opened my eyes. Although I know you're capable, if I were in her shoes, I wouldn't do what she did. Li Linfeng clicked his tongue. Maybe it's because she stayed abroad for a few years, so her thinking is different. Qin Zhe shrugged. You know President Su stayed abroad? Li Linfeng was stunned. I heard it from a friend. Li Linfeng looked him up and down and asked curiously, Qin Zhe, you're not really a rich second generation, are you? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Leader, what's your plan next? Please tell me. Li Linfeng teased. Just muddling along. Qin Zhe said. I can guarantee that everyone in the company is talking about you now. How many eyes are staring at you? Don't they say that a new official makes 3 fires? Hurry up and burn it. Li Linfeng said. Wait until I go back and write the plan. It's time for dinner. Old comrade, let's eat together. The two left the office and passed by the door of Su Yu's office. They heard the assistant say, President Su, why did you drop the mouse again? It was a mistake. Get me a new one. The assistant opened the door and came out. When she met the two, she pouted. Qin Zhe would not forget that she made things difficult for him during the interview. He glared and said, hurry up and change the mouse for President Su. The assistant glared back at him. Qin Zhe often asked her for various documents. The relationship between the two was not bad. After walking for a while, Qin Zhe gossiped, it seems that it's not the first time your leader has changed the mouse. I've encountered it 3 times. Li Linfeng curiously said, I've also encountered it once. The assistant was about to cry. More than 3 times, it's once a day. What's going on? I don't know. Every time it's when I'm not there, but I once heard the sound of the mouse clicking in her office. The assistant lowered her voice. Maybe she was playing a game. Li Linfeng and Qin Zhe looked at her like she was a fool. The assistant said, it's true. Anyway, I heard it. I'm not sure whether it was a game or not. Qin Zhe thought, can a game make you angry and drop the mouse? This woman looks cold, but her temper is so bad. Chapter 189. At night, Shanghai was brightly lit with thousands of neon lights. This was a city that did not sleep. No matter how late it was, you could see cars coming and going on the streets, as well as some shops that operated 24 hours a day. Separated from the residential area by a street, there was an open apartment. The commercial and residential model made this place very crowded and lively. Especially after the construction of the nearby roads, it became more and more chaotic. In the past, Qin Zhe used to buy groceries here. However, it was not a vegetable and fruit supermarket, but a small roadside stall. There were almost no urban management officers here. They only needed to spend some money and talk to the property management to, legally, set up a stall. Moreover, the groceries sold were fresher than those in the supermarket. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin each carried a bag of groceries and snacks. They passed through the open apartment and walked in the direction of their own residential area. I feel that my chicken is too expensive, Qin Baobao complained. Why didn't you bargain? Just these 2 bags of groceries cost me a few hundred yuan. Wang Zijin was not convinced. Why didn't you bargain? I can't open my mouth. Me too. Qin Baobao said, although I feel that it is too expensive, I chose the freshest chicken and mushrooms. I can't wait to eat A's chicken. Huh. Wang Zijin felt that something was wrong. She gave her a sidelong glance. A's chicken. Qin Bao Bao corrected herself. Under normal circumstances, the two of them only needed to wait for dinner. However, today, Qin Zhe locked himself in his room to write a proposal. He decided to order takeout for dinner, which was unanimously rejected by the two sisters. Therefore, both sides took a step back and let the two of them go out to buy groceries. These things are so heavy. Come out and help me carry them. Qin Bao Bao took out her phone and called her brother. Qin Zhe replied instantly. Don't even think about it. Little bumpkin, you don't want to come out? Wang Zijin came over to look. Qin Bao Bao gave her a sidelong glance. Little bumpkin? Wang Zijin gave her a sidelong glance as well. You made me say it. The night at the end of October was chilly. Qin Bao Bao suddenly said, let me tell you a secret. Qin Zhe likes you. Wang Zijin's lips curled up. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the faint smile in her best friend's eyes and said seriously, I'll also tell you a secret. Qin Zhe likes you. Panic flashed across Qin Bao Bao's face. She said calmly, I'm his older sister. Isn't it normal for a younger brother to like his older sister? I was just joking. Wang Zijin shrugged. I was just joking. The two scheming women looked at each other with indifferent expressions. Oh right, I got promoted, Wang Zijin suddenly said. Promotion? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. You've only been here for 3 months, how can you be promoted so quickly? The rule of the workplace is to do more, listen more, and speak less. When cultivating in the public, one should not be greedy, or selfish. As long as he could achieve these few points, how difficult would it be to get promoted? Of course, the premise is that he has to be strong to forge iron. Wang Zijin said. My dad said the same thing. Uncle Qin's skills are profound. It's rare. Shameless. Qin Bao Bao pinched Wang Zijin's oval face, but the latter dodged. My grandpa told me. Then tonight's dinner is on you. Hurry up and transfer the money to me through Alipay. How much is Alipay? I'll pay you 10 times on WeChat. Wang Zijin joked, but Qin Bao Bao didn't understand. If it were Qin Zhe, he would reply, I'll pay you 10 times more. The two of them passed through the open apartment. It was dark in front of them. Only a few low-powered light bulbs illuminated the ruined road. During the day, there was a lot of noise here. Now that the workers were resting, it was quiet and chaotic. Be careful. Don't fall into the pit. Qin Bao Bao saw a sewer surrounded by several stones. She reached into the pocket of her coat for her phone, but found nothing. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. She turned her head subconsciously and saw a figure leaving quickly behind her. My phone was stolen. This thought flashed through Qin Bao Bao's mind. She instinctively chased after the scurrying figure, grabbed his arm, and shouted, Give me back my phone. The other party was obviously shocked. He didn't expect to be discovered. He also didn't expect this woman to rush up and grab him. Who took your phone? He turned his head and shouted. At the same time, he waved his arm in an attempt to shake off Qin Bao Bao. But Qin Bao Bao grabbed his arm and refused to let go. She saw the other party's face clearly. It was a face full of exotic features. High eyebrows, deep eyes, and rough dark skin. He looked very young. You were behind me just now. Where did you turn around? Qin Bao Bao scowled. She immediately guessed the other party's purpose of following her. She secretly took the phone from the other party's pocket and left. Who stole your phone? Let go. The young pickpocket began to get nervous because the people around him were pointing at him. Although there were fewer people here, that was only relatively speaking. Qin Bao Bao refused to let go. She was a mess. Give me back my phone. She reached into the pickpocket's pocket. She didn't find the phone that she expected. Instead, she felt a long, narrow, and hard object. A folding knife? Qin Bao Bao's anger suddenly cooled. She remembered a robbery that happened in Shanghai recently. The victim was driven to desperation by a desperate criminal who slit his throat because she kept pestering him. Don't talk nonsense with her. Hurry up and leave. Someone in the distance shouted. This was obviously a gang crime. One person acted while the other watched. At this time, seeing that they had attracted a lot of attention, that person also panicked. Pickpockets should be like assassins. They came and went like the wind. They couldn't be pestered too much. The young pickpocket looked even more anxious. His face was faintly ferocious. Qin Bao Bao was no longer as fierce as before. However, she stubbornly refused to let go. She bit her lip. With tears in her eyes, she stubbornly and aggrievedly said, "Give me back my phone." She didn't want to lose that phone. When she first got her salary, she and her brother bought it together. It was definitely not a foreign brand. It was a domestic phone. It was an expensive phone that didn't sell well. At that time, there were only 2 phones on the glass counter. One was black and the other was pink. There was nothing else. Qin Bao Bao fell in love with it at first sight. She and her brother each had 1 phone. They had the same design and the same ringtone. In the past 2 years, Qin Zhe had never changed his phone, even though he was very rich now. Qin Bao Bao also didn't want to change it. She liked the new and tired of the old. She changed into branded bags and all kinds of luxury goods. However, she had never thought of changing her phone. The young pickpocket's eyes flashed fiercely. He made up his mind and reached into his pocket to take something. Qin Bao Bao was so scared that she took 2 steps back. Take the phone and get out. Wang Zijin stood in front of her best friend and glared at him. This was the first time this woman showed anger. She actually looked a bit dignified. The young pickpocket breathed a sigh of relief and turned to run. Qin Bao Bao looked at the back of the pickpocket who was getting farther and farther away. She couldn't help but cry. Wang Zijin hugged her and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Okay. It's just a phone. Don't be so stubborn. But... Qin Bao Bao wiped her tears. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a fist-sized cement rock whizzing over her head. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Accompanied by the groan of the pickpocket, the cement rock and the pickpocket fell to the ground together. It was a rock that fell from the sky. At the same time, she saw Qin Zhe brush past her. He dashed out like a wild horse and kicked the pickpocket who just got up. Qin Bao Bao couldn't care less about the surprise of her brother's sudden appearance. She pointed to the front and shouted, "There's another one, another one." She saw another pickpocket pounce over to save her brother. He pulled out a shiny folding knife from his pocket. Qin Bao Bao's face turned pale. At this moment, the phone was no longer important. Nothing was more important than her brother. Wang Zijin's face also changed. Qin Zhe looked coldly at the middle-aged man who was gritting his teeth and pouncing over. He was holding a folding knife in his hand. The blade was slanted downward. He could predict that the man was going to stab him in the stomach. Qin Zhe waited for the man to come closer. He suddenly slapped down with his right hand and hit the man's wrist that was holding the knife. Then, he slapped the man in the face. It wasn't a crisp sound, but a muffled sound. The slap was so hard that his palm hurt. The huge force made the middle-aged man stumble and fall. The folding knife in his hand slipped. His vision turned black and blurred. Qin Zhe KO'd his opponent in one move, but he was still worried. He went forward and kicked the man in the stomach. The man was holding his stomach and retching. His eyes were bloodshot. He kicked the other man in the same way. Then, he took out his phone and called the police. From the corner of his eye, he saw his sister and Wang Zijin running over in a panic. He waved his hand and asked them to stay away. His sister was very obedient. She stopped immediately and looked at Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe. Her eyes were rippling. Soon, the police car came and handcuffed the two pickpockets. They took Qin Zhe and the other two to the police station to record their statements. At the police station, I felt that my phone was missing. I turned around immediately and saw that he was trying to escape. He was following behind me. It should have been on the way. Why did he suddenly turn around and leave? He must have stolen my phone. Qin Bao described the whole process. The police took her statement patiently. I came down to look for them. I saw them arguing across the street. I rushed over immediately. Qin Zhe was recording from the other side. The police frowned. You didn't understand the situation. You went up and beat them up. Usually, in this kind of situation, it's either a hooligan or a thief, Qin Zhe said in his heart. I don't care what happened. Whoever bullies my sister, I'll beat them to death. The phone was indeed stolen. It was found in the pocket of the young pickpocket. He was arrested with the stolen goods. The young police officer who recorded Qin Bao's statement was actually her fan. After hearing what he said, he was furious. These two guys are repeat offenders. They have a criminal record in the police station. The next time you encounter something like this, don't confront them. Call the police after the incident and let us handle it. After saying goodbye to the police officer, the three of them left the police station. On the way home, Qin Bao pouted. Her face was full of unhappiness. That was because her phone was still broken. The screen was cracked. Qin Zhe held her hand and looked back at Wang Zijin, who was some distance behind. She said that she wanted to make a call. It seemed like she didn't want them to hear the content of the call. Chapter 190. It's okay, we'll buy another one. Qin Zhe comforted his sister as he felt the cool night breeze. Qin Bao gritted her teeth and said, what's the point of buying a new one? It's not the original one. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. It's not a matter of whether it's new or not. That's. Qin Bao looked at her brother. She wanted to say something but stopped. It was late autumn and the weather was cool. She wore a thin jacket with a pink short-sleeved shirt, a short pleated skirt, and women's canvas shoes. In a few days, Qin Zhe would have to wait until next year if he wanted to admire his sister's long, bare legs. However, autumn had its benefits. Qin Bao changed into a pair of skinny jeans. Qin Zhe's beautiful, supple legs were one of the few benefits of autumn and winter. Under the orange streetlight, Qin Zhe stared at his sister's pretty face. After a few seconds, he suddenly took out his phone from his pocket and smashed it on the ground. The phone's screen shattered. Qin Bao was stunned. Mine is broken too. Let's buy a new pair. Qin Zhe squeezed his sister's small hand. Qin Bao's eyes flashed with joy. She pretended to say, what pair? I don't want to buy the same ones as you. Suddenly, she felt all the unhappiness and haze in her heart disappear. She looked at Wang Zijin, who was talking on the phone a dozen meters away. She pulled Qin Zhe into the shade of a tree by the roadside. She hugged her brother's waist and leaned her face on his chest. She sobbed, you scared me to death. Qin Zhe rubbed his sister's head and said softly, it's okay. Shouldn't he be scaring Bao to death? Qin Bao twisted her body and said in a choked voice, don't touch my head. How could she still care about touching a dog's head with a smile? Qin Zhe could only rub his sister's back. Don't do that next time. Qin Bao's nasal voice was thick. What? Qin Zhe was confused. If the phone is gone, then it's gone. Don't fight with them. They have knives. Qin Bao said, completely forgetting who was the one who refused to let go just now. I'm very powerful. I can beat 10 of those rookies. Qin Zhe bragged, whoever bullies my sister, I'll kill him. Qin Bao's heart was filled with sweetness. She continued, sister is not important. If she is bullied, so be it. Oh, then I'll be more careful next time. Hey. Qin Bao Bao stomped her feet. Ace, you're so awesome. I want to reward you with a kiss. Qin Bao Bao sniffled and looked up with teary eyes. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at her with a strange expression. Don't, I haven't rewarded you in a long time, Qin Bao Bao said stubbornly. This was true. After returning from Hangzhou, they had been in a cold war. With that, Qin Bao Bao ignored her brother's resistance. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Qin Zhe's heart was dead. He silently wiped the snot on his face. Damn it. Don't you know that your nose is running? After the kiss, Qin Bao Bao realized that she cried too hard and her nose was running. Looking at the snot on Qin Zhe's face, she said with disgust, "You're so disgusting." She grabbed her brother's short-sleeved shirt and wiped her nose. Qin Zhe made up his mind to run as far away as possible when this woman cried in the future. After the phone call, Wang Zijin suddenly found that her best friend and brother were not in front of her. She looked around and found that they were hiding in the shade of a tree. They trotted over. Qin Bao Bao quickly pulled her brother out. Why are you two hiding under the tree? Are you playing hide and seek? Wang Zijin said angrily. Who are you calling? Qin Zhe changed the topic and bent down to pick up his dead phone. Wang Zijin said that she didn't call anyone. Why is your phone broken too? She stared at the phone in Qin Zhe's hand. I've been annoyed with it for a long time. It crashes all the time. Qin Zhe felt guilty under her stare. He couldn't say that this phone was a pair with his sister. His sister's phone was dead. How could this guy live? Zijin, let me use your phone. I'm going online to buy a new phone. Qin Bao Bao couldn't wait to buy a new phone for her and her brother. I'll take a look too. Qin Zhe took out his sister's phone from her pocket and opened the online shopping app. Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and then looked at Qin Zhe. She wanted to smash her phone too. Qin Zhe's phone couldn't be used at all. But his sister's phone could be changed. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe's face stiffened. I did something stupid. It's all Qin Bao Bao's fault. She's really a femme fatale. He looked for a phone he liked in the online shopping app, but couldn't find one he liked. He looked at Qin Bao Bao and saw that she was also hesitating. It seemed that his sister also had a phobia of choice. Qin Zhe clicked on his sister's shopping history. Women like to shop online. Clothes, bags, cosmetics, masks, and some household products. At this time, the chatting tool of the online shopping app flashed. Qin Zhe subconsciously clicked on it. The store owner sent an aggrieved emoji. Dear, we promise to give you a red packet of 20 renminbi. Please delete the negative review. The store owner always used this trick. They asked the customer to delete the negative review based on the amount of red packet they gave back. But in fact, many of them would turn hostile after you deleted the negative review. The chat history attracted Qin Zhe's attention. He saw Qin Bao Bao's previous reply, sexy underwear is useless to him. Qin Zhe's heart suddenly sank. Although he knew that it was wrong to peep at his sister's privacy, he couldn't control his fingers and looked at the previous chat history. Qin Bao Bao, I bought it. How long will it take for it to arrive? It's best if it arrives before my birthday. This message was sent more than 2 months ago. Qin Bao Bao had bought the black sexy underwear. Store owner, dear, it will arrive in 2 days in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. It will take 3 to 5 days in other places. Qin Bao Bao, do men like this kind of sexy underwear? Store owner, yes dear, we have a lot of good reviews. Men like it. Qin Bao Bao, it's translucent. It feels too revealing. Store owner, this is tempting enough. Men can't resist it. Dear, don't worry and wear it. Qin Bao Bao, it's here. The quality is not bad. It looks good. Store owner, remember to leave a good review. 2 days later. Qin Bao Bao, it's not good at all. He didn't even react when he saw it. I feel like I've been tricked by you. Store owner? Qin Bao Bao, bad review. Store owner, dear, don't. He didn't even react when he saw it. Who saw it? Qin Zhe felt like his heart was being squeezed. His sister was in love? It started more than 2 months ago. Who was the other party? How far had they progressed? To wear sexy underwear, they must be in that kind of relationship. She hid it so well that he didn't notice at all. No wonder she was wearing sexy underwear on her birthday. His sister had found a boyfriend. It should be a happy thing. Mom didn't have to worry about her marriage anymore. He could also breathe a sigh of relief. But for some reason, he wasn't happy at all. He was even angry. He didn't want this to happen from the bottom of his heart. Ace, what do you think of this phone? Qin Bao Bao found a phone that she liked and handed it to her brother excitedly. Just buy it if you like it. Qin Zhe pushed his sister's hand away. He was dispirited. Why would I buy it if you don't like it? Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly. You buy yours and I'll buy mine. Qin Zhe waved his hand in annoyance. Here's your phone. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She bit her lips and said pitifully, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Qin Bao Bao went to hold her brother's arm but was pushed away. She was at a loss and felt wronged. She looked at Wang Zijin for help. The latter shrugged. Wang Zijin was speechless. She didn't know what to say. Qin Bao Bao went home with a pout. Her brother ignored her all the way home. She was confused. She thought about it and didn't know what she did wrong. Did she smear her snot on his face? Qin Zhe went home and went to his room. Bang! He closed the door. Wang Zijin was confused. What's wrong with you? Qin Bao Bao shook her head. How would I know? I'm also helpless. I feel uncomfortable every time I'm sandwiched between the two of you. Can you be more mature? Wang Zijin sighed. She went back to her room and took her pajamas to the bathroom. She was ready to take a shower and sleep. Qin Bao Bao liked to throw tantrums because she wanted her brother to coax her. Women were all like that. But she didn't want to see her brother angry. Every time Qin Zhe got angry, she panicked. Ace, drink a cup of milk before you sleep. It'll help you sleep. Qin Bao Bao came into the room with a bowl of milk to please her brother. Qin Zhe was wearing a pair of shorts. He grabbed the quilt to cover his lower body and said angrily, Don't you knock before entering the room? I'm wrong. Next time, I'll knock. Qin Bao Bao put the milk on the bedside table and said casually, Ace, the phone I showed you is really beautiful. Let's buy it. You buy it. I'm not buying it. Qin Zhe turned his head away. It's this stupid look again. Qin Bao Bao secretly gritted her teeth, thinking, what did I do wrong? I'll change, all right? Be good. Don't make a fuss. Qin Bao Bao used her usual trick and leaned over to kiss her brother's face. Qin Zhe didn't move. He looked at his sister and sneered. Are you so happy to kiss other men? What do you mean? Qin Bao Bao stared at him. You say you don't want men. But in fact, you want them very much. Qin Zhe snorted. If you want a boyfriend, just say it. Why are you pretending? Qin Bao Bao wanted to explain, but her brother's cold eyes hurt her. Her heart hurt. You bastard. Qin Bao Bao shouted with red eyes. Get lost, Qin Zhe said loudly. His sister sobbed and ran out of the room. At 1:00 in the morning, Qin Zhe tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He heard the sound of a doorknob being turned in the next room. Then, the door to his room was opened and someone came in quietly. It was Qin Bao Bao. His sister always liked to do this. He had encountered it many times. Ace? A soft voice called out to him. Qinzhe was stunned. It wasn't his sister. It was Wang Zijin's voice. Why did she come into his room? Wang Zijin pushed him again. Ace? Maybe she came to stop the fight. How annoying. Qinzhe pretended to be asleep and ignored her. A cold hand touched his face, from his cheek to his eyebrows, from the bridge of his nose to his lips. Then, soft lips pecked him on the lips. Qinzhe opened his eyes in shock. Their eyes met. Wang Zijin shuddered. F***ck. Sister Ziwei. Qinzhe wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. How awkward. Wang Zijin's face gradually turned red. The redness reached her ears. Her chest rose and fell violently. She said in a low voice, "Can you forget what happened just now?" For some reason, Qinzhe said, "Okay." Miss Wang turned around and ran out. He wanted to die.